Wieder für den Programm mit einem Doubleheader an beiden Tagen. Wir haben morgen die Superstocks mit über 20 Traktoren. Das ist der Wahnsinn. Also ich sage euch, hier an diesem Wochenende wird die Füchtorf Arena beben und das Programm ist einfach gigantisch. Und Teacher Dan und ich, wir haben auch richtig Bock.
We are ready to kick off the 2026 Euro Cup season. The Black Pearl International up first in the 4.5-ton sport class. A little bit about these tractors for our American friends. That's about 9,900 pounds, 2.66-inch restrictor on these.
That's 68 millimeters in European talk.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. So 510 cubic inches are limited to 3,200 RPMs. At 550 cubic inches, limited to 2,700 RPMs.
Correct. So as we say, here we go. Now this isn't the Euro Cup classes. We're on the national classes first. We're always streaming on the ETPC page. We decided to go early and bring you all the action from the Pulling arena. And there's your first full pull of the day.
And Tom, that was actually Ushi.
Yes.
Not Black Pearl.
Yep, Black Pearl I think has dropped 6 places, so we may see him come a little later on. So that was Sled set quite light in my lowly opinion. Although we do like to see the full pulls here in Europe. If you're watching us from the States, you'll perhaps notice we get a lot of full pulls. It's not like the States where many classes are just run on a one hit. We like the full pulls here in Europe, and tractors it's the norm for the tractors to run twice down the track in their class. Sometimes not. Later on with the Euro Cup classes, they're actually what's a new concept for last year, which is called the double header. So the mini mods and the light mods will pull today once and then pull tomorrow once, but they'll only run once down the track, a bit like the American style. Floating finish, whoever goes the furthest is the winner. But we're in national classes first, so we'll see a lot of full pulls. Unfortunately, we aren't linked to the German trackside team, we're linked to the European trackside team. So my guess is they will make the sledge a little heavier.
Yeah, it looks that way. They're backing it right up. It looks like they're going to add weight to the weight transfer machine.
Yep, as you can see. So the sledge would normally just back straight to the start line, and we bring on the next man, which is the Red Power. But the Red Power still sat there, and the sledge has been backed up further past the start line. And they will probably then, with the 360 machine, drop an extra weight in the box, which will make it more difficult for the competitors to pull the sledge. And hopefully we want to see a few full pulls, but at a class of 10, we would guesstimate, it's up to the promoter and the team on the track, but we guesstimate 5 to 6, maybe 7, maybe 4 tractors get that past that 100-meter mark. Again, from our European guests, we're in meters, we're not in feet.
Correct.
So you have to get your head around that one.
That's a little over 300 feet. So, you know.
Yeah. So the 100-meter mark is the full pull. And again, for our American guests or people that haven't seen the sport and are tuning in for the first time, the name of the game is to get your machine past that 100-meter mark, or get it as far down the track as you can. And the one that gets the furthest is the winner. It's really that simple. Welcome if you've not seen the sport of tractor pulling before. If we do get more than one that's past the glorious full pull line, where that checkered flag is at that 100-meter mark, they then go into what's called the pull-off, and then we set the sledge a little heavier, make it more difficult to pull. There are numerous tricks and tips the sledge team can do to make that happen. We'll get into that a little later in the stream. And then the top 3, or those that got past that 100-meter mark, get to come back, and we fight it out for the top 3 or the top 4 to see who's gone the furthest for the second time. Now, just to throw things a little bit more complicated, just to give everybody a little bit more leeway, when we're in the pull-off situation, we stretch the track to 110 meters. So you may find that a tractor gets 100 meters and 3 centimeters, 100 meters, 110, 103, 104 meters. We still measure that distance, because what we really don't want is what we then call a super pull-off, and the teams then have to run 3 times. Although our teams in Europe are used to running twice and accept it, as soon as you start asking them to run 3 times to take the win, we do get some grumpy faces.
Yes, yes, I can imagine. I mean, that 3 times is one thing, but I mean, there's nothing more exciting in the sport of pulling than a pull-off.
Correct. Yeah, and that's what our European fans are used to, so they expect it. Whereas in America, I think the pull-offs are a little bit more of a special event.
Yeah, they are a very, very special event. We still do have them occasionally, and when they happen, the crowd gets really into it. The crowd is pumped up, and a pull-off is a very special occasion.
Yeah.
So the weight transfer machine, you'll see that momentarily here pulling back onto the track. As Tom said, the goal is to pull that sled a farther distance down the track than anyone else. So we call it a weight transfer machine, or a sled, or a sledge, as they call it in the UK.
Yeah. Sorry, you'll have to get used to my northern accent. It's a sledge where I'm from.
Yes,
or
yes.
A sled where you're from.
A sled where I'm from,
Yeah.
Or a weight transfer machine, pretty much.
Yeah,
That's worldwide.
That is worldwide.
That's the technical full name for it.
Correct.
So under the cab, you'll see that yellow. There's a yellow stripe with a gray box, and it says light.
Good luck trying to say that German word.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't have gone with that one.
So anyway, as the pulling vehicle pulls that sled down the track, you'll see that box move forward, and what that does, it transfers the weight off of the rear tires onto the pan, and the pan is running on the ground. You'll see that's red with the yellow caution tape or stripes on it, and it transfers all the weight forward, puts all the weight on the pan, creates more friction, and makes it harder to pull.
And that principle is the same no matter where you're watching the sport.
No,
you can be in Germany, in Great Britain, in America, in Finland. The principle is exactly the same.
And that's the same for basically garden tractors, or pedal tractors for kids.
Yep.
All the way up to the highest heavy mods, unlimited modifieds, super semis, all across the world.
Correct.
So this is the Red Power 806 up now, Tom?
That's the one.
Okay.
So he's now our test puller. We've reset the sledge. So the first tractor in the class is always classed as a test puller. So because we've reset the sledge and we've changed it, this man is now the test puller again.
Green flags are out. We're ready to roll back again in Füchtorf after our sled reset.
Oh, and got a bit of a bounce on. And shut off the throttle himself there, did the driver. Just the tyre pressures perhaps just not exactly how we wanted them to be. This is, for a lot of the competitors, this is their first run after the winter season of changes. Not every competitor, but a lot of them, this will be the first run. The man could have done some changes in the winter, or he's just slightly got his tyre pressures wrong, or his gearing wrong. but he got a little bit of a bounce on. And the worst thing for rear ends and tractor pulling is a bouncing tractor. So the driver decided it was best to shut off. Now, as we were saying just before he took the slack out the chain, he's the test puller, and he knows he's the test puller. So being the test puller has its benefits and has its problems, shall we say. So the test puller is the first one on, and it gives the sledge team and the track team chance to check that the sledge is set correctly and the track is performing as it should and everything's doing what it should. And as we saw in the first run with the Ushi, the sledge was perhaps a little bit too light, so they made it heavier. The downside for Ushi is he has to come back. The sledge has been made heavier. His first pull does not count for a distance. He hasn't reached the pull-off, so he will have to come back six places lower. But the bonus point for being the test puller is you can choose to accept or decline your pull if you are the test puller. So the gentleman there who's been driving the Red Power knows this, so got the bounce on and thought, I know, I'll just shut out of this. I can decline this pull, though that pull, we imagine it never happened. He will be able to go back to the pits and change some settings, change some tyre pressures, whatever they feel they can do to make that bounce not happen again. So they have played the system slightly there, but to their benefit, which is nice. But unfortunately, we saw with the Ushi, they haven't played the system and they've sort of had a downfall because they're going to have to run again.
Yes, yes. So the Red Power, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back or not. There's a big puddle of water. They went 62.62 meters, 62.62. So not sure if they're going to be able to come back. There was smoke coming out of that tractor, and then there's a lot of fluid on the track.
There is, and it's hard to see from where we are whether it's oil or water.
Yeah.
If it's oil, it's a definite not come back. If it's water, it's a maybe go and have a look under the bonnet and see.
Yes, but it may be water because I don't see any floor dry out there, Tom.
No,
so
true. Yeah, but the team haven't got a lot of time. It's 6 places.
And so, only 10 tractors.
Yeah, so they will only have the time it takes for 6 more tractors to go down the track until they've to make a decision whether they're coming back.
So one thing, Tom, and it looks like this is something you don't see in the U.S., are the advertising inside the wheels on these tractors.
Yeah, there's quite
and it's different on both sides for the Red Power team.
Yeah, there are quite a few that have, they're weighted so they always stay straight. It's more common in the sports classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's a great way to get local sponsors involved and promote product and get more exposure to our sport.
Absolutely.
Tom, I have a question for you.
Lay it on me.
So in the U.S., we have the 75-foot mark or the 100-foot mark where a competitor, if they're going to back out, they have to back out before 75 feet or 100 feet.
Yep.
What is that distance here in Europe?
So it's 30 meters.
Okay.
So at 30 meters, if the competitor leaves the line and feels that they've perhaps selected the wrong gear, they haven't slipped the clutch long enough, the settings aren't right. If it's a driver that's been driving the tractor for many years, they get to know what's happening, and if they back out and they stop before the 30 meter, it's a measured distance. It's not, oh, I tried to stop and I got to 31 meters, sorry. So it's a dead set 30 meter line, and if they stop before that 30 meter, they're allowed what we used to say in the UK, a second bite of the cherry.
Okay.
So they're allowed to be dragged back to the start line. The rules do state that we can't do any work to the track. So if they've made a bit of a mound when they backed out, that is you have to leave that mound. The track maintenance vehicles, the graders and the rollers are not allowed on the track in between the tractor being dragged back.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the same in the States, but yeah, it's 30 meters here.
And you have to be stopped by 30 meters, not just, and because in the U.S. or North America, you have to have your hand off the throttle, and you can coast beyond 100 feet.
It used to be like that, so it used to be 25 meters,
okay,
and you could coast.
Okay.
And the rules stated as if you attempted to stop before the 25 meter mark.
Yes.
And then what happened is it caused the first flagman a lot of pain because he was all on his shoulders to decide, did you attempt to stop? And there was a little argument that happened one year, and I definitely attempted to stop, and it was for the championship of something. So the ETPC, the next winter season, changed the rules to be a hard and fast 30 meters.
Because the flag person, you can see her at the starting line. She's on, if you're sitting in the seat, she's on the left-hand side of the tractor, and the throttle most of the time is on the right, so it's difficult to see across there. Or I guess here in Europe, you don't have so many truck classes, but if it's an enclosed cab, like a four-wheel drive truck, something like that, it's really hard to see.
Yeah. So the next one, go on, you tell them.
This is the Black Magic tractor. Beautiful looking International.
So hopefully we get to see a decent run. We haven't seen a proper run, shall we say, since we reset the sledge. So I imagine this tractor will still be the test puller.
I'm wondering if this tractor is from Bavaria. I see the Bavarian flag flying here right in front of us.
Ah, that's another full pull.
Yeah, and that was more of a just like torqued it out. You know, didn't really turn a lot of RPMs, didn't make a lot of wheel speed.
I would think he was perhaps in a slightly bigger gear, didn't get the boost pressure and the RPM singing as much as the other previous tractors we've seen, but definitely, like you say, torqued it out, had the momentum to drag the sledge past the 100-meter mark.
And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how fast you go or how you get it there, as long as you get it there.
Correct.
As you can see that replay, the Red Power team, excuse me, the Black Magic team, the full pull. Man, Tom, there is a huge crowd in Füchtorf already, and it's not even noon here.
Oh, correct, yeah. Tomorrow will be a sellout. Sunday is historically the big day for the Germans here in Füchtorf to come and watch the action, but Saturday, as you said, it's not even noon here, and we're filling up rapidly.
Yes, and I've heard those grandstands are a new addition here in Füchtorf.
They're bigger.
Yes.
There's an extra 5 or 6 rows at the top put in. But yeah, tomorrow it will be a sellout, and today not far off a sellout. I think by the time we get a few more hours in, a lot of people work on a Saturday morning, finish work, have some lunch, and then head on down to the Tractorpull. So it doesn't look like we're changing the sledge, so that would possibly indicate that the sledge is set, tractors are in competition, and as I always say, full pulls are now the order of the day. So we've seen the Black Magic.
Looks like we're going to Red Baron. Not sure what's going on with the 8 Dreams team, but
again, we haven't got connection down to the track side team for the non-EC Euro Cup classes. When we get to the Euro Cup classes, we will have connection down to the track, so we'll be able to give you a little bit more information as to who's dropped 6 places and why and that sort of thing. But just for the first 3 classes, which are the German national classes with some invited guests, and we'll get onto the invited guests later on. These are all German tractors in the 4.5 ton sport class, but we've got the limited supers and then the mod class, which is coming on later, and they've got a mix of the German competitors and invited guests, so we'll get to those a little later on. But in the meantime, as you say, it's the Red Baron next on the line. Old tractor, been around the team, have been around the sport of pulling for a long time with this machine.
Now our competitors can't spot that sled anywhere they want inside the white lines. And the sled can run up and down the white line all day long. But if any part of that pulling vehicle touches the white line, it's an automatic disqualification.
Another one out the far end in fine style. A little bit of showboat in there.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted to take that thing home with him.
Yeah, he did indeed. And again, similar to the previous run we saw, perhaps not getting the RPM just as high as they would have liked to. Obviously, they are on a limited RPM depending on their engine size, so we are listening to 2 sets of RPM coming down the track.
That's a good point.
Which can confuse us, because one tractor's got more RPM but lower cubic capacity. So perhaps that one was a 550 cubic inch, which is limited then to 2,700 RPM. So that might be confusing our ears as they head off down
exactly,
the track.
exactly.
But a full pull. Nevertheless, like we say, past that checker flag, past that 100 meters is a full pull.
And that creates a pull-off situation for us. So, first event of the year, we're going to have a pull-off.
Da hat er so ein bisschen gefunkt, ein bisschen Glück gehabt auch, am Ende, dass das Ganze aufgegangen ist. Ja, und
So as we said, they can move that sled anywhere they want in between those white lines, but it looks like everybody's being kind of conservative here this, first run of the year, first pull of the year, and just right down the middle, not taking any chances of going out of bounds, especially now because they know if they want to win today, it's going to take 2 passes, at least 2 passes.
And also, they haven't had time to see a lot of the action.
Yes.
The teams are watching. I know the teams that are probably performing in 2 or 3 classes will be stood in the banking or in the pit area watching what's going on. Now, some of these teams have only had the chance of seeing 1 or 2 tractors run down the track, so gauging the track is still quite difficult at the moment. And we always say that half the skill of being a good tractor puller is being able to read the track and read the sledge and know where to put your tractor and set your tractor up for the particular track and sledge that you're pulling. It's not the same. It's not like a piece of tarmac, piece of asphalt, as you would say.
Yes.
It's all the same. It's very different. Every country, even every town you go to, the tracks are built slightly different, and you may have a different sledge. So the teams haven't had a lot of time to learn particularly how the track is performing. Is it pulling to the left? Is it pulling to the right? Has it got better grip on the left-hand side? Has it got better grip on the right-hand side? But I fear a little later on in the proceedings we will see people spotting the sledge, as you said, over to the left or the right-hand side.
Yeah, the sun and the wind, it looks like the wind's calmed down a little bit, but that will dry this track out. It'll change a lot before we get to the big Euro Cup classes later this afternoon.
So the next one to the line, Enjoy the Limits. Not a tractor I've seen before, but we've got some of the best sport class tractors here at the Füchtorf Pulling Arena. So let's see. He knows what he needs to do. If he's been watching, he'll know. If he hasn't, his team will have told him, get past that checker flag. We need to get in the pull-off. So it's all down to the man in the seat. Let's see what he can do. That's another full pull. Looks like the sledge team have decided we want a bit of a show for these 4.5 sports class tractors, and we're going to see quite a lot of them out that far end, and then we're going to see nearly all of them come back for the pull-off a little later on.
So do we know, did the Red Power team, we haven't heard if they took that hook of 62.62 or if they're coming back? We
haven't heard, but we will see shortly when they either line up or don't line up.
I'm going to ask our German colleagues, see if they know.
See if they know. So as I keep saying, we haven't got a link down to trackside for the national classes, but we do. Just my alerted colleague from the ETPC has just been and tapped me on the shoulder to remind me that we do have a link to the ETPC when the Euro Cup classes start. So we'll be able to give you a little bit more information about whether they accepted or declined the classes, and other information.
So the Red Power team will be back, Tom. They dropped that hook, so
good.
Looks like we're staying red, but maybe a different shade of red.
This one is a Fent.
Oh,
and this is its first inaugural run by the look of it. It's called the Black Pearl. I went talking to the team.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was looking on the wrong side of the track.
We're just there, the black one that's waiting to come on. It's a brand new machine. This will be its first ever run down the track. It's from the Füchtorf team, which we will see later on in the limited super stocks. Now that's a really difficult German word to say, so I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. The Füchtorf means a little poisoned dwarf, elf, and this is a new tractor from the team. So they have a alcohol limited super stock, and they've now built recently using quite a few parts from their old tractor, a sports class. And driver of Füchtorf, the reason for it, I had a right good chat with him, is his son has recently turned 16,
Okay.
And I don't know what again in the States, but in Europe, once you turn 16 and you have a tractor license, because at 16 years old you can gain a license to drive a tractor on the road, not a car.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, you have to
Okay.
be 18 to drive a vehicle.
Okay.
Some are 18, some are 17. Let's not get down that logistics. But at 16, you can drive a tractor puller. And his son turned 16 over the winter, and Dad, I want to drive on the limited superstock. And Dad wasn't just ready to give up his seat. So instead of giving him a drive on the limited superstock, he's built him a new tractor so his son can have a drive. Now, this is not the son driving the first time. One of the team members is driving for the first inaugural run, just so they can check and get it dialed in. And then if it all runs well, either later on today, perhaps for a demo, we may see the son drive it. If not, it'll be at the next German Championship in a few weeks' time.
So, yeah, you said this is a Fendt. Fendt has jumped in big time in North America with the Fendt High Stakes Series, the IHRA Pro Pulling League. Fendt High Stakes Series, 5 different events across, or 10 hooks across 8 classes this summer.
Nice. So let's see what the Black Pearl can do. It's first time hooking to the sledge. Fingers crossed for the team. And that's a full pull for the team for their inaugural run. The team members will be happy.
Yeah, when you build a new tractor, that's what you're looking to do.
That's a great feeling. The team will be smiling from ear to ear. I'm looking to see if I can see anyone on the track side celebrating, but the driver will be pumping the air with his fist. What a great result for the team. Like I say, first time down the track and achieving a full pull. It's what dreams are made of in the track pulling world, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. That's the problem, is you work all winter and you build and you build and you build, and there's nowhere to test it. You know, it's not like you make hot laps at a drag strip or on a circle track or something like that. The only way you can test it is by hooking it to a sled in front of a packed house, the first Euro Cup event of the year.
Yep.
I know it's the first German event too, but you know, this is a big Euro Cup event here in Germany, and
yeah. I always used to say when I'm commentating on trackside, you know, I've heard them of strapping tractors to diggers and excavators in the backyard.
Yes.
Nothing in the world can simulate what the sled, the weight transfer machine, whatever we're calling it at this current moment, can do. The weight lets you leave the line because there's not a lot of weight, and as the weight slowly increases as you pull down the track, there is nothing that can emulate that. And of course, you need to be on that pulling track with the right consistency of clay and muck and dirt. It's like you just said, there is nowhere else to test it.
No.
So real good result. We can see a lot of the fans just down in front of us at the arena, giving them a huge cheer for the Black Pearl team. And our German colleagues to the side of us are clapping and applauding also. So yeah, very pleased for the team.
Yes. So we want to give a shout out to Klaas as well. The big sponsors here at Füchtorf.
Yep.
They have their VIP booth right next to ours here and provided all the track equipment today.
And the German announcers doing their thing, making sure the crowd give them a huge round of applause. But in the meantime, the next one's being dragged to the line, and it's the Red Force. Another IH machine. We've got quite a lot of them we've seen already, haven't we? The IH is a strong brand in the sports class here in Germany.
Sorry. So far, we've had 4 official distances and 4 full pulls, Tom.
We have, indeed. And I think we're going to see quite a few more.
Yeah. Early in the season, get everybody a couple of runs, and hopefully get the bugs worked out of everything.
Yeah, indeed. And also it's a show for the crowd. As I said, the crowd love the full pulls. And as I explained a little earlier, the 2 Euro Cup classes are a double header event. So they pull today and they'll pull tomorrow, but they will all only pull once down the track. Apart from the test pullers, and that part of it doesn't change. But the sledge team will be in a setting that aims to stop them before that 110 meter mark. And wherever they stop, we measure them. So, you know, we want to see some pulling action here at the top arena. So let's let them all fly out the end and we'll see them come back.
Yes.
But we're wishing the time away here. We've got to make sure the Red Force can actually get out the far end. So let's see what he can do. Oh, the commentators cursed. Look, the commentators cursed.
Yes.
Again, didn't just leave the line perhaps as he should or could have done.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe that's one of the smaller cubic inch tractors because it seemed to be turning more RPMs.
Yeah, and got a bit of a bounce, but I don't think the driver shut off because of the bounce. I think it was just not just performing right.
Yeah, 40.81 for the Red Force. Not what they were looking for out here tonight, but again, it's first hook of the season, and again, they're lost some liquid on the track.
Yeah.
Fire team is out there checking that out.
They don't seem too perturbed though, the fire team,
no.
so I think all is okay. If the firemen were running around a bit more vigorously, I think we'd be getting a bit more excited. But
nice, comfortable day for those folks. You know, normally if it's really hot and you're out in the sun in your full fire gear, but you know, at around 60 degrees Fahrenheit is going to be the high today, so 65.
You're in Europe now.
Yes,
it's Celsius, you know.
Come on. I didn't get my calculator out to calculate that. I will say it was 28 Celsius when I left home on Thursday afternoon. So, okay, so this is Ushi coming back around.
Yeah, I'm just hearing from the tech team, ladies and gentlemen. The stream was started on the incorrect stream. We are streaming on the correct one, which is the Füchtorf Saturday poll, but we've also started on the Scorton one. So if you are watching on the Scorton YouTube page, we're going to close that one in a few minutes' time. Don't worry, the stream hasn't stopped. You just need to go back to the ETPC's YouTube page, and it is currently live on the correct stream key page, if that makes sense. So we're going to stop the the one that's marked as Scorton, because that's happening in 2 weeks' time. We will be live again in 2 weeks' time. But a technical error meant the stream was streaming on the wrong platform, shall we say, the wrong date to start. But we started it on the correct one now. So if you're watching on the Scorton Mark 1, just close that one and move over onto the correct one, which is still you can find on the ETPC's YouTube page. Click over to that, and in a few moments' time, the Scorton one will stop. But don't fear, it's not stopped because of technical problems. Move over to the other stream. Is that clear as mud?
Yes, and it's
you checking on your phone?
It's currently 9 degrees C, or 8.88 if we want to be more specific.
Yeah. By the time we finished working together for 2 days, you'll be fully metric.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You know, you're integrated into it, immersed into it.
Although because I'm English, we do a little bit half and half. We still work in miles per hour, where you work in kilometers per hour. Yeah, it's really complicated.
Yeah.
Short distances is measured in centimeters and meters, but if you're going long distances, it's measured in miles.
Oh, okay.
So you get your head around it in the UK. But here in Germany, everything is metric. So yeah, as we say,
Ushi is back.
Ushi is back. He was our test puller, but got a full pull in fine style, but they then made the sledge a little heavier to pull. So let's see what he can do second time round. And takes it out the end in fine style.
Yeah, had a sputter there about 80 meters, but still easily gated it. So, Tom, I have a good friend of mine also calls it a dray sometimes, the weight transfer machine.
Say that again.
A good friend of mine also calls it a dray.
Dray?
Yeah.
Never heard that one before.
Yeah, so there's several different terms for it. Sled, sledge, weight transfer machine. I mean, if we want to get really technical and formal, but
Uschi ist wieder da und knüpft nahtlos an diese Übersaison aus dem letzten Jahr. Sie sind wieder komplett topfit, alles läuft rund. Was für ein Auftritt von der Uschi hier in Füchtorf.
I'm very impressed with Füchtorf. I mean, the hillsides are full, both sides with lawn chairs. There's a standing grandstand, and this is the first time I've seen this, and I like it. It's everyone's standing right in front of us on like a grandstand, but it's wider.
Yeah.
You know, I've been to football games where you stand the whole time, but you're American football, to clarify, but you're standing on, you know, one bleacher seat, where these are 2 or 3 times that, and it's definitely a lot safer. But just a beautiful facility for pulling here in Füchtorf, and a beautiful day. I mean, it's weather's perfect.
A lovely spring day, we said.
It is. It is. And I've heard that this grounds, after this pull is over, and that's why they have it so early, is it will all be planted to corn in a couple of days.
Correct.
All right, a different kind of red, Tom.
It's time
A
for
company
Massey.
that you're very familiar with in your home country.
That's correct.
Is that a V8 Perkins even?
It looks very much like it's a V8 in it, yes. Again, not too familiar on these classes.
This is 8 Dreams. They were skipped earlier, so they've dropped, and it's Massey Ferguson, 8 Dreams. Yes, I saw this out in the pit area earlier today. 8 Dreams V8 makes sense.
Yep, indeed. Oh yes, we can look at the screen and see that's definitely a V8 there.
Wonder if we'll see the manifold glowing red, like the Carlton Copes Warpath back in the U.S.
We have a couple of Massey Ferguson Pro Stocks here with the Bad Boys toy and the Big Boys toy. They have the Perkins engine in and the exhaust glows red. There's another one, Red Attraction from the Netherlands. There's quite a few, and it's such a great show in the evening time when it glows red.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of Massey Fergusons in North America, and Carlton Copes Warpath is definitely a fan favorite.
Yeah.
So the 8 Dreams team, I see they're moving this. They moved the sled a little bit farther to the right. They're going to try that out. We haven't seen anybody over there today.
No, we haven't seen anybody spot
right down the middle all day long.
They've spotted it, like you say, ever so slightly. Not too much, maybe. Again, in short distances, we could work in feet or centimetres in the UK. I would say a couple of feet over to the right-hand side, or 60 centimetres. It's about
or maybe 2/3 of a meter.
Oh, hey, steady on. Calm yourself down. So let's see if that proves advantageous. Now, the sledge is not set heavy. You know, we're seeing them all power out that far end. So they're perhaps just trying that just maybe to gain a bit of information for the pull-off. Thinking with a long head, thinking, well, if we can test this other route down the track, if they're confident they'll get in the pull-off, they can then perhaps have a little bit more knowledge for the next time they run down the track. But he takes the slack out the chain. Let's see what the Perkins on the 8 Dreams can do.
We may have to watch the screen on this one, Tom. It's a big cloud of smoke. You can hardly see the 8 Dreams.
And if the wind just turns the wrong way, we'll get covered in smoke here, won't we?
At least we don't have to worry about bugs.
No, true. Just getting a bit of advice from the side as to how to leave the line. Maybe possibly a new driver, or done some changes. We saw them drop some places, so that could have been because of the technical problem. So the 2 green flags now down the track are starting. Another mechanic's now just coming towards. Again, we're not seeing a lot on the stream. You're not seeing much but smoke on the stream, but we can see it from a slightly different angle than you guys. And they shut off building the boost pressure. We have a few mechanics sort of running around.
And it seems like that smoke goes white, and then it goes black, and then it goes back to white.
Yeah. Are you trying again? No, it's not going to go, is it? So the norm with the diesel machines is that the smoke starts white, and as they build the boost pressure and get the turbo spinning round, and there's more and more fuel then starts to get injected in. So the grey smoke turns to black. There's a big whoosh out the exhaust.
Yes.
They slip the clutch and we're away. But as you said, the grey smoke sort of turned to black and then went white again. So indicating there's something not right with the setup there. Some of these teams put water injection in, so sometimes there's too much water injection going in. I'm not sure if this one is water injected or not. But it looks like the helmet's off the man in the seat, so that'll be his
0.14 going to be the official distance for 8 Dreams.
That'll be his measured distance, unfortunately. After we'd hyped it up that he'd put the sledge to a different place so he could learn how it was for the pull-off.
And unfortunately didn't move the sled.
Another commentator's curse, as they say.
I wasn't going to go there, Tom, but that's you're 2 for 2 today.
Yes, indeed. So again, I'll tell you all on this stream, ladies and gentlemen, we had a technical problem when we started the stream and started on the Scorton stream, which is in 2 weeks' time. So it's already scheduled and ready to go. We are going to stop that stream in a few moments' time, but we are still streaming on the correct stream, which is the Tractorpulling Füchtorf Saturday stream. If you just go back to the ETPC page on YouTube, when the Scorton one stops, you can follow us on there. We're going to shut the Scorton one down in a few moments' time. But don't worry, it's not a technical problem. We've started on the wrong stream key, so we need to move over.
So Scorton, that's near you?
Near me, yeah. I live about, again, we'll talk in miles, not kilometers.
Okay.
I live around 5 to 10 miles away from the Scorton track.
Okay, so that would be about 10 to 15 kilometers.
Correct. Get you.
See, you do running in the U.S. and that's
in K.
In K.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, there's a big race near my house in Flint, Michigan, the Crim 10 mile.
Yeah.
But and I guess a marathon is in miles and a half marathon. But then you have 5Ks, 10Ks. Yeah. And there's a very German village about 10 kilometers or 6 miles from my house. Everything is in German, and like all the street signs and everything, and things are measured in kilometers there. So,
there
you know.
So we're now bringing back one of our test pullers, the Red Power 806. We saw them get to around that 50-meter mark, and we saw some liquid on the floor, remember?
Yes.
And we weren't sure what damage had been done, but it looks like hopefully no damage. They've refilled the tank with the water that leaked out or whatever it was. And as I explained, because they were test puller, they got a chance to decline their pull. And this is now back to their official distance. So let's see what the Red Power 806 can do.
Geile Titelmusik für Red Power. Und wir drücken die Daumen, dass jetzt ein schöner, ruhiger Pull reinkommt. Red Power, Michael Jesse.
Oh, and another bounce. That was the reason that he shut off last time, was because of the horrible bounce.
And you can see the smoke. It looks like it's coming out of they don't have the side shields off yet, but it looks like it's coming out of the same area it was during their first pass.
Yeah, I think we could have had a tire pressure problem there. The engine was singing. It was doing the business, as we say. It was lots of RPMs, lots of noise, lots of momentum down the track, but just got that horrible bounce on again, and driver had to shut off. So disappointing there for Red Power 806, but that will be their measured distance of 67 and 31, 67 meters, 31 centimeters.
So they added about 5 meters to their initial distance. So I mean, it's worth coming back. It gives them another run early in the season, another set of data to look at and evaluate as they kick off the season.
He may have put more pressure in the tires, but perhaps now has learned not quite enough.
Yes.
We don't know. We're third guessing here, but it looks very much like it was a tire pressure issue.
Well, especially in these narrow tire classes too, that makes a big difference. You know, some of our classes we'll see later on today, they have the 30.5 tires or the 24.5 tires, and you know the small narrow tires, it makes a huge difference. Indeed. Tire pressure is big no matter what class you're pulling in, but. And again, I think that's water. I mean, the track crews out there, the fire department didn't go out this time, so.
No, yeah, it's definitely water. There must be some water injection going in there, so some cooling, or an intercooler that's got water in it, either or the two. Again, not super familiar with this class. It's a German sports class that's slightly different rules, I think, than the ETPC sports class, which really confuses. They have an air restrictor on, as we said a little earlier. They're on a, no, I didn't know. You've got it written in inches. I'll tell them in millimeters. Hold the line.
It's 2.66 inches.
Yeah, but yeah. Hang on. My man that can, Blair, my good friend, give me a cheat sheet. 68 millimeters.
Okay.
68 millimeters. And they're around a 6-litre engine, but as we said a little earlier, they are different engine size. Cubic capacities is allowed depending on the RPM that they can run. So you have a higher RPM, you have a lower cubic capacity, and a lower RPM you can have a few more litres, a few more cubes.
Did you convert the cubic inches to liters in your head, Tom? That was pretty good.
Yeah,
man.
thank you very much.
I mean, I could do. There's some I can do. You know, 5.3 liters. That's 327 cubic inches.
Yeah.
5.7 liters, 350 cubic inches. 7.4 is 454 cubic inches.
Again, we're into the world of me being a 40-year-old gentleman from the UK that works half in half. We actually work in cubes in the UK, but everything else is in litres. So for engine sizes, a lot of the old guys, a lot of the old tractor-pulling teams, they still work in cubes.
Yes.
But a lot of, you don't buy a litre of milk, you buy a pint of milk in the UK. So, yeah, let's not keep going down that avenue. It's confusing the heck out of us.
Yeah, we could talk about that all day.
We could. Where are we up to?
We should have Green Molly and Raging Green are left on our list here.
We have 2 left to run before we move to the pull-off.
But I don't see any vehicles down there staged.
No, and I also see the sledge team working on the sledge, looking potentially like they're changing the settings on the sledge, ready for the pull-off. Again, we apologise that we don't know the full information. When we get to the Euro Cup classes, we will. Here we go. It's our first one that got a full pull. Is coming back for the pull-off for the looks of it. And that's the Black Magic machine. So the Green Molly and the Raging Green may either not be here or have technical problems. But by my deduction, guesswork, we are now moving on to the pull-off because we've seen this tractor before. It was the first one to run and get the pull-off. So when we run in the pull-off, we run in the order they qualified in, not the order that they are on the sheet, because we had some come back and pull because they dropped 6 places or they were the test puller, but we run the pull-off in the order that they qualified. So the Black Magic will be the first one to run down the track. The sledge team will have no doubt have made it more difficult to pull. They didn't put any weight in it, so my guess is they've sped the box up. So again, we'll try and keep you informed as the day goes on with how the sledge, the weight transfer machine, works. But in that box that's on top of the sledge that runs along the rails of the sledge as it moves down the track, they can put extra weight in that to make it more difficult to pull. But also through a series of chains and gears and cogs and what have you, they can also change the speed the box moves up the sledge relative to the speed the tractor's going. So my guess is that they'll probably put the box up a gear or 2. Maybe they will also activate the push down, so that means that the pan at the front of the sledge drops down sooner and starts digging into the ground sooner.
And normally that's not just a flat pan that smoothly rides in the track. There's grouser bars, kind of like angle iron underneath of it that dig into the dirt and create even more friction.
Some of the pans are actually concave as well, so that the dirt can gather up underneath the pan. So when the pan drops, it's dirt on dirt compressing. So there's lots of different sledge teams will tell you the right way to do it and the wrong way to do it. But yeah, the pan is a dark art itself, and some sledge teams won't let you look underneath their pan. No, I'm not letting you see underneath my pan. So
really,
we're on the pull-off now. Pull-off for the 4.5 ton sports class. The first one on track is the Black Magic. Let's see what he can do. And directing him down, the sledge team definitely made it more difficult to pull. Stops around the 95-meter mark, but we'll wait for the measuring tower to give us the official distance.
The Black Magic was really hooked up. You can see the wrinkles in the tires. It was hooked up. 94.27. 94.27. Man, Tom, early in the season, your eyes are calibrated. You said 95 meters. That's great.
That's how we roll. So we can watch the replay on the stream from the sledge cam look, and we can see from the driver's perspective, he pulled off hard to the left-hand side, didn't touch the white line, but had to work on the independent brakes to bring it back in the straight and narrow. That could have robbed him of an extra few meters.
Yeah, anytime you have to touch a brake, you know, that's can cost you 1 to 2 meters on the track anytime you're touching that brake. And that's how you steer these tractors. You'll see a steering wheel, but when you're on the track, normally if it's hooked up right, the front end will be off the ground. So you can't really steer with the tires and the steering wheel. So 94.27 going to be the mark to beat. Man, what a way to kick off the season. This
Indeed.
is just amazing.
Yeah, the pulling ringer here at Füchtorf is always the first Euro Cup around, historically has been. And as you say, it's a real nice way to kick off the season.
A lot of respect for the competitors here. You know, the fans are cheering as they make their way past them again. The way this is laid out, they all go down the track towards that berm and then come up one side or the other of the track.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful paint job on the Black Magic,
it is,
too.
Yeah,
From a distance, it looks black,
yeah,
but then when you look closer...
Yeah, it's all shimmery and got lots of artwork in it, lots of flicks of paint and glitter and all sorts. So we're bringing our next one to the track to see if they can catch that distance of 94 meters and 27 centimeters, and that will be...
Red Baron, I think it is.
That's the one.
I mean, they gated it easily the first time. Easily.
So we get the maintenance vehicles. There's two graders and a roller just to get out of the way. They've made sure that track is in fine fettle, in good order, to keep it a fair competition between each and every tractor. The maintenance vehicles go up and down the track with the graders and the roller to make the pulling surface as equal and as similar, as same as we can for each competitor. But the Red Baron gets 2 green flags. It's all down to the man in the seat. Can he get near that checkered flag? If he can keep it in a straight line, he stands a very good chance. Just that turbo cough right at the very end. It's too close for us to call from the commentator's box. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Oh, not quite far enough. 94 and 12 centimeters.
Wow.
94 and 12. So not good enough to take the lead. Good enough to put him in second place at the moment. Again, we watched the replay from the sledge. He managed to keep it in a straighter line. But just that turbo cough right at the end cost him that extra few centimeters he needed just to drag that sledge that extra 10, yes, 20 centimeters would have done him. But like I say, good enough for second place at the moment, but still quite a few strong ones to run.
Yeah, just 15 centimeters separating first and second.
So as you said earlier, we can see all the class maintenance vehicles running up and down. Green Monster team have had a relationship with the class brand of tractors for many, many years. And we always see the class machines running up and down doing the maintenance and in the pit area, dragging all the tractors around, tow backing them to and from their trucks and into the pits. And also we say a big thank you to the Mitas brand of tyres. Lots of the pulling machines run Mitas tyres, specially designed for the sport, and they also support the Green Monster team on this event. So the Mitas brand hit the pulling world with a bang a few years ago. The only really pulling tyre you could get was the Firestone tyre for many, many years. And then the Mittas brand came with something slightly different. The Firestone brand came pre-cut. So they all had the V's cut in them. You can buy the Mittas tyres completely bare, just bare rubber. And then you can decide as the competitor how you want them to be cut, how many chevrons, how many cleats you want cut in them. So that did change the game of pulling for a while. And now we have a few more brands as well taking the swing into the tractor pulling world. So there's quite a lot of change going on in the tyre world. But the Mittas brand were one of the first to come in and start shaking it up. And they have had a strong connection with the Green Montfort team from the start. So we bring on the next one. Again, got to get somewhere near that 94 meter mark. We've got both competitors at 94.
Yeah, separated by just 15 centimeters. So this is enjoy the limits. Well, Tom, there is one thing we're sure of. It's going to be a red tractor that wins it. An international, I should say.
It's going to be a red one. Chain is tight. First flag lady's just checking the sledge team are happy. She then gives the green flag, looks down the track to check the end flagman is happy. He's got his green flag flying. She shows the green flag, indicating track is clear and tractor is ready to proceed. And that's exactly what's happening. Here we go. Oh, ho, ho. And the crowd go wild here in Germany. He took that a good 10, 15 meters past the 94 meter mark. Remember, we were on a floating full pull. So although he's past that 100 meter mark, we measure them to 110. If he's got past the 110, which he hasn't quite, what distance are we on? 109 and 85? 109 and 85 meters.
Takes the lead by 15 meters.
Yeah, my guess was good again.
It was. That's impressive, Tom, to be that calibrated this early in the season.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, really good run. Dug in. When the box topped, you could hear the tone of the engine just change out ever so slightly. Again, let's watch from the sledge camera at a good angle there. Just as that box tops, you can see just keeps dragging, keeps digging, keeps the RPMs up, and manages to take it that 15 meters further. Really good run for the team.
Ja, 15 Zentimeter mehr, das wäre ein Finale gewesen.
You know, I was wrong. It's not going to be an international winner.
Well, we don't
the
know
Black
for sure.
Pearl Fent.
Yeah, we've got the Fent, the brand new machine that we saw take its inaugural run, inaugural pass, as you would say.
Yes.
A few moments ago. He's lined up, ready to come to the sledge in a moment. In the meantime, the crowd are giving the machine that's just put 15 meters on everybody else a big round of applause. And our German colleagues are standing on the tractor, getting the crowd engaged. But as we just said, we bring on the next one, which is the Fent machine, the Black Pearl. And as we said a little earlier, it was his first run a few moments ago. This will be their second time down the track.
Yeah, it may be early in the season, Tom, but the German fans definitely engaged here this afternoon. Is it even afternoon yet?
Welcome
still morning.
Welcome to the world of European pulling, is what I say.
Oh, yeah, it's impressive.
So we bring the Black Pearl gets backed up. Like I said, it's been made for his son. His son turned 16 over the winter. And decided he wanted to go. So instead of father giving up his seat on the gift berth, which is a limited super stock we'll see in the next class, a new tractor's been built from the ground up, and it's a black Fendt because the Giftworth is a Fendt machine as well, so they're keeping on brand in the team. 2 Fendts in the team now, and I was told that Sun wasn't going to get to drive it this time. They were one of the other team members was going to drive it just to get it dialed in, and then if they can get it running right, which it looked like the first run it was running really well. So let's see what it can do in the pull-off. Chain is tight, and we're ready for action here with the Black Pearl.
Die große Frage, Black Pearl. Sie wissen selbst natürlich nicht, wo der Stand steht, wie gut er wirklich geworden ist. Jetzt kommen ganz wichtige neue Erkenntnisse im Finale der Finalsportklasse. Black Pearl.
I think he's going to pull him to second place, Tom.
I think you might be right, but again, we'll wait for the measuring tower. It looks like it's gone past that 95-meter mark.
Looks like he's down in that 97-meter mark. 97.96. And I said it before I saw it.
You saw it. Get out and walk. So really good result for the team. Second time down the track and currently standing in second place.
Oh, they have to be just elated after that,
Yeah.
after today. You know, you spend all that time and effort to put something together and then have results on the track. Going to finish at least second, you know, or at least third today.
Yeah,
so
one more
top
to
3.
one more to run on this podium, so they're guaranteed to sit. They can sit if they want, but guaranteed to stand on the podium.
Yes.
So just quickly, while we've got your attention, folks, do check out all of the ETPC socials. They are on Facebook and Instagram. Just search for the European Tractorpulling Committee, or the ETPC, and you'll be able to follow all of our socials on there and learn all about the sport. If you're new to the sport, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're trying to keep you as informed as we can as to how the sport works. If you're a hardened fan, you know what's going on. Sorry if we're teaching you to suck eggs, as we'd say in the UK, but we're trying to keep you all informed. But yeah, do give the socials a follow, and you get all the information about European pulling and what's going on and where our next Euro Cup events are. But we bring on the last one now. This should be the last one in the pull-off. Just make sure we're getting facts right. Yes, there's no more lined up to go. This is the Ushi. Now this one will have pulled 3 times.
Yes, yes.
We saw him, the test puller, and fly out the far end. They then made the sledge more difficult to pull. He came back for his official distance, managed to get a full pull, and now he's coming again. So yeah, won't be the bestest pleased driver, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. It's just sometimes unfortunate. You can't see on the stream, but the Black Pearl is coming down the toe-back lane to a rising applause from the fans. So we're just probably going to hold that Ushi just while the Black Pearl comes down the track, the toe-back track, should I say. We tend not to have a tractor going down the track at the same time as one's being towed. There's no barriers between them. So first flag lady will just hold the Ushi in position while we wait for the Black Pearl to get towed back. That's what we're just waiting a moment or two for.
Enjoy the limit, still sitting up top, 109 and 85.
Which was a storming run. It will take some catching that.
Yeah.
This Ushi machine, it's already run twice. It did some really good too. The first run, obviously, the sledge was a bit light, but its second run was lovely. But it's going to take some catching. Is that 109? But anything can happen. We're in tractorpulling world. You know, we can see. We're about to find out what's going to happen. The Black Pearl just comes in and out of your shot, which means he's out of the way. And that now means we can get the Ushi on the way. There's 2 green flags down the track. Can he get anywhere near that 109 meters? Can he get past the 97 to get into second? Can he get anywhere past the 94s to get on the podium? All to play for. Gonna be close. Oh, that's good enough for second place, I think. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Again, the turbo just coughed at the end. 109.85 to beat if he wants to take the win. I don't think it's far enough, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. Certainly on the podium, 105.57. 105.57. good enough to second place. That drops the Black Pearl down to third. But a really good, strong opening class for us to watch here in Germany at the Füchtorf Pulling Arena.
Ja, wir machen die erste Siegerehrung. Wir brauchen Black Pearl, wir brauchen Lucy und wir brauchen Enjoy the Limits für die Siegerehrung. Es geht rein in die Arena. Wir bereiten die Limited Superstock vor. Das war die erste Klasse des Tages. Und jetzt geht's langsam aber sicher. Wenn wir weiter nach oben mit den PS-Zahlen. Die Limited Superstocks, es geht dann in die 2000 PS. Machen sich startbereit für ihren Pool. Und der Pascal, den sehen wir gleich bei der Siegerehrung wieder. Das war ein mega Pool von der Uschi, der hier abgelegt wurde. Die Fans feiern ihn. Einer der Top-Traktoren in Individuen im Sportklasse Bereich.
So it's presentation time now. I think we'll bring the presentation vehicle on. Yeah, I can see it lined up there, ready to go. The sledges are now dragged out of the way in order to change the settings for the next class, which will be the limited super stocks. And we'll have a German presentation for the 3 German tractors that stand on the podium here.
Da kommt die Bahn runter in der Mitte auf der Strecke. Uschi fährt zur Seite.
And the Ushi gets a round of applause as he comes down the middle of the track, because you can see the little class tractor there is just doing a little dust suppression, a little watering. People often ask, why is it we're not watering the track, we're watering the side of the track. You just saw it in your shot there. They keep the side of the track moist as well, in order to stop the track drying out. So you see on your screens, lovely full arena here in Germany.
Hey, there's us. Wave.
Oh yeah, there we are. Hello everybody. So I'm Tom, this is me.
I'm Darren, nice.
And then our German colleagues as well. So you can watch the stream in English or German. So as I said a little earlier, do check out the socials. Just to search for the ETPC, which is the European Tractorpulling Committee. We're on all of the FaceTube and the YouTube and the Facebook and Twitter or whatever it's called now, on Instagram. So give us a search and give us a follow.
This is just such a cool presentation vehicle that they have here.
It's very
Podium.
unique. This is, they only do it here in this arena. Again, the class sponsorship helps with that, being able to bring this big class machine, the spinny cab and all that excitement. And then they climb up the steps that are custom made to do the presentation in a moment. So the German announcers have been asking for the top 3 guys to come back to the 50-meter mark, where they'll do the presentation.
This is just such a unique venue too, because to get in here, you literally drive through the shop of the Green Monster team.
Yep.
Like, they have doors and you check in and you drive through their shop and then come out into the pit area, and just a really cool event.
So a couple more classes after we've done this presentation of the national classes, shall we say. But the first one, they were fully German competitors. The next 2 classes, which are not Euro Cup classes, we have the limited super stocks and the modifieds, so the 3.5 ton, but we've just shortened that to modifieds nowadays, which have got a mix of German, French, Dutch competitors, and we'll talk about them as we go along.
Yeah, so the limited super stocks, those weigh in at 7,700 pounds.
Which is 3.5 ton.
There you go. And it's 464 cubic inches.
Yep.
And it's a
single turbo,
4-inch restrictor.
The big super stocks are allowed 4 turbos and 3 stages. The little limited super stocks, including the title, they are limited to 1 turbocharger. But in layman's terms, I do explain them. They're like a pro stock, our version of a pro stock that's running on methanol. That's they're not exactly the same, and we don't want to pay any detriment to the pro stock teams or any detriment to the limited pro super stock teams. But that's kind of it in a nutshell for an easy explanation.
Yeah, so top 3, as you can see on your screen, Enjoy the Limit's going to be number 1. Number 2, Ushi. And number 3
The
is Black Pearl.
first ever event, the Black
Yes.
Pearl team. So yeah.
So IH 1 and 2, and then
Und
Fent
die
number 3.
durchsitzen.
Ja, sehr cool,
Sehr geil.
Es war eine sehr, sehr tolle erste Klasse mit einer tollen
So we'll leave you in the hands of the German commentators to do the presentation, and we'll be back with
Ja,
you
Black Pearl,
shortly.
Tobi, Platz 3. Team Sonsbeck.
Und wir haben gesagt, Füchtorf ist geiler, das ist 20 von meiner besten Seite. Platz Nummer 2, 150, 24, ein Riesenapplaus für die Uschi. Und der Platz 3, ein geiler Traktor.
Ja, was für ein Auftritt. Und sie machen genau da weiter, wo sie im letzten Jahr aufgehört haben. Es ist der Überflieger der 4,5 Tonnen Klasse und er ist wieder auf Angriff gepolt. Und wir feiern den Tagessieg mit fast Full Pole im Finale. 109,85 Meter. Es ist Enjoy the Limits. Ja, kann losgehen. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Oh ja, Gallchen, ihr Lieben. Familienpavillon, winken. Und wir kommen zur rechten Seite. Wo sind die Sonsbecker? Ah! Jetzt wird Alarm gemacht
So as
hier.
our German colleagues celebrate the top 3 for the 4.5 ton sports class we've just seen.
Der absolute Wahnsinn.
We can see in the
Hier in der
background the
Füchtorf
Sledge team now getting
Arena.
prepared for
Enjoy the
the
Limits.
limited super stocks.
Der Shooting Star vorne. Der Neubau auf der 3 und Yoshi auf der 2.
And we, as I said a little earlier, we have a mix of nationalities with French, German, and Dutch, all competing against each other in this limited superstock class.
Alter. Wir machen mal einen kleinen Wettkampf hier. Team Sonsbeck! Uschi! Sonsbeck! Uschi! Beide zusammen! For the champions! For the champions! Die Hupenfraktion. Ah, großartig. Mann, lalalala. Bist du fit?
And here we go, the limited super stocks. First one to the line will be the Warrior from France, from the CH pulling team. These guys run 2 limited super stocks. The froggy machine that's due later on, and this one that's called the Warrior. One of the first teams to start this class off were the guys from France. I've run limited super stocks for as long as the class has existed in Europe as the team with 2 tractors, and recently the Warrior machine has had a big change. It was a Fendt machine, and they also run a John Deere machine, so it was quite difficult for them for parts and spannering, so they have now moved it to a class machine, which enables them to share parts between the 2 tractors much more easier. So here we are, test puller, here in the limited super stocks at the Füchtorf pulling arena. Here we go, 2 green flags.
Oh. That was a collective ooh from everybody all at the same time.
So, tried to leave the line, the boost was building, the RPMs were coming, and it had a little cough and a splutter. There's no bits on the floor, but we are seeing that the Sledge team are taking the slack out the chain, and the first flag lady is gesturing for the towback tractor to come and pick him up.
Now he is the test puller, so he does have the opportunity to drop, but
yeah, as we were talking earlier, he stopped before the 30 meters, so if he felt everything was okay, he could have been backed up and gone again. But the team are, I think, still trying some settings since they moved over from the new brand and the new engine.
it's good to see a class tractor in competition here today with all of the big presence of class equipment and their long-standing partnership with the Green Monster team.
Indeed. But as you said, the Warrior was our test puller. He will choose to decline that pull. There is no doubt in my mind. They have to choose to accept or decline. So he will decline it. That then gives him the option. They can go back to the pits now, open the bonnet, have a look, see what if it's anything serious or terminal, and they can maybe come back then in 6th place's time.
And even as far back as we are, Tom, though, something smells really, really hot. So I have a question for you.
Go on.
3.5 ton. Is that metric ton or U.S. ton?
Metric ton.
Okay.
I'm just hearing, thank you for, lots of people knew I was doing this for the first time. As I said, this is the first time we've done the Euro Cup stream. Friends and colleagues from all over the Europe keep texting me with information, which is nice, and thank you, Graham and Blair and others. Of course I knew, but I'd forgotten. This is the first season now, these limited super stocks have got a restrictor in place in the turbo.
Okay.
So I don't know the size, but they do have a restrictor in place.
It's
now.
a 4-inch restrictor.
Oh, you know.
So it would be 25.4 centimeters.
You are
times 4, so 100.
You are so
a little
good.
over 100 centimeters.
You are so good. Yes, it's the first time they're running with the restrictors, so it's a whole new learning curve for them, which will make things a little bit more difficult for them to get them dialed in. They're used to running with no restrictors, and now they've got a restrictor. So we will expect perhaps quite a few teething problems.
Let me correct that. Move the decimal place. It's 10.16 centimeters.
4 inches, not 100 centimeters.
It's 22.54 centimeters or 25.4 millimeters. Sorry about that. I don't mean to.
Don't worry. I'd forgotten there was a restrictor there completely, so you won't better than me.
So Yellow Nightmare scheduled up next. Then Cobra XL,
Yeah. So
and then
we've seen one
Diesel
from,
Diesel.
We've seen one from France. We're about to see one from Germany.
That was our first, well, I guess the whole first class was from
German.
right here in Germany.
So again, this is another team that run 2 tractors. They run a limited superstock and they run a big superstock. Both of them are this lovely shade of yellow. And I went talking to the team last night and asking them why have we got red tractors that are painted yellow, and that's their company colours. The owner of the team runs a rather large plant hire firm, and all of their plant are painted in that shade of yellow. That's his brand. So of course his pulling machines are painted in the same colours.
Now this team has the really cool trailer where the whole side of the trailer lifts off.
That's right. They do have the cool trailer, and they put lots of fairy lights up, and it's very nice to go and stand and have a cheeky beverage with them.
When you come to an event, make sure you walk through the pits and just see the level of the quality of haulers and trailers, and it's just amazing, and the engineering on these vehicles.
Oh, what a beautiful run.
Wow.
Beautiful run from the Yellow Nightmare.
That was a monster pass by the Yellow Nightmare.
Picked its nose up, lots of RPMs. I was cringing slightly for the RPMs. Lots of that. Watch the replay now. You can see picked his nose up straight away. Got a bit of a bob on. Had to just fight with the independent brake ever so slightly, but sailed out the full pole line in fine style, as they say.
Yeah, sailed by.
Now, whether the sledge will stay the same, we will find out in a moment.
Yeah, scheduled to have 9 vehicles in this class, so a little bit smaller class than the last one, but hopefully everybody can make the call here today.
In einer atemberaubenden Geschwindigkeit. Schauen wir mal, ob sie den Bremswagen so stehen lassen oder was der Bahnkommissar sagt. Ich habe damit gerechnet, der will ich schneller machen. Ich habe damit gerechnet, also Testpool.
Das war, glaube ich, kein Geheimnis.
So, like I said, Yellow Nightmare was officially our second test puller, as Warrior didn't perform well enough for us to test the sledge and test everything we need to test. Try saying test a few more times there, Tom. So the Yellow Nightmare was officially our test puller. We are watching now as the sledge goes back. Wow, well, we'll watch the replay. Look at that. Look at the replay. Perfect nose position. The name of the game is to get your tractor, again, I will say feet, or we'll say centimetres, around 30 to 40 centimetres. Off the air, off the front end in the air, powering the nose, putting all the weight of the tractor onto those back tyres that are doing the business there. They're earning their keep of the back tyres. The front tyres are just there to steer it to and from the sledge. You want to pick your nose up, you want to get locked into the track, and that's exactly what the Yellow Nightmare did. Now, just off shot, we can see the sledge team on the sledge doing some changes, so it does look like they're going to change the sledge and make it a little heavier. Although it was a lovely run from Yellow Nightmare, he would have just sailed over the sandbanking if he hadn't shut off. So the sledge team are making some changes. It doesn't look like they're putting any weight in the box. Again, you can see the Yellow Nightmare getting a rapturous response from the German commentators. But we can see from our booth that they are changing the sledge ever so slightly. They're not putting weight in if they haven't gone back to the 360 machine, but they're currently out looking at the in between the rails of the sledge, which is where I know the switches are for when the pan drops and all sorts of things. So I'm going to guess that we're changing the sledge. Again, I apologise, we can't confirm that until we get into ETPC classes, where we'll have a link to the ETPC track team who will keep us informed on these things. But while we're running the German classes, we're a little bit in the dark, but we're both not strangers to the sport of pulling, so we can make a good educated guess between us. And you can see on your screen, the German guys are getting the German crowd revved up. Talking to the owner, though, I said that's the reason they're either yellow. That's Paul they're talking to. Just a quick German interview. But it looks like the sledge team have finished doing changes. Again, we're guessing. And we'll bring on the next one, which will be the Cobra XL, another Paul. This machine used to be a Massey Ferguson a few
Baustellen habt ihr
seasons
ja
ago.
genug, ne?
I was talking about the Massey Ferguson brand earlier.
Wir haben gerade schon gesagt,
Paul
wir beide,
decided he
und ich haben
wanted
gerade schon
to
gesagt, was
change
wäre,
that
wenn wir
up.
dich in der Pulling-Szene hätten. Dann würde einiges
Change the
fehlen.
engine.
Ihr bewegt da richtig viel.
Change the
Und
brand.
ja, scheinbar haben alle mega Bock. Was bewegt euch? Was motiviert euch da, so vorne mit dabei zu sein und die
He's been
Ziele
called to
so
the sledge now as
voranzubringen?
the Cobra XL. So this is the first of our Dutch competitors here to compete down the track in Germany. We'll see quite a few more of them a little later on in this class and in the modified class and in the Euro Cup classes.
Yeah, I mean, we're only, what, 40 minutes, an hour from the Dutch border here in Füchtorf, so
Yeah, something like. Maybe a little further, but we're not splitting hairs. Another lovely turned out machine, the old Farmel brand. It's sparkling in the sunshine here in Germany. And again, those that we did say a little earlier, these are limited to, they're called the limited super stocks for a reason. They're limited cubic capacity, limited to one turbocharger, and for the first season now, limited on an air restrictor size.
Ja, und Cobra XL, auch die haben wir letzten Winter nicht geschlafen. Die haben den kompletten Motor vom Old Smoky.
looks like he's going to move that sled just a little bit over to the right.
Yeah.
Maybe 2/3 of a meter or so.
This machine competed in an indoor pull in Denmark a few weeks ago. Had a whole new motor built by a Danish team, the old Smoky team. Helped the Cobra XL team build a whole new motor. So he went to Denmark, put the motor in Denmark, and then pulled it a Danish indoor pull. So this will be their first outdoor pull of the season, I believe, on a full 100-meter track. So let's see what the Cobra XL and Paul can do. And that's another full pull, but had to earn his money there.
He did.
Really had to earn his money.
He took the circuitous route there.
Hit the loud pedal and didn't really get locked into the track. There was just lots of noise and lots of RPM for the first 30, 40, even 50 meters. And then around that 50-meter mark, the nose came up. You could hear the tone of the engine change as he got locked into the track, and then luckily had enough momentum to power him out. If we watch the replay from the sledge cam, we may be able to see, it's not the best angle to see, but you can see he's just sort of sat spinning, and then all of a sudden in a second's time, just when that box stops there, now he locks in, and now he'll be able to perform the full abilities of the tractor. But as you say, took the scenic route as well.
He did. Drifted right and then far left, and
Ja, im Sonnenschein bleibt so Pulling in die Wertung und der Diesel ist der Nächste, der sich bereit macht. Unsere Niederländer sind da mit dem kleinen Ford Powerstar 7,5 Minuten.
So if you have just joined us, welcome. Thank you for joining us on the ETPC stream. If you're new to the sport of tractorpulling, I'll try not to keep saying this, but we want to make sure we keep the new fans informed. I know if you're an old hat, you'll already know it, but the name of the game is to get the tractor passed down the track as far as you can. And if you get past that checker flag, past that 100 meters, and more than one does that, we then have a pull off and bring them back to see who the top is. And you are dragging a weight transfer machine, or a sledge as we call it in the UK. The problem with the sledge is the further you pull it, the more difficult, the more heavy it gets to pull. So the name of the game is distance. That's why we shout out the distances and tell you how far they've travelled, because it's the one that gets the furthest is the winner. We're currently in the limited superstock class, more of a hooded, one of our hooded classes. We have non-hooded classes with the modified machines where you can strap any engine that you can get to fit together, to work together within the limits of the ETPC. We see them a little later on. But the first two classes we see are the hooded type classes, which look more like a standard tractor, or there's not very much standard left about them.
No, absolutely not. I mean, everything is basically purpose-built for pulling now when you get to this level.
100%. So we see Paul there just getting dragged back to the start line. He'll know himself the setup on the tractor wasn't perfect. Like I say, didn't get locked into the track till around that 50-meter mark, but he's in the pull-off, so he's got time now to go back to the pit area and alter some settings on the tractor to enable it to hopefully lock in a little bit quicker, a little bit easier. And the teams have numerous ways they can do that. They can change the height of the drawbar. They could alter the pressures in the tires. They can move the movable weight around on the tractor. There's all sorts of things that teams can do to make their tractors perform better on the track. So we bring on the next one. This is the Easel Diesel.
First Ford of the day.
Correct, and another one of our Dutch competitors in this class.
Trying to force a pull-off. Gonna have to go farther than 100 meters to do that.
3600 Powerstar, 7,500 Liter, 5.500 Umdrehungen, Turboaufladung. Die PS-Zahl, es wird nie genug angegeben. Über 2060 km/h Radzahl. Das soll doch für Verbot reichen.
And a completely different run to the one we just saw previously from Cobra XL. We saw the Easel Diesel get locked into the track, pick the nose up, the front end of the tractor powered into the air around the 20-30 meter mark, and a much better run than Cobra XL's. But
Yeah.
both are still in the pull-off though, so they both will get to fight it out again.
I backed off super early and coasted, actually coasted a little further than the Cobra XL.
Das war die Kür, sozusagen.
Schauen wir mal, wer noch folgen wird. Er ist auf jeden Fall im Finale dabei, aber Cobra XL ist drin.
So we watched just the end of the replay there, you can see shot off early and just coasted out there.
Schauen wir mal auf die Warrior-Jungs, die noch mal an den Start gehen. Die hätten ja dann sogar noch mal den ersten Lauf, weil der Anfang eben halt schneller gemacht worden ist. Mal schauen, ob die die Chance nutzen können. Und der Froggy ebenfalls aus Frankreich, ebenfalls einer der Traktoren, die wenn er läuft, hier ins Finale fahren kann, auf jeden Fall. Das Setup ist gigantisch, richtig, richtig gut. Aber wir haben zum Ende der letzten Saison passend in Holbrich, aber bei den Froggy-Jungs, da hatten sie immer mal wieder so kleine Problemchen.
Ja, auch sie haben nochmal nachgelegt im Winter 2200 PS bringt sie mittlerweile auf die Bahn. Hier starten Logo 6000 Umdrehungen, 4 Bar Ladedruck. Also da wurden die Werte nochmal ein bisschen angeglichen für 2025.
Next competitors.
Ich bin mal gespannt.
Just spotting the sled slightly, you can't see that on camera, but just off camera they've told the sledge driver to put it probably roughly, in the middle. And the next one will be the other one of our French competitors from the same team as the Warrior. This was the original. They built one first that was called Froggy. This is version 2 of Froggy. The first Froggy was sold to the UK, and now this is the second version of Froggy. Normally driven by one of the De Huff family. Nick De Huff normally drives this one. Can't confirm nor deny if he's on the seat today. As we see the Easel Diesel getting towed back down the line, and we pan over, and there is the Froggy.
Tom, is this our first John Deere of the day? Froggy machine?
It absolutely is, yes, it's the first John Deere of the day. Just a couple of John Deeres in this class. And then after this class, we won't see any more bonneted. We'll just be into modified mini mods and then light mods. So this is the last of the bonneted classes we'll see. As I said a little earlier, the CDH team were one of the first to bring limited super stocks to the world of European pulling. They actually started off being called light super stocks, and then we changed the name to limited super stocks. And originally just had the one track to the Froggy, and then they brought the second one out, which we saw earlier, only get to the 20-ish meter mark, which was the Warrior. But if the Froggy wants to mix it up at the top with today here in Germany, they need to get past that checkered flag. We've already got a pull-off confirmed with the Cobra XL and Easel Diesel, which are our Dutch competitors. Can the man from France get past the checkered flag? Let's see what he can do. Oh,
That did not sound good from the start.
no, Bill slipped the clutch, the boost pressure came in, and there was a horrible couple of coughs from the turbo.
Yes.
And then that was the end of that. So real disappointing for the French team. We've seen both of their machines not get past the 20 meter mark. Unclear. The helmet's not off, but the motor's not running. We can't hear it running. The helmet is off now. So, yeah, that's going to be as far as the Froggy team can go today, by the looks of it.
8.79.
So that's the clue is always if the helmet comes off the driver knows nearly instantly, is it savable? Can we go back to the start line? As a commentator, you can't really see from, we're normally stood around we're currently stood around opposite the 80 meter mark, so it's quite difficult to see. The clue is the helmet coming off. As soon as that helmet comes off, you know the driver's not going to ask to be towed back to the start line. So that will be their measured distance. We're not in test puller proceedings, so they can't rely on that little trick. So as you say, 8.79 for the Froggy.
Not the way they wanted to start the season.
No, with both tractors not performing well, which is really disappointing. So we can see the next one lined up. That's the Rough Stuff from the Netherlands. Quite a unique machine, this one.
Ja, kommen wir zum Rough Stuff. Der nächste Limited macht sich bereit hier. Und ja, bei denen ist es ganz anders gelaufen. Die waren zum Wochenende richtig gut drauf, die Jungs. Mit ihrem markant gelben Traktor. Und von denen haben wir eine ganz andere.
I believe this one's got a cat engine under the bonnet. Again, same limitation, same cubic capacity, same turbo size and inlet size.
Froggy lässt sich aber noch feiern hier auf dem Weg zurück ins Fahrerlager. Der John Deere kommt nicht so richtig weg. Kriegt hier aufmunternd den Applaus aus Füchtorf, aus der Arena, während Rough Stuff sich bereit macht.
In der Limited Super Stock 2800 PS, 7,6 Liter Raum, 6 Bar Ladedruck.
So on the track, as we say, is the Rough Stuff from the Netherlands. We get Froggy out the way, just going to come in and out of the shot is the Froggy. Get the chain hooked on and the kill switch, which we can tell you about in a moment. And then we get ready for the flags. Here we go, 2 green flags. Can he get anywhere past that 100 meter mark to get himself in the pull-off with his fellow 2 Dutchmen?
Was geht beim Rough Stuff? Was geht beim Catch?
Listen to the RPM, here we go. And another one that's going to get told for showboating if he's not careful. Powered past the 100-meter mark, as I just commented. Couldn't help myself, but the RPMs on that machine as he set off and left the line were up there, really, really high. And I watched the replay. There you go, nose in the air, straight away from the start line, and had a bit of a bob, but had the RPMs to keep going. And at the end, just decided he was just going to keep going for an extra few meters.
Rostoff im Finale und wir haben es heute gesagt, zum Saisonende waren die richtig gut unterwegs. Ich erinnere mich noch unheimlich gut an das krasse Duell gegen den Giftsberg in Salzburg. Das war grandios, was wir abgeliefert haben. Und der Rostoff, der ist hier gut drauf, der Trapper läuft perfekt. Die Jungen mit dem Cat.
So we've seen one German competitor compete. Now again, we weren't sure if he changed the sled settings, but we'll know if he comes back or not in a moment's time. It looks like they didn't. I'll ask my German colleagues. So the rough stuff gets towed back to the pit area. They can do some changes to the machine. If they do certain changes to the machine, they have to go back over the weighbridge. Each and every one of these tractors is taken over the weighbridge before it competes. Now these machines weigh 3.5 tons. Or for our American guests, that's 7,700 pounds. And they have to weigh that amount with driver on board, helmet on the driver, and fueled up ready for action. And at the same time, the drawbar height is measured. But if the tyre pressures are changed, if the driver decides they want to lower the tyre pressure to get more grip, then obviously that's going to lower the drawbar. So they must then go back over the weighbridge and alter the drawbar height so it doesn't make sure it's at the correct height that they're allowed to be at. So that is a bit of a faff. So they tend not to try to do that if they can, but if they feel they need to change the tyre pressures, then they will, and they can request to go back over the weighbridge, which is no problem. So each and every tractor, when it's attached to the sledge, is connected by two things. There is the big chain, the big hook, obviously the tractor hooks onto, and then there is a safety wire, which is on like a little clip, and that clips onto what we call the kill switch of each and every tractor. And the kill switch mechanism is designed so if the sledge driver feels tractor and or driver are out of control, there is a big red button in the cab of the sledge. They can hit the red button, and that puts everything into kill switch mode. So it pulls the kill switch out the back of the tractor, which on the methanol powered machines it kills the spark. On the diesel powered machines it puts a flap in front of the turbocharger to start the engine of air. It also puts the sledge into kill switch mode, which it drops the pan, applies all the brakes, and we are in full stop mode. That's the safety feature that all of these machines are built with. Hopefully we won't need that here. This is the Giftwerk, which means like the poison dwarf, poison elf, I think is the correct English conversion. We saw their inaugural with their Black Pearl machine a little earlier on. Now let's see what they can do with their limited superstock here in Germany. Oh, doesn't look like he wants to leave the line. It's not gonna go, I don't think. No, they have moved the sledge ever so slightly, so that will be their measured distance. Real disappointed after their real good run with their first new machine, the Black Pearl. Doesn't look like they can get the it sounds a little bit like a clutch issue. The RPMs won't come up and the tractor's trying to creep forward. Now, most of these machines work on a centrifugal clutch, but some of them also have a pedal. So as the driver is increasing the RPMs of the tractor, the centrifugal clutch is trying to force itself to engage, and the more RPMs you put in the tractor, the more the clutch is trying to engage itself. And then the drivers have a pedal that they can hold the clutch off with. So they're pushing down hard on the clutch as they increase the RPMs and forcing the clutch not to engage. And then they can slowly but surely take the foot off the pedal, which then engages the centrifugal clutch. And what looked like was happening, again, we're from a distance here, but it looked like the RPMs were nowhere near what they should have been, and the tractor was creeping forward. Because as we can see, we got a distance of 2 meters and 69 centimeters. So from my lookout point here, it looks like they could have a clutch setup issue. But unfortunately, that will be the measured distance for the Giftworth team. So on one hand, happy about the new machine going well. On the other hand, quite disappointed that a packed out Füchtorf arena only managing 2.69 meters.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag for that team today. You know, like you say, the new machine performs so well and then struggles with their current machine. So
but a lovely turned out machine. You can see the little poison dwarf, or whatever the translation in German is. Look away if easily offended, because the little dwarf's not the nicest dwarf. It's being quite rude. Now it looks like we've got the next one to the line, which will be the Never Done. Another one of our German competitors. Quite a new machine, this one. Just struggling to get back up to the line in a straight line. You obviously want to get the middle of the tractor to where the hook is, to help the sledge team hook it on correctly. Because if they're on a slight angle when they bump the sledge or take the strain, sometimes that can just cause the tractor to get a little wiggle on. So they really want to get it backed up straight. And this is the third time of asking now for Never Done. Don't worry, no one's looking. Don't worry about it. Pretend we haven't seen everybody. Just pretend this is the first time. There you go, backed up perfect. Well done, yay!
Die Zuschauer staunend an der Leitplanke standen. Ich bin gespannt, was jetzt kommt.
Wie ist das möglich? War auch der Gedanke des Publikums. Wenn die Ball gefahren kam,
so we'll see what they can do. Like we said, you need to get past that checkered flag if they want to get themselves in the pull-off with the Dutchmen. 3 Dutchmen currently standing in the pull-off. That's a full pull. Guarantees a German man in the pull-off with the Dutchies.
So they are playing a song called Full Pull. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah,
we need to bring that to the U.S. That is awesome.
It's a Dutch song.
It's catchy.
Oh yes, it's catchy. And when you're a Tractorpulling fan, you hear it quite a lot in the Netherlands and Germany. There's a couple actually. There's a couple of poppy Tractorpulling themed songs.
I think that one could be stuck in my head all the way home. Full pull, full pull.
So we're looking at the start line now. Like I said, we haven't got communication with the track team, so we think we're going to see the test puller of Warrior back next. We think, but we'll wait and see what happens.
And we're not sure. Yellow Nightmare definitely made a full pull the first time, and we're not sure if they reset the sled after that or not. So
no, we're not. We'll wait and see what happens with the Warrior, and then what they do after Warrior, then we'll know what's happening a bit better.
Wir müssen noch mal einen kleinen Stimmungstest machen. Wir müssen noch mal einen kleinen Stimmungstest machen. Hier in der Arena. Ob man der kletzt so in der Sonne, ich mag gar nicht raufsteigen. Egal. Mach das Bild kaputt. Tractorpulling-Tribüne. Wo ist der Applaus für den Mann? Rechts ist ein Kimo von mir.
So as the German commentators rev up the German crowd, because we've got a German man in the pull-off with the 3 Dutch competitors. Again, we're not sure what the Yellow Nightmare situation is. The Yellow Nightmare is now coming back to the track. And they haven't changed the sledge, so that indicates to me that they changed the sledge after Yellow Nightmare pulled and made it lighter. Because we've still got Froggy lined up, who's our test puller, to come back as well. So that does indicate that Yellow Nightmare, its first run wasn't counted, and they have reset the sledge. Because we've got Froggy lined up as well to come back because they were a test puller. Sorry, Warrior lined up because they were a test puller. So let's see what the Yellow Nightmare can do.
Und das sah richtig, richtig gut aus hier beim ersten Pull vom Yellow Nightmare. Noch so ein Ding und ist im Finale mit dabei. Und er fährt hier mit um den Sieg heute. Da bin ich absolut.
Like I say, we think this is their qualifying run. Yes, it was. So that confirms, because driver of Yellow Nightmare shut off around the 100-meter mark. So if they were in a pull-off, they'd have kept the throttle wide open. And commentators from the German team are announcing full pull. So that does confirm our suspicions. At Yellow Nightmares, the sledge was reset after their first run. That was their official distance, official pull, which got them to pass that checker flag. So we now have 3 Dutchmen and 2 Germans in the pull-off, and we do have the test puller of Warrior to run again officially in the class. They are lined up. We can see them from where we are, lined up ready to go. But we shall see what happens in a moment's time.
That looks like Froggy back there in the staging area too, doesn't it, Tom?
It does look like Froggy. They've got Warrior and Froggy lined up. Warrior was officially our test puller, but Froggy was not. So we may see Froggy come on the end of the class not for points.
Aber wieder ein geiler Pull, oder? Das war abliefern hier. Ja, da so never done.
So the Yellow Nightmare team look very happy talking to our German on-site commentators.
Yeah, I mean, both passes for Yellow Nightmare pretty much flawless.
Yeah, really good runs. So they've got it to prove again. Another team that's going to have to run 3 times here.
Yeah, and we have 5 in the pull-off too.
5
So
so far. We have Warrior, Warrior to come back officially. And then I think, looking at what's happening, as you say, in the pit area, we may see Froggy come back as a test run at the end of the class. They look like they're lined up to come, but we shall see what happens in a moment's time.
Sind auch sie im Finale mit drin und lassen sich feiern auf dem Weg ins Fahrerlager und hinten am Mietastadion. Und auf der Stehtribüne auf der rechten Seite im Startbereich. Auch da Szenenapplaus für den Armin und dem Yellowminer. Ja, schauen wir mal, was macht
So there you see on your screen the two French tractors lined up ready for action, and the first one to come, you can see him running and see him moving. It's the Warrior. Now he was our test puller, so he will officially be taking a distance now.
yeah, it's good to see this tractor back out. The first pass was a little bit rough, so
Yeah, indeed.
didn't know if we were going to see this class machine back around.
Only managed to get around the 20-meter mark on its first run. So the team have got 2 tractors with teething problems. So they've been doing some work in the pit area, hopefully. See if they can solve the problem.
Yeah, these teams have spent all winter working in their shops looking for performance improvement, and now is the time to test it.
Und wollen komplett neu durchstarten mit diesem Neubau. Der erste Versuch heute hier war nicht so glücklich. Wir drücken die Daumen, dass es jetzt hier im zweiten Lauf, dass der Knoten platzt und dass es nach vorne geht.
Ja, dass Sie wissen, wie es geht. Sie sind
So let's see what the Warrior can do. Like we said, had a bad run when he was test puller, only managed the 20-meter mark. This will now be his official distance. He needs to get past the checker flag if he wants to get in the pull-off with the 3 Dutch and 2 German gentlemen. Here we go. Oh, still sounds like a bag of old nails.
It looks like maybe the rear end locked up or something, Tom.
Or did he slam on the brake, trying to not get past the 30-meter mark? That is a trick that we sometimes find, that the drivers slam on the brakes trying to make sure they stop before the 30-meter mark, because it's a hard distance, you see. But we'll see. The old trick is the helmet coming off. No, driver's indicating, can I go back, please? So it looks like potentially, as I said a little earlier, everybody's allowed 2 bites of the cherry, 2 attempts to leave the line. As long as on your first attempt you don't pass the 30-meter mark. Oh no, we can see mechanic on the side sort of telling the driver, no, that's it, we're not going back. Towback tractor's been called. And unfortunately, 10 meters and 55 centimeters will be the measured distance for Warrior. So like I say, disappointed for the French team. 2 machines here and neither of them could perform as they should. But we can see, as you say, in the pit area, a couple of extra limited super stocks that potentially going to hook on the end of this class now, not for points. We can see the Froggy there in the pit area, and we can also see the Giftworth that struggled to lead the line because of my guesstimate of clutch issues. They're both lined up as if they're going to come to the sledge in a moment. But officially now we should be starting the pull-off with our first one in the pull-off, which would be Cobra XL. But that doesn't look like that's what's about to happen. And again, I keep apologising, but we haven't got comms down to the German track team. When the ETPC classes start in a couple of classes' time, we will have the full information for you.
Yeah, and I don't see any vehicles for our pull-off down in the staging area, Tom.
No.
We can see our 3.5-ton modified staging there.
Ja, genau, dann kommt noch die Bahn runter, dann nutze ich die Monsterstunde. Ich sehe gerade einen unserer Top Instagram Menschenbeine sitzen, Fischer ist da und er hat ein neues Patent mit dabei. Das gibt's beim Green Monster Verkaufsstand vorne vor der Festscheune. Da gibt's alle Green Monster Fans.
So again, we ask you to make sure you follow our socials. We are the ETPC. Give us a follow, give us a like, give us a share. If you're watching this on our YouTube page, thank you for joining us. It would be lovely if you could give it a share on your own socials and get the word out. This is the first year now we are streaming every Euro Cup live. So we need to get the word out to the Tractorpulling fans out there that we are ready, we are here, we are streaming for your entertainment.
And this is only the beginning of the Euro Cup, just the very first hook of the season.
Indeed, and there you go, you can see on your screen now the two that are sat waiting to pull. Neither of them are officially in the class anymore. Both Froggy was not a test puller and only got 8 meters, and the Giftworth had clutch issues, we guessed, at 2 meters. So sometimes at occasions like this, they ask the German track officials if they can come for a test run at the end of the class, and that looks exactly what's happened here today.
Yeah, and I now see Cobra XL coming back into the staging area.
Ready for his pull-off. So
yes.
yeah, we're going to see these two tag on the end of the class now, not for points and not in the championship, if you will, not for the prizes of 1, 2, 3 today.
This is gracious of this event to let them do this, you know, right in the middle of the day, to have these test passes. But it is the first hook of the year, and you know they haven't had any other place to go test these tractors. So to get another data point, to get another run on these tractors, hopefully a run. I mean, the first time it was like 8.7 meters, so not even a full run.
No.
And like you said too, Tom, these tractors came all the way from France,
yep.
and neither one of them were able to make a run.
So that's another reason, you know. Come a long way from France to be here in Germany this weekend. So fingers crossed the CDH pulling team can get at least one of their machines to build the boost and get moving down the line. Well, we're about to find out. This is the Froggy machine. Chains tight, thumbs up, we're ready to go. Can the Froggy get to build the boost and lead the line? We're about to find out here in Tough Pulling Arena. Here we go. Oh, this sounds better. Oh, no, it doesn't. It sounded perfect for like a split second, didn't it?
It did. It did. I thought it was going to make a good run, and then it just did not.
No. Now again, we go back to the old adage of they haven't passed that 30-meter mark. So in theory, they could go back to the start line and have a second bite of the cherry. But helmet is coming off. That's the clue is in the title. Here we watched the replay and got a bit of a bounce and just didn't work as it should. Wasn't performing like it should. And towback tractor's been called, so that will be the measured distance for Froggy.
Dann haben wir Jessica, die macht Fotos, dann dahinter, das ist Kenzie, die ist aus den USA, nach hier gekommen von dem Full Pull und wir haben die Pulling-Team. Dann haben wir Markus Kurenberg, ebenfalls aus den Niederlanden, der macht für das MTTO-Magazin die Fotos. Johannes Meulers, Mr. Joe, Kamera für Floating Finish. Anna-Marie Kettenburg, die mich ein bisschen auch unterstützen bei der DTTO-Seite. Also wir haben ja auch eine DTTO-Instagram-Seite, die wir halt zu 2, 3 Mann hier zusammen betreuen. So, dann haben wir noch so ein paar, glaube ich, von lokalen Medien. Die kenne ich auch nicht so gut. Da kannst du gerne mal fragen.
So we watch the Froggy be towed back out of the way. And as we say, we can see in the pit area the Cobra XL lined up. He'll be the first one in the pull-off. But it looks like the Giftworth is going to get a second bite of the cherry, a second go, a third go even, shall we say. Not for points, not for the championship, I believe.
Ja, das Wichtigste ist halt immer liken, teilen, kommentieren, nochmal Bescheid sagen. Weil nur so funktionieren die Algorithmen. Ne? Also das weiß man ja, das, was man liked und man Kommentar drunter setzt, das wird auch anderen Leuten vorgeschlagen in den Seiten, auch nicht unbedingt.
So again, I keep saying, we get new people joining the stream all the time. Welcome to the world of Tractorpulling. This is the ETPC live stream. We are streaming all of the Euro Cup classes throughout the year, throughout the season. Well, this is the first round here at the home of the Green Monster team in Germany. We are on the national classes currently. We haven't got to the Euro Cup classes yet. We started the day off with the 4.5 sports class. We're in the limited Superstock class now. And we're going to move on to the modifieds. And then after the modifieds, we're then into ETPC classes, which will be the mini modifieds and the light modifieds. And again, name of the game, welcome to the world of tractor pulling, is to get that sledge as far as you can down the track, and the one that gets it the furthest is the winner. That is it in real short layman's terms. It's a bit more complex than that, and we are talking the world's most powerful motorsport here. When we get onto the heavy mods, which we'll see tomorrow here in Germany, we are pushing 15,000 horsepower out of some of these machines.
Ich glaube, dann haben wir sie gefragt, Doppelwürfel. 2 Stück heute hier in Füchtorf. Der erste Judge ist da und der hat viele Fans. Wo sind diese Judge-Fans in Füchtorf?
So we're just doing a little work to the start line by the looks of it. We can see, you can't see, but we can see Martin, who's head track builder of the ETPC, just with his poking stick, having a look at the track, having a look at the start line, checking the moisture level in the track with his machine. He has another machine that he pushes into the track and it tells him how stiff and how much resistance he's getting. It's not just turn up, drag the sod off the grass off the top of the track and we pull. The team have spent hours and hours and hours building this track to make it the perfect pulling surface for these high horsepower machines. So we bring on the last one in the first round of pulling, but we do believe that this now is not pulling for points, but tagging on the end of the class, which is the gift berth. Try saying that when you've had a few beers. It means the poison dwarf, the poison elf, I think, in German. And as we said earlier, we saw them perform really well with their Black Pearl machine, the inaugural run of their 4.5 ton sports class machine. But it couldn't leave the line in its first chance with the gift berth. I guesstimated at a clutch issue. So let's see now with 2 green flags what they can do. That's another full pull in fine style.
Well, that should make the ride home a lot shorter. I mean, yeah, okay, they're probably frustrated that it doesn't count, but what a pass. I mean,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, really nice. A little bit of showboating on the end, ladies and gents. Didn't just let off the throttle when he got red flagged.
Yeah, I mean, not coming back for a pull-off, just leave it all on the line and let's see how many, you can see the fist bump here on the replay.
Christian Kaisers, als wenn er sagen wollte, jetzt erst recht.
Alter, was war das denn? Was war das denn in der Füchtorf Arena? Hey, Füchtorf, wo ist der Applaus für den Giftsberg?
What a pass to the Giftsberg team. Yeah, going to be disappointed that they didn't do that the first time, but at least they know they don't have a broken tractor to take home. So we come back to our pull-off. We're going to have Yellow Nightmare, Cobra XL, Diesel Diesel, Rough Stuff, and Never Done will be in our pull-off.
Dann sage ich euch, dann wollen die Songspecker das alle mal werden. Christian Kaiser haut hier einen raus, er fliegt. Er fliegt hier über die 100-Meter-Marke.
Yeah, you can see the crowd here in Füchtorf coming out early this morning. We started at 11 a.m. local German time, and we are just through the first round of our second class here this morning. And folks, if you do, you may want to cover your screen or turn the kids' eyes away. The elf or the gnome is, yeah, turn your head away if you're sensitive to that sort of thing. So our track announcers, our German track announcers, as you can see, standing on the front weight box of the Gipsberg tractor. You can see the packed house we have here in Füchtorf. It's a beautiful day for pulling. I mean, it's a little chilly, but sunny and a light breeze and just a great, great time here. A lot of different food here. The Green Monster team hosting us and this event and just doing an amazing job. Beautiful pulling facility and some great, great interaction with fans. They have a family pavilion at the end of the track. Great food vendors. This is my first trip over to pulling in Europe in general, and just having a really, really good time. So our pull-off order is going to be Cobra XL, the International, the Ford of Easel Diesel, the Rough Stuff, then the Never Done, and then Yellow Nightmare will be our final competitor. So 5 coming back for a pull-off. Then we're going to go to our German 3.5-ton modified, so around 7,700 pounds for those mods. And then we have 2 Euro Cup classes pulling today, the minis and the light modifieds. So a lot of action yet to go. We appreciate you checking this out. The whole Euro Cup, the whole series of Euro Cup events will be broadcast free on YouTube through the ETPC website, European Tractor Pulling Committee. And this is just the beginning. First hook of the year.
So that concludes the first round of pulling. The sledge has been dragged off to the side now in order to have some changes done to it.
Looks like we're going to add weight this time, Tom. Not just change the gear. I think we're going to add weight.
Agreed.
Some of these guys made it look really easy that first round.
Yeah, we were definitely putting a show on here for the fans.
Yeah, it was a kind of a mixed bag. Either they went like 20 meters or they full pulled. Yeah. That was it. There were 3 vehicles less than 20 meters, and the rest were out the gate.
All the rest flying out the far end. So we can see the Cobra XL and the Easel Diesel lined up, ready to go.
That has a nice ring to it, Easel Diesel.
Yeah. But we just currently at the moment waiting for the sledge team to make those changes to the sledge.
Yeah, we want to thank our colleagues here for having us in Füchtorf. We have a really nice area here to work from, Tom.
Indeed we are, yeah, lovely. Undercover.
Yes, undercover, blocked from the wind, which helps. In the shade.
And the sledge now comes back to the start line, indicating they have changed some settings on the sledge, which is nice. And any second now we'll be able to call the first one in this 3.5-ton limited superstock pull-off here in Germany.
I have to say the track crew here does a really, really good job. You know, changing weights in the sled or changing the sled, they do it very quickly. The track crew is on top of things, working the track quickly, and we're moving very, very quickly.
We've got a lot to get through.
Yes.
So we can see there Cobra XL being called. First flag lady waves that flag in that circular motion indicating you're on, your turn's up. And just for information, the stopwatch is then started as well. Every tractor from the moment it is called to the sledge has a 3-minute timer set. They have 3 minutes from the second the flags are twizzled round, shall we say, to get to the back of the sledge and get backed up. You may be able to hear in the background our German colleagues are revving the crowd up now, ready for this pull-off. We've got 3 Dutch, 2 German in this limited super stock pull-off. And we're starting with 2. The first one is the man from the Netherlands, Paul, on the Cobra XL. Let's see now what the sledge team have done. How hard have they made this sledge in order to stop them before they get past that 110-meter mark?
So the Cobra XL team going to set the mark to beat in the pull-off. Green flag is out. Green lights are on the sled. For all the marbles in the first hook of the year.
Here we go. Oh, that was a much better run for Cobra XL than their first run. We commented on their first run that they didn't really lock into the track. They just had the horsepower to power it out. But you can see on the replay, look, there you go from the sledge cam. Powered the nose into the air, picked the nose up, doing the business, as we say, from around the 20-meter mark. And that's where the nose stopped. As soon as it had picked it up and powered the nose into the air, it stayed floating until it shut him down at the 105 and 90 centimeters, 105 and 90. He set the distance that the others will have to catch if they want to take the win here this afternoon.
We'll see the Easel Diesel Ford up next.
Aber natürlich immer auch so ein bisschen die Frage, bleibt der Bremswagen so stehen? Das müssen wir erstmal klären. Das gilt es erstmal zu klären. Sind wir im Finale oder noch nicht?
For those of you just joining us, we really appreciate you joining this free live stream. Just towards the tail end of our second class here today. Still 3 big classes left to go. 3.5 ton German modifieds. Then we're going to go into Euro Cup mini modifieds and then Euro Cup light modifieds. Looks like maybe the Easel Diesel team's going to try just a little bit left of center, maybe, Tom?
Perhaps,
we haven't seen anybody over there.
No, we haven't, no. The track doesn't seem to be pulling anybody a particular way. We've seen some drift off left, we've seen some drift off right. I don't think there's a particular good line or bad line on the track.
No.
They may develop later on, as you said earlier, as the wind blows and the sunshine bakes the track. Sometimes can just dry the track out in different places at different times. And we find then perhaps we do get a little bit of a better line down the track. But that's all the fun of track pulling. That is the skill. It's not just turning up with the most horsepower in your class. It's being able to read the track, position your tractor in the right place in the start line, being able to set your tractor up correctly for the track conditions, whether that be tire pressure, weights. The way you leave the line can even affect on different tracks. Some tracks are really, really grippy at the start line. Some need you to just baby it ever so slightly when you leave the start line. So, you know, from an outsider looking in, it just looks like turn up with the biggest engine and go, but it's certainly more technical than that.
Absolutely. And, you know, this track could have changed from the first time they hooked on it just, you know, a half hour ago.
Correct.
Until now.
Yeah, the wind is blowing, the sun is shining here in Germany, and that makes a big difference to these tracks. But as you can see on the screen, we bring on the next one, the Easel Diesel. Can he get near that 105 and 90 that his fellow countryman Paul from on the Cobra XL set?
Tom, we keep talking about the free live stream on the ETPC website. Want to say thank you for the reach of that. You know, I'm getting texts and messages from friends in Iowa, in Kentucky, you know, back home in the United States. So we really appreciate that.
Brill. Well, hello, America. Good morning, America.
Yes, good morning, America.
So we get 2 green flags for the Easel Diesel. Oh, God. Oh. He drove it like he meant it there, didn't he? Left the line in real good style. RPMs at full chat. Dunked the clutch, it looked like it shot away from the line.
36.53.
But I think that probably caused him to have to shut off. The way he left the line was quite vigorous, not very smooth. And that could have affected just how he got into the track and had to back out of it by the looks of it. So a disappointing 36.53 for the Easel Diesel.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive launch for the Easel Diesel.
Yeah, it was. We're just watching the replay now, and we can see it's hard to see from Sledge Cam just how vicious it was when he left the line. But unfortunately, that'll be his measured distance in the pull-off.
So the Cobra XL team laid down that 105 and 9.
With 3 more left to run. So we're going to see another Dutchman. Then we're going to see the 2 German guys to finish off the pull-off and see who can be number 1. So once again, thank you for joining us here on the ETPC live stream. Brought to you by Alliance Tyres. Main sponsor of the whole Euro Cup series is the Alliance Tyres, and we thank them for their support, of course. And as we keep saying, we're not actually in Euro Cup competition as yet. We've decided to go live early. Why not? We're here and we're Tractorpulling, and we're all set up with all this technology around us. So we thought we'd go live as soon as we could, as soon as the competition started here in Germany. So we're showing you the 3 national classes, the 3 classes of Germany first, but with the limited superstock and the modifieds, we're going to see they've got invited guests from other countries. So we'll see some more Dutch pullers compete against the German pullers in the modified class later on. And then we're going to finish off proceedings with 2 Euro Cup classes. So do follow us on the socials. We are the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. Give us a like, give us a follow, give us a Facebook share, whatever you can do to, and then learn about all the competitions we've got on throughout Europe, not just in Germany, in the UK. In 2 weeks' time, the next round will be in a little village called Scorton in the UK. We have competitions all over Europe, the Netherlands, here in Germany, the UK, Denmark, Sweden, all over, many other countries as well. So if you're watching us from a country that you think, oh, I quite fancy going to have a look, check out the ETPC website and find where your nearest event is. Not only do we have Euro Cup events, but the ETPC is the governing body of the whole of European pulling. So you may be able to find your country's website as well, the ETPA for the British Tractorpullers and the NTTO for the Dutch Tractorpullers. And if you're new to the sport and want to go and watch an event, check out the socials and you'll find an event near you.
That's the great thing about truck and tractor pulling is there are a lot of local events or state events or country events that you can go to and check out. I mean, there's pulling going on somewhere all of the time, it seems like.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. So if you are tuned in on the Facebook and watching us, we'd love for you to give us a share. Let the world know this is the first time we've streamed all of the Euro Cup Championships, so we want to get the word out there that we are streaming the Euro Cup. Thank you for joining us if you have, but a share would be much appreciated. And we bring on the next one, the last one of our Dutch competitors in this limited superstock class, and it's the Rough Stuff from the Netherlands.
Yeah, Cat 3208 powered machine here. Made a really good run. I mean, obviously to make a pull-off, you have to make a good run, but made a really, really good run that first time.
Yeah, it's all to play for. Out of all the 4 or 5 that got in the pull-off, any one of them could take the crown, take this top step here this afternoon.
And that's what you want to do the first hook of the year. You know, you want to make sure there's no bugs, work everything out. But if you can take a win, that really sets a tone for the season.
Absolutely. So Rough Stuff just struggling to back up. Had to have 2 attempts to get backed up to the sledge. As I said a little earlier, they really want to get these tractors positioned in the middle of the sledge. A, so you can get the hook on easier. And B, when they leave the line, if they're not just parallel with the sledge, it sometimes can make them shake and shimmy on the start line. And we all can see and know your start is often the best place to gain those extra meters at the end, if that makes sense. If you can have a good start, you can leave the line well. That helps you at the end when you're scratching for those last few centimeters to pass the checkered flag. So we're all hooked up, and let's see what the Rough Stuff from the Netherlands can do.
Is that a clutch issue right here, Tom?
Potentially. We've got the modifieds that are competing next, warming up their engines in the background as well. So it's become
that could have been what I heard.
A little difficult to comprehend which noise we're hearing. But here goes the Rough Stuff now, building the boost pressure. Here we go. Oh. And lots of RPM as these limited super stocks have been doing on the start line. They've not just been getting hold of the track in that first 10 meters. There's lots of RPMs, and there was a pushed noise, if you want to call it, without sounding too technical. And the mechanics are looking right in the front because it will be a turbocharger or a pipe or something that's come loose. There's no oil, there's no bits on the floor, there's no bits come forward. So that's a good sign.
All right, so unfortunate 1948. 1948.
For the Rough Stuff. Good enough to put him in 3rd place in the pull-off at the moment. We've still 2 good tractors left to run. And we've only really had the Cobra XL that's done a nice run in the pull-off. The previous 2 men have all fluffed it, for want of a better word.
Yeah, I mean, and it continues. Either we've had a full pull or less than 40 meters.
Yeah, indeed.
No in between. First round pull-off hasn't mattered thus far. So that should be the Never Done should be up next.
Yeah, that should be the John Deere machine. Because as I said earlier, we pull off in the order that they qualified, not in the running order. Yellow Nightmare was the last one to qualify. We were a bit confused for a while, weren't we, as to whether they would taken their run or whether they'd changed the sledge, but we got confirmation of that as the Yellow Nightmare came back and was our last full pull, so they will be the last in the pull-off.
And that'll be run number 3 for the Yellow Nightmare.
It will.
And they made a full pull the first time as well.
Yeah.
So.
You know, unheard of in America, that. Unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes at a big event, like a Euro Cup or something, our Grand National equivalent, if you need to, you will make 3 passes if you're going for a Grand National title. So.
When the adrenaline's pumping, all you care about is that checkered flag.
Yes, exactly.
But Never Done has been called. We can see there on the stream. He's been called, and here he comes. You can see the track maintenance vehicles just whizzing about past your screen. Here we go. There you go. There's a grader just gone past your screen now. And they're constantly working. It's a full-time job for the track team. 2 graders running up and down and 1 roller. Constantly keeping the track in fine fettle. That's a Lancashire word for you, that. Fine fettle.
Fine Fackle?
Fine fettle. That's not even English, that's Lancashire. where
Oh,
I'm
okay.
from.
Okay.
It's a proper fine order is perhaps a better way of putting it. Keeping the track in fine order to make it a fair and even competition for each and every tractor that runs down the track. And we've 2 Germans now to see can they upset the party for the man from the Netherlands, Paul, on the Cobra XL. Currently stands in the lead at 105 meters and 90 centimeters. What can the John Deere do? Can he get up near that checker flag? Well, we are about to find out. Hold on to your britches. Here we go. Oh, it
Wow.
doesn't look far enough, but we'll wait for the measuring tower.
Yeah, that was impressive. It didn't look like the Never Done. It didn't look like it ever really hooked up.
No, as we've been saying, they've really been struggling on that first 10 meters of the limited super stocks. They've just not been getting hold of it, and they've been sitting and spinning. The RPMs keep increasing until they bite, until the grip comes in. Distance of 101 and 98, so not good enough to steal the lead away from the Cobra XL. Yeah, he struggled away from the line, didn't lock into the track really, and we were both here thinking this is not going to really work. And then all of a sudden around the 20-25 meter mark,
yeah,
locked into the track, picked the nose up, the RPM sort of come correct, and he just kept dragging, but just not far enough to steal the win.
No, and it was kind of the opposite of the Cobra XL, which that tractor didn't hook up very well the first time, but here in the pull-off, it hooked up and went.
Yeah.
And the Never Done was
the other way
opposite.
around.
Yeah.
So whatever changes they made, perhaps were the wrong changes, or as we say, the track has developed.
Yes.
Since last time they hooked it 30 minutes ago.
Yes.
And it's perhaps caught them out a little bit.
Now, one tractor that has hooked up both times and just went
is the next one we're about to see.
Yes, the Yellow Nightmare International. Just 2 great passes. What more do you say?
The green one that should be red. Sorry, the yellow one that should be red.
Yes.
Yeah, they have spotted the sledge. We've just watched the mechanics spot the sledge as you're looking down the track from the finish line slightly to the right-hand side.
We'll call that international industrial colors.
That'll do.
In the U.S., a lot of our construction equipment, especially back in the day, was that color.
Yeah.
So like counties or state tractors, something like that, they'll be painted that industrial kind of yellow.
Cool. So yeah, as you see on the scoreboard, Cobra XL in the lead at 105 and 90, Never Done at 101 and 98, and the Easel Diesel sits in third place at only 36 meters and 57 centimeters. So there's your top 5, or top 4 at the moment, and still a Yellow Nightmare left to run.
Sorgt er jetzt für die Überraschung und übernimmt die Führung hier in diesem Finale?
Wäre das eine Überraschung? Wäre das eine Überraschung? Das ist ja die große Frage.
So the German crowd loving the Never Done machine, managing to get up near that 101 meter mark. And we'll bring on the Yellow Dream. Yellow Nightmare, sorry. The other one's called Yellow Dream. So we bring on the next one, which were the Yellow Nightmare. Now I have to stand corrected. We are learning a little bit more about the German system as we go along. The Giftwirth machine is in for points. In the German system, if there are less than 11 tractors in the class, everybody is allowed 2 attempts to get a full pull. So that then means the Giftwirth was pulling for points and was in the championship, so hence why they are coming back for a pull-off. So we didn't know that little fact, sorry folks. So just to be clear, we've got Yellow Nightmare coming back, then the Giftwirth will come back and will be pulling for points.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Did not know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. We've just asked our German colleagues. In Germany, if there's less than 11 in the class, It's a 2 attempt to make a full pull.
Oh, interesting. That's why we have.
Yeah, that's why we do. So let's see what the next German in the pull-off can do. Can he get past that 105 meter mark? Here we go. Oh, no.
Oh man, how disappointing is that after
Yeah,
the two runs they
runs.
laid down earlier?
Yeah, real disappointing there for the Yellow Nightmare. Like we just, again, commentator's curse. It's your fault this time, not mine.
You hesitate as an announcer or a commentator. You hesitate to say something like that or build someone up.
They can't
but
hear us, so it's all right.
That's true. That's true.
When I'm commentating live on trackside, they've got the helmets on, so they can't hear what we're saying anyway. Couldn't say anything about it.
But the thing is, now this is on live stream, and
They can
you know
watch
the
it back.
YouTube. Yeah, they'll be watching it, saying it's all your fault.
Yeah.
Also, wir sind bereit für Team Cleveland hier jetzt noch einmal durchzustarten. Und schauen mal.
So the green, I keep calling it green. It's blatantly not green, is it? The Yellow Nightmare gets dragged back to the start line. Didn't pass that magical 30 meter mark. So this is their second and final attempt. Still not running right, you can hear it. It's not gonna go.
No, and you don't know, did something get hot in the engine? Is the clutch hot? Is, what's...
It could be a numerous of things, yeah.
Yeah,
it
very
could
well
be the
could
chance, it could be the point that they've done 2 runs, it could be something completely different. But unfortunately, that will be the measured distance for the Yellow Nightmare with 1 more to run. 23 meters and 9 centimeters, 23 and 9.
Yeah, disappointing end to their day.
Yes. As I said, the team has 2 tractors though. We'll see them tomorrow in the Superstock class. They have a big, proper, whatever you want to call it, a big one, a proper one, a normal one, a non-limited one. That's had a full rebuild and a new fresh look. I was talking to the team last night. They were on a dyno the other week with it, getting it dialed in. So we'll see them tomorrow. But like you say, disappointed after the 2 really strong runs they've done in the qualifying rounds.
Yes.
But that's, again, as we say, that's Tractorpulling, I'm afraid.
Yes. Now, you talk about strong runs. The Gisberg team, wow, what a pass for that fence.
Yep, and they should be on next.
Ja, 10 Applaus nochmal für die Yellow Nightmare, liebes Publikum. Es sollte nicht sein für Kommission und sein Team hier. Nach diesem unglaublichen Auftritt im ersten Durchgang kommt auch er hier im Finale unter die Räder. Auch der Yellow Nightmare mit technischen Problemen. Und ja, da hinten noch den Giftswerk. Und der hatte im ersten Durchgang auch so seine Probleme. Dann aber hat er den Monsterpool des Tages hingelegt. Voll in den Fall gefahren. Und jetzt ist er der einzige Finalist, der verblieben ist. Und Cooper XL ist knapp nach vorne. Ich glaube, die können die für selber gar nicht fassen, dass sie jetzt noch vorne sind.
Ja, Giftswerk können jetzt nicht vorbeigehen.
So like we say, we get a little bit mixed up with the German competition. And if there is less than 11 in the class, it's a 2 attempt to get into the pull-off. We saw them not really leave the line, only get to a few meters, and my guess was a clutch issue. They obviously went back to the pit area and managed to, if it was a clutch issue, managed to change, dog the clutch up or unslacking it or whatever it needed to be done, or any other fault that they had, but whatever they did, they fixed it. And then it's the last run we saw a few moments ago. Made a fabulous pass.
Yeah, they're trying to cap off a really good day. They debuted a new tractor in the earlier class in the 4.5 ton sport class and finished second. So they're trying to cap off a really good day, looking for a win here in Füchtorf.
The Cobra XL and the Giftbirth, no stranger to competing against each other. Those guys duke it out very often. So here they come. In theory, this should be the last tractor in the limited super stock final. A firm fan favourite here in Germany is the Giftworth. Like we say, got it all to play for. The Cobra XL's run was a really nice run, much better than his first run. Getting to 105 and 90 centimetres. Roughly where the checkered flag is at the end of the track is where the front of the sledge was when he stopped. That's a good gauge for the fans and here at trackside to see if he's passed it or not. But as we say, it's all down to the man in the seat. What can the man from Germany do? Can he upset the party from the Dutchman? Here we go. Oh, he's done it! Oh, what a run! Ladies and gentlemen, what a run!
A monster pass for the Giftberg team.
Absolutely amazing.
Wow. The German fans are on their feet here in Füchtorf.
Yeah, he put 20 meters or so on the Cobra XL, just locked into the track. As I've been saying all morning, haven't I? They've struggled to lock into the track, and what did he do? Locked into the track so quick. Bang. 123 meters and 64 centimeters. Absolutely monster run in the pull-off for the limited pro stock super stock team.
Man, he took advantage of that second chance to qualify for the pull-off.
Absolutely,
wow.
Absolutely. Yeah, they had some real quick work in the pits, no doubt, to sort their issue out. And bang, look at that, takes the win.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
Auf der 1, Cobra XL auf der 2. Der Wahnsinniger kommt aus seinem Käfig und hört noch einmal diesen Wahnsinnsapplaus.
So the gift will watch the replay there. Look, power the nose into the air, picture perfect run, and just kept dragging that sledge past that 105 meter mark up to 123. And as you can see, the German fans going crazy. So a bit of a story to tell there. Couldn't leave the line, only managed to get a few meters. Took advantage of the two qualification system that, to be fair, we didn't know about up here in the commentary box.
And a first and a second for that team today. They need to be very happy.
There'll be some beer drunk tonight, I think. Yeah. And our German compadres revving the crowd up here in Germany.
123,64 Meter.
Definitely have to build the weight boxes stronger over here in Germany.
Say again.
They have to build the front weight boxes stronger over here in Germany to hold the
hold the commentators. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. Our German friends do like to stand on the weight boxes.
In der 4,5 Tonnen Sportklasse schon gesehen. Und jetzt wieder. Feiert mit ihm auf dem Weg ins Fahrerlager. Auch dort hinten am Mittagspavillon. Auch an der Stehtribüne. Szenenapplaus für diesen Wahnsinnspool. Danach Runaway Giver pro Stock. Mit einem Test.
You can see the packed house here in Füchtorf. We'll give a wave here. I see we're on camera a little bit.
Just and so. So by the looks of it, that concludes the class. But in the pit area, we can see another bonneted tractor. Now, we're not sure what that bonneted tractor A is and B is doing. Sledge has been dragged back to the start line. It's not gone back to have its weight change ready for the modified class, because obviously it would need more weight in the sledge for that. So whatever he's going to hook at this setting. But we were confused with the 2 chances to qualify, but everybody that has qualified has come back for the pull-off. So we're... Oh, here we go. It's the runaway deer. It was on our running order to be to pull last in the qualifying runs, but we didn't see it in the qualifying runs, whether they had a technical problem. So this one definitely is hooking on the end of the class, not for points. We are in the pull-off now, and this runaway deer did not qualify for the pull-off.
Der Kuplex, der lohnt sich noch den zweiten Platz. Und der Verdammt geht auf der 3. Und auf der 1 geht der Cliff.
Of course. It's actually a pro stock. This machine is a pro stock machine. Thank you, Graham. You can tell by the smoke, look.
Yes.
The clue's in the title. So this is Runaway Deer, a Dutch pro stock that my guess is taking the chance at the start of the season to put a test pass on this machine at the end of the class. Now they also have a super stock machine that will be here tomorrow pulling to the Runaway Deer team. So my guess is they brought both tractors with them, and they are tagging on the end of the limited super stock class. Now there's always been a little battle between the limited super stocks and the pro stock guys as to who actually has got more GGs, who's got more horsepower, who can perform better. If you talk to the limited pro stock guys, the super stock guys, they'll say it's them. If you talk to the pro stock guys, they'll say it's them. So this is a real good tester for 10. We've just seen 2 good strong runs. We've got Cobra XL at 105 and the Gift Birth at 123, absolute storming. And we've got one of the top Dutch pro stocks here with us in Germany, who's going to lay down a run. And the rumour mill about who is stronger, if the Runaway Deer can put a good pass in, will soon be solved. Here we go.
Oh.
And the rumour mill will have to stay a rumour mill.
Yeah.
We can't class that as a proper pass.
Was in a good... Started off very strong.
We're going to get covered in smoke here.
Here comes the fumigation.
It missed us, thankfully. We're all right.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah, locked into the track. Probably better than some of the limited super stocks did.
Yes.
Got locked in. Nice. Same weight. These tractors weigh 3.5 tons, just like the limited super stocks. But as the load increases, the box drove up the sledge. And then load came on around the 50-60 meter mark. The donkey died, the turbo stopped spinning, and we got a lot of white smoke.
Yeah, so now we'll go to let our German colleagues take over as we do the winner's circle and reload the sled for the 3.5 ton modifieds.
Yeah, we'll be back with you in a few moments' time. We'll have a presentation, and then we take on to the modifieds, and we've got a mix of Dutch and German tractors in there. So we'll see you in a moment.
Ja. In Edelwecht. Der zweite Platz, 105,90 Meter. Und sie sagen selber, es war ein bisschen überraschend. Es ist der Cobra XL, 105,90 Meter, Second Place, Cobra XL. Und die Jungs sagen nochmal ganz, ganz lieben Dank an das Old Smoky Team. Many, many thanks to the Old Smoky Team. Und das wollte das Cobra XL Team auf jeden Fall nochmal mitgeteilt haben. Vielen, vielen Dank dafür. Für die Hilfe. Ehrenrunde für die Limited Superstocks. Und wir feiern mit ihnen zusammen hier jetzt nochmal auf der großen Sieger-Ehrenrunde. Das ist ja der Wahnsinn. Ja, du musst auch cool aussehen bei der Siegerehrung, Christian. Die anderen beiden haben auch Sonnenbrillen auf. Ne? Das geht ja nicht. So, los geht's. Ja, kann losgehen. So, Füchtorf, wir wollen die Hände sehen. Einen riesen Applaus für unsere Sieger. War das ein geiles Finale, Füchtorf? Die Limited Superstocks, alles gegeben. Und wir kommen mal zum Familienpavillon. Und wir winken. Ah, das ist auch schöner. Die kleinsten hinten auf dem Familienpavillon. Und die rechte Seite. Jetzt kommen wir gleich zu den Sonsbäckern. Oh, hey, 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 hey. Stand up, stand up.
So we see our German colleagues and the German fans really celebrating the gift birth win here in the Limited Superstocks. And the crowd just taking the time for this quick break now while we change the sledge settings ready for the 3.5 ton, or the modified class as we just call it now. And we're just taking the opportunity to fuel up here in the commentary box. So we just take this lull in proceedings to remind you to do follow our socials. The ETPC, we are all over the socials. Just check out ETPC, which stands for the European Tractorpulling Committee. Have a look on the Facebook and on the Instagram. And follow our socials for more information, not only when we're going live again, but all the information on pullers and teams and information of your home country's governing body, because as I explained earlier, the ETPC is the governing body for the European tractorpulling, but each country then has its own governing body, as you can see actually currently. The DTTO is the German governing body, and each one, the BTPA, the NTTO, so on and so forth. So find out more about pulling. If you're liking what you're seeing, have a look on the socials and check out a local event near you. And we'll be back shortly when we commence the modified class.
Ich hoffe, ihr habt so richtig Bock auf Tractorpulling. Ja, wir gehen noch ein bisschen durch die normale Stadtliste durch, da unten nochmal die ganzen Sponsoren. Und wir schauen mal den Rennschwachsfinale, 3,5 von Modified. Letzte Chance, nochmal irgendwas zu Sieg zu holen. Erster Starter Ivan, amtierender deutscher Meister der großen Klasse und über 45 Jahre Tractorpulling-Erfahrung. Martin Oschloss und sein Team.
Der absolute Wahnsinn. Danach haben wir zwei. Buddy Pit 2. Energy Power angesagt.
Der amtierende deutsche Meister.
Die deutsche Meister der Klasse.
Dann geht es weiter mit den ersten Doppelprüfer in Schuster Engington aus den Niederlanden.
Dann der absolute Zylinder und Sternmotor in Pumaran.
So we can see the replay on the stream of the amazing run from Giftworth there. I just had to jump in. I'm currently just trying to take 5, but that run just needed talking about, didn't it? Really nice run from Giftworth there. And you can see now on your stream here the sledge is now getting in the way of the camera angle for Iwan, and that means the sledge is coming back to the start line, ready for action for the modified class. This will be the highest horsepower class we have today. Yes, it will. We've got the minis coming on, Euro Cup minis and the Euro Cup light modifieds, but now we've got the national class, shall we call it, the Dutch. We're not in the Netherlands, we're in Germany. We've got the German Championship, but with some invited guests, and all those guests are actually Dutch, which that's what got me confused. So we've got a mix of German and Dutch tractors all mixed together, but it's for the Dutch Championship, and these are modified machines. So we've gone away from the hooded tractors. Again, if you're new to the sport, hello, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome. All the tractors you've seen previously have been looking like a tractor of some description, a hooded tractor. Now we move completely away from that, and these are the modified machines, where any engine, any combination of whatever you can get to run together, strap together, work together, as long as it fits within the limitations of the ETPC, you can pull in the class. So we've got a huge mix of turbines, V12s, V8s, what else? Transmarshes, all sorts of radial engines, Hemis, Chevys, anything you can get that will produce the horsepower and get in weight. Because all of these machines, as I said earlier, go over a weighbridge before we allow them to pull on the track, and they all have to weigh that magic 3.5 ton. That's with driver on board, fueled up, ready to go. So that's sometimes the battle with these machines. They can get the engines on, but they can't then make weight. So it's done like that to keep it a fair competition. And the first one we're going to see on the track is the German I1. 3 Isotoph turbines on board this machine. Often has been known to pull in the heavy modifieds. or the Unlimiteds. But finds its home better, I think, in the modified class. Slightly under horsepower in the bigger, heavier class. The 3 turbines fit perfectly in this class. Just takes a minute or two to get them started. You can see there's like a little donkey engine on a trolley sort of fastened to the front of the tractor. That is used to turn the turbines round. It blows air and turns the turbines round, and then they start injecting the fuel, and then that makes the turbine start, and then you can see one turbine's up and running, so they move the little donkey engine out of the way. Driver can now get the other 2 started. Takes the slack out of the chain, and we're ready for modified action here at the Füchtorf Arena in Germany. 3 turbines on the track. Here we go. Oh. Oh, what happened there? Did the driver back out?
Yeah, it came to an abrupt stop there. Thankfully, he is the test puller, so he does have the option to drop.
He does. We definitely don't have a kill switch activation. I can see the kill switch wire. The way it stopped, it's like he shut off the throttle that quick, but if we can get a replay and we can watch his right hand to see if he shut off, or was it a problem with the tractor? As you say, he is the test puller, so he does get the option to decline that pull and come back. But quite strange that. He was up and doing the business. He'd locked into the track, got a distance of 72.97. 72.97. Now, our German colleagues are asking him in German what happened, so we unfortunately won't be able to tell you that bit. But as we said, test puller, so he can come back. Strange though, quite strange. You don't often see that. So no doubt we'll still be in test puller proceedings.
And this is another German class, Tom, so potentially he could have another chance.
Oh yes, but there's more than 11 in the class now.
Good point, good point.
So currently Sledge team are having a right good look at the sledge. Next tractor has not been called. Here, let's watch the replay. Watch his right hand. Can we see? Can we see? No, he didn't back out of it. He kept that throttle wide open and only backed out of it when it came down. By the looks of it, we're only on a little screen here, ladies and gents, in our replay, but that's the vibe I got. You may be able to see better at home on your big tellies. So definitely a strange incident. Something, it wasn't a kill switch from the sledge. Maybe something internal electronics, or something made the turbines all decide that they were stopping. Now the next tractor has got engines from your neck of the woods, the Allisons from America.
Yes, the Allison aircraft engine.
That's right.
Now these are very popular back probably in the 70s and 80s, very, very popular in the United States. There's a few people still running them, but they're not as popular as they were.
Well, this tractor here, Money Pit, is from a team. They run 2 Money Pit machines, and they both, I think both started life in America.
With the Bollingers
Yes.
and their Money Pits?
Yes.
Okay, yep. Yeah, Bollinger Brothers, and now Steve's son Lane taking over the driving duties.
So this
mostly
is the
on Money Pit.
Money Pit 2. This has 2 Allisons on, and then we have the original Money Pit that has 1 Allison that we'll see pulling in the light modifieds later on this afternoon. So 2 V12 Allisons now taken to the track in a moment.
Very unique sound of the Allison aircraft engines. That's the cool thing about European modifieds, is the variety in the class. We've seen a turbine, we're seeing an Allison here. I'm sure we'll see some Hemis and some Chevys.
We will, yeah. So I'm just checking my notes, and these V12 Allison started life in the 1930s when they were first not these particular ones, but that's when they started to be built. And of course, putting the P51s over in America, weren't they?
I think part of the problem in the United States with them was it was difficulty finding parts to service them.
Yeah.
But I've heard there are certain parts of a international DT466 engine that you can use on an Allison.
Yeah, you know your stuff. So we've seen the I1 go first, the first one of our German competitors. This is the next one of our German competitors with the twin Allisons on. So he will definitely still be test puller, as we didn't get a good run, a solid pass, you want to call in American words, to test the sledge. And now we've got Money Pit, who can't get back up to the sledge either. It's very unusual to get tractors that don't back up first time, and we've had 3 or 4 already today. And especially with the V12s and the modified machines, they only really have a fuel tank that's enough to start the engine back to the sledge, run at full power for 10-15 seconds and then shut off. And then the fuel tank is near as damn it empty at the end. Because as I say, everything cares about weight. We care about weight so much. If they don't need to carry excess fuel, they won't. So having to back to the sledge more than once is a little bit like, come on, hurry up, be doing. We want to get the chain tight. We've got green flag at the finish line. We wait for the first flag lady to indicate she's happy, and there goes the green flag, and we're ready for action. Oh, we could have had it. Could have possibly jumped out of gear there or something in the rear end. It just felt a little bit at the end there that we'll see if he can back up. He come down hard at the end. Didn't really have the balance perfect. He was up high and then bounce on the up high and bounce. A distance of 83.54. 83.54. We shall see if what happens now when they're trying to lift him or move him. Might just be me overthinking it, but just the way it finished at the end just seemed very abrupt. Whether he shut off, driver doesn't look too concerned, so it might just have been me getting it wrong. I've been wrong once or twice before, you know. It's a rare occasion. Well, tyres are turning as he's being towed away, so I don't think there's anything wrong in the rear end. Maybe my commentator's intuition was wrong on this occasion. But again, as we've said, he was test puller, certainly would be test puller. So we will get the chance to come back a little later on in this class. Here we go, we can watch the replay and see if my old eyes are tricking me. Didn't just have the balance perfect up and down on the wheelie bars, up and down. Oh, I can't see the end. There we go. So we've seen our first set of V12 Allisons. We're now going to see our first set of V12 Griffins. The Griffins are Rolls-Royce UK made. The Allisons are American made. Now these pair of Griffins, with a couple of tractors here with pairs of Griffins on. First one is the Alligator from the Netherlands. So these Griffins were made for World War II. They were put into the Shackleton aircraft. And later on, a few went into Spitfires, I believe. That was just right towards the end of the war. But if you've not witnessed these machines live in action, the V12 Allisons, but particularly the Griffins, they have that distinctive sound and the roar. And they'll make your legs shake when you hear live at trackside. Each one of these Griffins producing possibly in the region of 3,000, just over 3,000 horsepower each. So you've got 6,000 horsepower sat on track. And this is the first one of our Dutch guest pullers here in Germany. Pull against the German Championship. And it's the alligator, this one's called.
So I have not experienced a griffin in person before, and our Dutch colleagues over here, they keep telling me, you got to hear this. You have to hear this. Showing goosebumps in the whole bit. So
Yeah, we are very lucky here in Europe. Lots of V12 griffins. We have some in the UK that perform regularly, so I'm a bit spoiled, you could say.
yes, I'm looking forward to seeing the radial engines too. One of my friends from college is a huge radial engine guy, and
yeah, well, we'll see him a little later on. The Boomerang will be the next one on. But in the meantime, it's time for the alligator from the Netherlands, 2 V12 griffins. Here we go.
wow.
And another one that had to back out of it.
That is a great sound. Was off to a great start there, and then, man, we just had a rough start to our modified class
Yeah,
here.
we have. Yeah, you're right.
81-89.
Again, not sure he was drifting off to the right-hand side as we look down the track, whether the driver just backed out of it ever so slightly. The problem with the Griffins and the Allisons is it's the RPM range. The V8s can sing and you can make them sing and get up the RPMs. The V12s, it's a very narrower RPM gauge. And as soon as you drop below that magic RPM, everything sort of fades away, shall we say. The supercharger decides it doesn't want to play ball. So as soon as the RPMs on the Griffin drop, it affects them much, much more than some of the other machines. But again, we're not entirely sure if Sled was set or not, so we'll have to wait and see which one of those three that we've just seen will come back or not.
Yeah, again, we want to say thank you to everyone who's watching around the world. I know I just got some texts from my friends.
From America.
Yeah, back home in Michigan, my friends are watching, and you know, it's just great that everyone is able to tune into a poll. You know, no matter where you're at in the world, you can tune in for free and watch it.
Yes, definitely.
And it's amazing the network of friends and people you meet from around the world involved in the sport of pulling.
Definitely, 100%. So yeah, not quite a sold-out arena here in Germany, but tomorrow they fill it to the rafters. And we're here in a sunny spring afternoon in the Füchtorf Pulling Arena in Germany. We're coming alive all over Europe and all over the world by the sounds of it.
Yes.
Our friends in America, thank you for joining us.
And we have friends here live too. Frank Richardson is here from your country, the UK.
Frank and Tex, yeah. So yeah, as we keep saying, this is the first of a series now of the ETPC live streaming. So we're going to stream every single Euro Cup event throughout Europe for free on YouTube. So do make sure you subscribe to the channel and you ring the little bell, as they say, and then you get notifications when we go live next time, which will be in 2 weeks' time in Scorton. Well, obviously we're going live tomorrow for tomorrow's event, but also next week in 2 weeks' time for the Scorton event. And then you can check out the full calendar on tractorpulling.com, which is the ETPC's website. Head to www.tractorpulling.com, and on there you'll find the full calendar, the full date series for all of the Euro Cups that you can come along to, or watch live, or both.
Yes, so this next tractor is the Boomerang.
Yes,
has a Curtis Wright radial engine in it.
It does.
And I was getting a message from our friend Rudy Lindhorst from the Netherlands. He's on the track taking pictures, but he sent me a text and was like, hey, pay attention to these. They're unlike anything else. You know, the radials, the Griffins, the Allisons, all these things, you know, they're so, if we have them in the U.S., they're very, very rare. And so to get the opportunity and the experience to listen to them here and watch them go down the track live is really amazing. And you can watch it all over the world thanks to the joy of streaming, thanks to ETPC.
And another one that struggles. We haven't seen a good run yet in this modified class.
No, no.
Das läuft gut bei uns. Man könnte sagen, gar nicht bis jetzt.
But again, as we said a little earlier, this is the inaugural first real good pull of the season, shall we say. A lot of these tractors, this is the first time they've hooked to the sled since they've been doing winter work. So we may find a few teething problems with some of these machines while they get them dialed in after the winter work. Disappointing 45 and 90. 45 and 90 for the Boomerang. Now, as we said a little earlier, everybody, if there is less than 11 in the class, gets 2 chances. But because it's a mix, I'm not sure whether we'll get 2 chances or not for the German competitors, because there isn't 12, 11 Germans. So we'll see. We'll see if we see these tractors that have struggled, the German ones, come back or not.
Aus den Niederlanden, vielleicht ist er der Erste, der über die volle Distanz geht und uns einen Full zeigt. Boomerang ist abgestellt.
So we just get the Boomerang out of the way. Look at the lovely radial engine there on the screen. Another radial in the light modified is the Herbie. They're not here this weekend with us. They were pulling yesterday. Got some new tyres on board of the Herbie machine. We saw them pull yesterday at a local Dutch pull. Had a test run. That was some nice videos we saw of them running. So there are quite a few radials in Europe, which is nice. We're spoilt again.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Yeah, it's one thing sort of European modified pulling is proud of is our variety.
Absolutely.
And long may it continue, if you ask me.
Now, the theory of a radial engine, they're very efficient, and they create a lot of power very efficiently, but it just seems like for mass production, they haven't been able to get them, you know, the technology figured out, or the consistency or the reliability to mass produce them for, you know, cars and trucks, things like that. So you look at all they used radial engines in snowmobiles back in the day.
Yeah.
John Deere did a lot of experimentation with radial engine, I want to say back in like the 70s and 80s. So
the next one to the line will be the Whispering Giant, the Argus Oil Whispering Giant. This is one of the top modifieds and top unlimited modifieds in the Netherlands. They have 3 turbines on board when they're in the modified class, and 4 on board when they pull tomorrow. They'll be pulling in the unlimited. Isotop turbines.
So is that a European brand of turbine?
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because most of them that I've heard of in the U.S. are Lycoming turbines.
Yeah, no, Isotop. I think it's a Russian turbine. I think.
Okay.
Testing my knowledge now.
Yeah, turbines. There's a few people still running them in the United States. Bargy still run them. Walsh still run them. But they're not as popular as they were for a while.
No, the Whispering Giant team, you run them with a French team that runs 2 tractors with 4 on each. They're still a popular machine of the turbines, and on their day, can really mix it up at the top. We often find turbine tractors need a slightly different track than the piston-driven engines, because it's sort of all or nothing with a turbine. Once they hit the loud pedal, once they hit the throttle, all the energy hits the wheels really, really quickly.
Yes, yes.
Whereas a naturally aspirated machine, a piston-driven machine, they can feed it in more gently, which enables them to get away from the line sometimes a bit better. Sometimes we call it a turbine track, sometimes it's not. Just depends on. But the Argus Oil Whispering Giant team have been around for a long, long time running these machines, so they're no stranger to turbines and no stranger to pulling here at the Füchtorf Arena.
And being very successful.
Very successful. Multiple Dutch champion and European champion, I believe. Oh, here we go. Let's see what they can do. Oh, there's our first full pull in the modified class.
Yes. Finally, we got a good pass. It was smooth. You know, as soon as he took off, you could tell that was going places, unless something happened like it did on several earlier tractors.
Yeah, indeed. Really good run.
121 and 46 on that full pull.
Okay, wir haben gesehen, es funktioniert. Wir haben gesehen, es geht. Dementsprechend Szenenapplaus. Der Motor ist abgestellt beim Raspberry Giant. Einen riesen Applaus. Full Pull.
So full pull confirmed, of course, from the measuring tower. And we'll bring on the next one, which is one of our German competitors, I believe.
The Schluckspecht.
Yeah, good luck. I was letting you say that.
I took a semester in college. You know, I live in a very German community. I'll give it a shot.
Nice one.
Also das ist lange her. So lange sind sie schon beim Pulling-Sport dabei. Sie sind ja oben an der See zu Hause in Egmont. Auch da gibt es ja einen Pull.
Now this machine on paper is slightly under horsepower compared to the Whispering Giant we've just seen.
Schluckspecht ist der nächste, der sich startbereit macht. Stefan Heul mit seinem umgebauten russischen Motor auf Methanol-Antrieb.
You know, Tom, you could tell these people standing in front of us in the grandstands are not rookies. They brought their own S-hooks to hang their backpacks and their other bags on them.
They knew what they were doing.
Yes. You have to love the commitment of fans that get here early to get those good seats, and any fan that comes out, you love that. But just the German fans have really shown up here. As the day goes on, that big new grandstand or the new parts of it are filling in over there too.
Exactly, yeah, getting fuller and fuller.
Do you know, are those first come, first serve, or are those reserve seating?
No, reserve seating
Okay.
For the grandstand. So this is a Transmarch machine we've got now coming to the line. These are taken out of tanks.
Okay.
The engines. Would originally be running on diesel. No, just the one. Just one Transmarch. Originally be running on diesel. This one's been converted to run on methanol fuel. We do see some of these Transmarch machines in a light modified class as well. Got one coming a little later on in the Euro Cup.
Looks like the Schluckspecht team is going to move that just a little bit to the right-hand side. Most of the competitors all day long have been running right down the middle of this track.
Yeah, they have. So we've seen the Whispering Giant get out the far end in fine style. Past that 100 meters and then some, but the previous 4 or 5 men had really struggled. So let's see what the man from Germany can do with his V12 Transmarch. Oh, way up! Come on then, let's do it. a lovely run for him. Like I say, probably a little bit under horsepowered compared to some of the other men in this class. But got it away from the line after a little cough and a splutter. But if we watch the replay, here he goes, leaves the line, and straight away that front end wants to pick up. Locked into the track as it powers the nose into the air look, but he was fighting on that brake as he was drifting off to the right-hand side as we look down the track. On the independent brake there to pull it into back onto the track. But a very respectable 73 and 43. 73-43.
That's
nice, nice run.
Yes, definitely an interesting spot for the seat and the roll cage on that tractor.
Yeah,
See how far forward it is in
really
front of the
forward, yeah.
front of the fenders.
Und ja, also ich finde, das ist beeindruckend in dieser Klasse, 73,43 Meter. Da kannst du dich doch mit sehen lassen, das war super. Für die Leichtbody-Fights hoffen wir mal, dass alles heilig geblieben ist, dass sie da wiederkommen können dann, oder? Zumindest erfahren. Das wird auch schwer hoffen. Habt noch einen riesen Applaus hier für Stefan Heul, Schlucki und sein Team.
Yeah, they seem very happy with that run.
Yep, and rightly so.
Schauen wir mal, ob er wiederkommt. Wir drücken die Daumen, Stefan, geiler Auftritt auf jeden Fall. Der Motor läuft auf den ersten.
And lovely artwork on the fender of the little duck.
Aber er sagt zu wenig Schuh.
Yeah, very pleased with that run, that team.
Ich fand auch, es war echt, hab mich jetzt gewundert, weil ich dachte, er wäre total zufrieden damit. Aber jetzt langsam ist er auch so ein bisschen vermögend.
Next team up will be from the Netherlands, Uncle Duck.
Yeah, this will be our first V8 of the day. 3 V8 Hemis now on the next one.
871 blowers on these.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, they could be 1471s. I think they could be 1471s.
Sie haben unheimlich viele Fans in Deutschland, allein dadurch gewonnen. Einfach total normale Leute, die einfach immer gute Laune haben, denen kannst du einfach.
So originally this machine just had 2 Hemis on when it was first made and pulled in the light modified class, but decided to just bolt a third one on, and now pulls in the modified class in the Netherlands. Track's is based very near the Putten event, the event in the Netherlands, Putten Beach Bull, the indoor Putten Bull. These teams are from very locally near that event.
Yeah, as Tom talked about before, there is a lot of pulling in Europe and around the world, but check out the ETPC website. That's where you can access the free streams all season long. Every Euro Cup event will be free live stream. And then you can also look and link to events closer to you in your own country and across Europe.
Und ich sage euch, es wird laut in der Arena. Es wird das erste Mal so richtig laut. Ein kleiner Vorgeschmack.
Putting some fresh chalk over on that left-hand chalk line.
Yep.
Thankfully, we haven't seen anybody go over there. But
no, that last tractor was quite close, but didn't go over the white line. But the sledge, outer sledge fins, shall we call them, the mud guards, perhaps just scrubbed off the chalk a little bit. So the sledge is allowed to pass the white line. Doesn't matter where the sledge goes. But if any part of the tractor touches or crosses the white line, then that is instant disqualification for that tractor. So the noise levels are going to increase here in the arena. We've seen the V12s rocking the place. Now we're going to see the V8s scream down the place. The V12s rock and the V8s scream.
Leading distance is that full pull by the Whispering Giant. Really, really good pass for the Whispering Giant team.
Let's see what the 3 Hemis can do now. 2 engines are definitely running. We can see, you can't see, but we can see from where we are. We're just, you can hear the noise of the Hemis. I'm sure you guys can too. Struggling to get a gear perhaps. They're running. All the engines are running now, but you see the mechanics still just running around a little bit as they try to get them started, / get the tractor in gear. Oh, and they've stopped the engines there.
Team found something they don't like. Starting like flagwoman, going to check on the situation.
So as we said it before, they're allowed 3 minutes from the time that they are called to the sledge. The first flag lady calls them to the sledge, and they've got 3 minutes to get to the sledge and put the chain tight before the timer runs out. But they are allowed to request if they have a technical problem and the head track marshal or the flag lady there agrees and goes, yes, you have got a technical problem, you're not trying to pull the wool over our eyes, to, if they haven't got to the sled, shall we say, and they can drop 6 places. So I would hazard a guess that that is what has happened. They've asked permission to drop 6 places in the class. As they hadn't got to the sledge, hadn't tightened the chain, they have a technical problem. In theory, they're allowed to ask to do that. And the Uncle Duck team are no strangers to pulling. They know the rule book just as well as I do. And I guess that's what they'll have asked to happen, just to give them 6 more tractors to have a look, see if there's something simple they can find. Whether it was wouldn't go in gear, we couldn't quite tell if all 3 Hemis were running. There was definitely 2. But whether all 3 or they couldn't get the top one running, or whether it was they couldn't get it in gear, they seem to be rocking the tractor. But the little towback tractor is now moving Uncle Duck out of the way. Hopefully they're going to put it somewhere in the pit area so they can work on it. And in the meantime, we bring on the next one. He was our first test puller, and that was the I1. Again, turbines. Again, the same sort of setup as the Whispering Giant, although Whispering Giant can convert to have 3 or 4 on. I1 constantly lives with 3 turbines on. And we saw him just come to a grinding stop around the 70-meter mark, as if he just let off the throttle or as if it was a kill switch, but neither of those 2 happened, so we presumed it would have been an electrical issue on the tractor. But again, the team have had 6 tractors time to look and see if they can work out the problem. And as we explained a little earlier, they have a little engine that clicks to the front of the tractor that helps it move around the pit area, and then they use that engine to start the turbines. The smell of avgas is in the air here in the Füchtorf Arena as we get 2 green flags, and we're away. And that's our second full pull.
Second turbine to make a full pull.
Correct. Looks like they've solved the issue that they had.
Zweiter Turbinenschlepper über die 100 Meter und damit fürs Finale qualifiziert.
So good strong run from I1. Forces a pull off really, because we didn't have one until we get 2 full pulls. Forces a pull off with the Whispering Giant machine.
Ja, ein Wackelkontakt in der Zündung. Das war das Problem. Ein kleiner Wackelkontakt in der Zündung. Und damit sind wir wieder gestorben. Und damit konnte er erst noch nicht die Performance.
So the German fans will now start to get loud. So yes, as I said, the German fans now start to get loud because it's time for the home favourite. We are in their backyard, as they say.
Literally.
Literally, we can see their building where the tractor gets worked on all year round. Well, it's time for the Green Monster. Now they have the Green Monster team have 3 tractors. They have the Green Fighter, which is the one that with 3 Allisons on that runs in the heavy modified. We'll see that tomorrow. We have the Green Monster Stage 5. That is the stair step Allison. That runs in the modified class. Then we have the Green Monster Mitas edition. And that is a pair of side-by-side Allisons that runs in the light modified. So 3 tractors here, 2 of which will be performing today and one tomorrow. But a lot of the fans here in the Füchtorf arena are the fans of the home favourite, of course. So the level starts to increase. The flags are starting to fly. The commentators are revving everybody up.
Yes, a lot of Green Monster gear here in the crowd as well. Hats, shirts, hoodies.
They've done well with their merch sales, I think, of the Green Monster team. And we're only halfway through the first day.
Yes. Green Monster flags, like you say, are flying.
So again, we've seen an Allison powered machine with the I1 already. Sorry, the money pit already. Now we see a stair step Allison. Very similar setup to the money pit with a stair step. These have got slightly different chargers on them. These have got pro chargers on them. Homemade, very much. And the Green Monster team are renowned for working on Allison engines. If you want Allison to go well, go and see the Green Monster team.
Yeah, the class sponsored Green Monster. Class very involved with the track equipment here. I don't know, folks, if you can hear it, but they're playing We Will Rock You. The crowd is rocking. Fans are coming to their feet.
So they've got it all to do, though. We've seen the 2 turbo machines go past that checkered flag. Can the Allison-powered home favourite, shall we say?
Yes, definitely.
Do the same and get himself in the pull-off with the turbine men.
Man, this is an amazing sight, seeing them pull on their home turf.
We are about to find out. Have all the winter works done them proud. We get 2 green flags down the track. We're ready to go. And that's a full pull for the Monster.
That was just pure power there. I mean, I wasn't sure if they were going to make it at about 80, 85 meters.
I was thinking the same. The box is topped and he might just get him here.
No, but he just kept going.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how it is in Europe, but in the United States, we always say the hardest place to win is your hometown pull.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Absolutely, 100%. But a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower for the Allison-powered Green Monster.
Joins the 2 turbines in the pull-off.
And we've got 1, 2, 4, 5 perhaps left to run, depending on what happens with Uncle Duck. And I do believe there's a super stock going to tag on the end of this class as a test pass ready for tomorrow's Super Stock Euro Cup. But we'll see what happens.
Looks like Aero Caning will be up next. From right here in Germany.
Beim Heimspiel, der erste Auftritt ist schon mal richtig gut gelaufen. Sie sind im Finale mit dabei und wer weiß, was da drin ist. Also, die Lokalmatadoren sind da. 115 Meter, eine mega Football hier zum Auftakt des Monster-Teams am heutigen Samstag. Das ist schon mal richtig gut. Darauf können wir aufbauen.
So you can see the Uncle Duck team still working on the tractor there on your stream if the roller moves out of the way. And we can see the next turbine tractor lined up ready to go as well. As the Monster team take their applause from the fans here in front of us. The next turbine machine to try their luck here in Germany gets themselves lined up.
Yeah, seeing that in person, that's top-notch craftsmanship and
You're getting
just a
spoiled
beautiful.
today, aren't you?
I am.
Eine Wahnsinnsauftritt.
You know, it's one thing to see the live streams, which are great, and look at pictures and hear about it, but to see it and feel it is amazing.
Absolutely.
To everyone watching, if you have the chance to check this out, I highly recommend it. I mean, this is amazing. So it looks like the Aerocanik team is a 4-turbine tractor?
Yeah, but potentially they'll only have 3 running.
Okay.
This machine runs in the bigger heavy modified class.
Okay.
And in the modified class. So because turbines are so light, they can make weight even having the extra turbine on. I'm fairly confident only 3 turbines will be running.
Okay.
What they used to do is they used to put like a little sticker or a board over the turbine that wasn't running so we could see. But yeah, so we work on strict limits in the ETPC. If you're really interested, you can again go to tractorpulling.com, and in the tech and safety section of the website there is all the rule books. If you're watching this thinking that is it, I want to build one of these,
yes,
then the rule books are all there on the internet for you to see, and the limits are there, and it works on a point system. So the modified class, let's say for instance, is allowed 50 points, and each turbine is 15 points. You can only have 3 in the class. Blah, 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 blah. So it all works on a point system, and every engine you can dream of that you might want to put into a tractor puller is given a point system in the rule book, and depending on how many points each engine has depends on how many you can bolt together with your in your tractor, depending on what class you're running in. But also it really gets complicated because with the V8s there's different overdrive limits, there's different size superchargers, and that all changes as well depending on, you can have 3 V8s if you don't have the bigger blower, and you must have a smaller overdrive limit. So yeah, it's quite complex. If you're really into that, yeah, I recommend you go to tractorpulling.com, which is our governing body's website, and you can check out all the PDFs and geek out to your heart's content with the rules and regulations as to what engines are allowed to compete against each other.
Yes, and I looked at some of that stuff before I came over here, Tom, and then last night you and I had that discussion and you explained it in more detail. It made a lot more sense, so thank you. So because there are so many combinations in these classes.
There's so many, and again, ETPC do a really good job on the Tech and Safety Board and constantly looking at how the engines are developing and trying to keep it a fair competition.
Yes.
You know, the guys that are working on the V12s, they can't go to a shop and buy any parts, they have to manufacture them all themselves. Whereas the V8 guys, you know, parts are a bit more available. So it's a really good thing that the ETPC do to keep it a fair competition between 3 turbines versus 2 Griffins versus 2 Allisons versus 3 Hemis versus 4 Chevys, whatever it may be.
And you guys have done a great job over here of keeping them all still running, these various combinations, and making them competitive. So
next to the track, here we go, the 3 turbine machine that we've just been talking about. Let's see what he can do. All scratching, digging out that last 5 meters or so, but looks like he's done it. Yeah, full pull confirmed. Not just as sure-footed, shall we say, as the first few full pulls.
Yes.
It was touch and go at 80 meters whether he'd get out the far end, but he did. That's all that matters.
Yeah, these last couple of tractors, they've just, I would say, gutted it out the end. You know, not a lot of ground, maybe not a lot of ground speed, not a lot of RPMs. They didn't look like they were maybe hooked up the best, but got the job done to get into the pull-off and have an opportunity to win here. 104.50, the official distance. Not that it matters, over 100 meters.
Was ist da denn los? Ab 60 Meter habe ich schon gesagt, jawohl, das läuft.
So they've dug 2 big holes at the finish line there, and you can see that little cat machine with a fancy blade that they've made. We're going to fill in the holes that the turbine machine left.
So that makes 3 turbines out of the 4 tractors in our pull-off.
Indeed it does. Looks like they did set the sledge after I1 because we haven't seen Money Pit or Alligator come back, because they would have come back by now after I1 came back. We would have seen Money Pit and Alligator. So as you say, 3 turbines and Allison power in the pull-off so far, but we've still got the Judge, which is a V12 Griffin machine, another Griffin you're going to be get to see.
There's
And
a lot of Judge fans here. You know, people walking by pointing out Judge stuff. I see a Judge shirt hanging on the fence over there.
Yeah. They're easy to spot because the Judge's colours are orange. So you can spot a Judge fan a long way away because they're wearing bright orange.
So I've been told to wear orange on Monday for King's Day in the Netherlands.
It's King's Day on Monday in the Netherlands, yes.
I've also been accused because I wear a lot of orange. You know, I announced Chapel Hill, Tennessee, Lions Super Bowl of the South, colors are orange. And then when I go to California, it's been Halloween. And my friends out there, they're like, you look like a traffic cone. And I'm like, what? You wear a lot of orange. And I'm like, I didn't realize I did that.
So yeah, we can see now the V12 machine from the Judge team starting up in the pits. Again, this is their first run of the season. They're quite good on the social media of the Judge team. They share a lot of videos and a lot of information about what they're doing and the changes they've done. It's all in Dutch though, so you can't, you can look at the pictures.
Google Translate, would that help?
Google Translate is your friend there, yeah. But yeah, it's been in complete pieces, as does most of the modified machines. Most of every tractor pulling team have had their tractor in pieces over the winter months. And as I said earlier, these Griffins probably pushing on the door of 3,000 horsepower each. They are running on avgas, which is the fuel they would be when they were in the aeroplane, in the Shackleton, in the Spitfires. We do have some Griffins that run on methanol fuel. So these ones in modified class are only allowed to run avgas fuel. Again, the point system. If you run them on methanol, in theory, they can make more horsepower.
What is that fuel called?
Avgas.
Okay.
Aviation fuel.
Okay.
The fuel that when it was in the air, in the aeroplane, that's the fuel they put in it. So again, you're going to be experiencing the V12 power. It's going to hit you in the chest.
Ready?
Are we ready? 2 green flags, let's go. That's the V12s out the far end. So we've got turbines, we've got Allisons, and we've got Griffins in the pull-off. A mean old slug though. That German sledge has set a bit mean. Around they get to 80 meters, and they're working hard all the way from 70, 80 meters, dragging that sledge. It's a bit mean on them.
Yes, we do have some fluid at about the 40-meter mark. Not sure exactly what that is, but I don't see the fire department down there. The tech crews don't seem too concerned about it. So, but like you say, as we're watching it at the 80-meter mark, you're thinking, I don't think they're going to make it. And they're just getting it out the end, getting the job done.
Yep. So the Judge team from the Netherlands will be happy. The old English engines doing the Dutchmen proud, I say.
So we have 2 Dutch teams and 2 German teams in the pull-off right now.
Yes, indeed. And as the Dutch bounce donkey music takes over in the stadium, this song's about ice cream.
Really?
Yeah, it's about ice cream. Only the Dutch can make a bouncy song that everybody knows that basically sings about ice cream. But we love it. So we've still got Uncle Doug sat there at the start line. You can't see it on the stream, but we can see him sat there. They're not feverishly running around the tractor anymore, so that either indicates that they fixed it and they're ready, or they know they can't fix it. And then sat next door to Uncle Duck is the Hurricane machine, which is a super stock machine, because I believe we're going to see the super stock hook on the end of the modified class. Again, not for points, again, just a demo run. The super stocks are in the Euro Cup tomorrow afternoon. So they have asked special permission from the promoter here in Germany if they can tag on the end of the modified class to do some testings that they've done over the winter. So as the Dutch fans go crazy for the judge team, we can see them opposite us.
See the Rolls-Royce Griffin banner over there too.
Yeah, we can.
Der Wahnsinn, der absolute Wahnsinn hier in der Arena. Vielen, vielen Dank. Junge, Junge, Junge. Ich liebe ihn. Ich liebe ihn.
Das ist aber auch einfach Wahnsinn, vor allem wenn du so richtig am Abend bist. Du spürst ihn im ganzen Körper, Bahn und Wein. Und das alles bebt und vibriert.
Okay, here comes that super stock.
Yeah, maybe they are giving Uncle Duck as long as possible. Again, it's Uncle Duck won't be pulling for the points championship here in the Netherlands, in the Germany. So he's just a demo run intertwined with the German championship. So they've perhaps just given Uncle Duck an extra tractor's time just to see if he can get fixed. And as we said, at the end of the modified class now, we're going to see the Hurricane machine. And again, a famous super stock machine, this Hurricane machine, has been around the sport of pulling for forever. Basically, as long as anybody can remember, the Hurricane team have been going. This is their current edition, another Fent, as you said earlier.
I was going to say a Fent, yes.
And another Fent, this is their current edition. And I have had some really good success with it over the past good few seasons.
Speaking of a Fent on the track, there's actually a Fent farm tractor with a field cultivator going by right now. Guys, you better go park that and get over to the pole.
Yeah, indeed. So, as I said, the Hurricane team asked special permission if they could run a test hook. So we see them on the but currently you're looking at us, I think. Hello everybody. I think as you're talking to our German colleagues are talking to
oh, and we butted into that conversation and into that screen.
It's okay. ...25-30 meter mark. Here we go, here's the replay. So watch the replay now. He's full RPM, full throttle now. And just there, look, it starts to come up and sort of locking into the track. And all of a sudden, the RPMs went through the roof. There, where that puff of white smoke came out, and he shook the tractor back as soon as he saw that the RPMs were going up. The driver shut the throttle off. Now that may have been, it won't have been on purpose. There's no doubt about that. On purpose that he shut off, but the RPM's increasing certainly wasn't on purpose. But it's given them some good data, hopefully for tomorrow. That was all they want, probably some data.
As it becomes later in the morning in the U.S., I'm getting more text messages. Pennsylvania and Illinois are checking in now.
What time is it in the good old US of A?
Let's see. Back home it is 8:50 a.m., so almost 9 o'clock.
Right. So they've all got
in the east.
Sat up having the breakfast, having the cornflakes, watching a bit of pulling.
That's right. That's right.
So in theory, that concludes the class. Although there is one more on the list, and we have got Uncle Duck. So let's see what happens. Again, I keep saying to you, we haven't got communication down to trackside when we're not doing ETPC classes, but when we do, I've got live link to Pascal, Mario, and the team, who are our track marshals down there, who will be able to feed us information, which will be good. But we are now. So we are now. Ah, yes. So we are just learning how to say this tractor's name. Yeah, this is the last modified that we're scheduled to have on.
Yes, this is the W team.
Okay.
The W18 motor. And I heard about this last night, and our friend Tommy from Germany's helping me with the details on this one.
So they are now taking me to the line. They're going to be started on the line. It looks, again, you can't see, you're looking at us as we're geeking out on engines here.
Like a W.
Yeah, it's a W engine, yes.
Yes, it's a Franchitti motor from Italy, and it's shaped like a W.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it 18 cylinders or 18?
18 cylinders.
Okay. 18-cylinder engine.
There you go. Finding it all out up here, look. All the gear, no idea. That's what we are. Well, tractors bursting into life. Again, you're looking at us as our German colleagues are interviewing Paul.
This is the Hubraum. 57.
And we can see, oh, there you go. You're now seeing what we're seeing.
Okay.
57,25 Liter.
So, yeah. And we're up and running now. Go on then, what have we found out?
Yeah, so it's a W-shaped engine, W18.
Nice.
18 cylinders. I like the look of this. I mean, look at that paintwork and even the gold wheels.
The gold rims look cool, don't they?
Yeah.
They have struggled to get it to start. This is their third attempt at starting it. But they're taking the slack out of the chain. We're about to get a green flag, so it looks like we're about to rock and roll here. Oh, he's not got his neck brace on. Come on, what are you doing? Hurry up. Time's ticking on.
That 3-minute clock is ticking.
Well, he's tightening the chain now, so let's not debate. Here we go. 2 green flags. Oh my goodness. I thought it was going to absolutely roar then at first, did you?
Yes, yes.
It made all the right noises for a couple of meters, lots of RPMs, and then it looked like the donkey died. So we're still waiting now to see what's happening with Uncle Duck. There is a tractor now parked in front of Uncle Duck. Maybe they're going to tow him to the line, because they haven't moved him out of the way as if he's kaput and can't compete. But there is now a towback tractor in front of Uncle Duck.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, well, maybe...
Unless they're going to pull it to start it.
They may tow him to the line and then start the tractor. He perhaps can't get a gear, and maybe, I don't know, we'll see, we'll see.
Let's hope Uncle Duck can make a run.
Yeah, we're fifth guessing this now, aren't we? But in the meantime, the amazing V18 motored powered machine certainly looks about, like you say, them gold wheels are something different.
Yes.
Not seen that before.
I noticed in our earlier classes, the sport class and the limited super stock saw a lot more black wheels too.
Yeah, yeah.
I like those.
It's the stealth mode.
That's right.
Stealth mode. So as the sledge goes back to the start line, now the next class on after this is the mini sledge, so that sled would be backing completely out the way if we weren't going to see another tractor hook to it.
Yeah, so this is our last German German class, and then we're going to move to our Euro Cup classes for the afternoon.
Indeed. So yeah, as we guessed, look, can we see on the what's happening? Yes, you can see. Uncle Duck is being towed to the start line, which can be allowed when you have a technical problem. Normally the rules state you must propel yourself to the sledge and back up to the sledge before your run, and you must pull away from the sledge after your run. That's the rule book. And if you're unable to do that, potentially your pull will be discounted. But in the case of a technical problem, you can ask permission from the track team, and if the track team believe you and they say you're not telling fibs, then you can be allowed to be towed to the sledge. Often we do that with new first-time drivers. If it's the first time they're sat on the seat, they get towed to the sledge rather than, you know, the nerves of having to back to the sledge.
Yes, yes. Well, and they do that sometimes in the U.S. if they're worried about time. They'll pull everybody there and back them up to save time
save a bit of
sometimes.
time. But Uncle Duck's now being fired up on the start line, which gives you a good chance to see how they do it. The remote starter clamped to the front of the first engine. It's then started, the first engine. Now they'll pull a big handle at the back. Oh no, they'll put the starter on the second engine. Turn it over. There, that's the second engine now running. And then they'll work round to the third engine. Some of them start them with the clutch, some of them put the starter on each engine.
That's what I was just going to say. Some of them have a rod or something to, once one starts and it starts
Yeah,
the
they
next
engage
one.
the clutch and force the clutch in on the other one, then they turn and start. Some teams prefer to start them all independently. Just personal preference, I believe. But there, that's all three Hemis now running. And I think it was a gear issue. I think he couldn't get in a gear. So I guess they towed him to the sledge, hoping that now he's there, he'll get it into gear. And he only needs one gear, and that's forward.
That's right.
And he's
And
in
he's
gear
got it.
now, so there we go. The Seaside Affair guys giving him a hand. Let's see what the Uncle Duck
Members are out of the way.
can
Green flags
do.
are out.
Oh, worth the wait. Definitely worth the wait there.
What a pass by Uncle Duck.
Those three Hemis were screaming and got out the far end. I watched the replay. Powers a nose into the air, doing the business look all the way down. Just a nice balance. Got a bit of an up or down, bit of a not a picture perfect run, but absolutely good enough to fire at the far end here in Füchtorf Arena.
Did what he needed to do there. Made the pull off. And
now hopefully they can, this gearing issue doesn't cause them any further problems. It's perhaps just, again, that this will be its first run this season. Could just be a clutch issue.
yes.
As we said earlier with the other tractors, they all run a centrifugal clutch. There's no clutch pedal on the modified machines. There's just two pedals, one for your left brake and one for your right brake. And then they all run on a hand throttle. So they push forward with their right hand, and that engages the throttle. The more you push forward, the more RPMs you get. But they work on a centrifugal clutch. So the clutch is a fancy clutch that's got weights built into it. And as you increase the RPMs, the weights throw out, shall we say, which then locks the clutch in place. So as you increase the RPMs, the clutch just clicks in. But sometimes when you build your clutch back up, and it's not just, the spacing's not just quite right with your spacers, it means that the clutch is trying ever so slightly to engage but not engaging, and it means you can't get the gear in and out or forward or reverse. So my guess is that's perhaps the problem. In the winter, changing the clutch setup just needs a little bit of a tweak.
Yes.
And that's probably what they were doing, because a lot of the modified pullers in the bell housing, they have a hatch or a hole that they can
Yes.
open, but it's
Yes.
very time consuming because it's got
Yes,
to be
you have to turn the motor over
Yeah.
and then check it 6 or 8 different places on the clutch.
Yes, indeed. So yeah,
Yes,
and
I
also
just
the little plate takes forever to get in because there's like 8 bolts holding it down, and they're all high tensile,
Yes.
super duper bolts. So yeah, so my guess is that's what they've been doing.
on the corner of the bell housing, you take the bolts out and then you turn the motor over and then you measure it
Don't
and
lose
then
the
you
bolts.
adjust it.
Don't lose the bolts, whatever you're doing.
Oh my gosh, no, do not lose the bolts.
It's like we've been there and done that once before. Right, so that concludes the first round of pulling. Yes, it does for the modified class. We've seen everybody that was going to tag on the end. That was Hurricane in the midst of it. We've seen Uncle Duck drop as many places as he could. Again, the Dutch tractors are not pulling for points here. So officially Uncle Duck could only drop 6 places. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which he did actually, funnily enough, he did drop 6. But they could have given him a bit more time. As we're not pulling for points, it's more for the show. But now we'll see them all lined up ready for the pull-off. And we're going to start with, and again, as I said earlier, we start in the order that they qualified, not the running order. So we'll start with the Whispering Giant. He was the first one to get past that magical checkered flag. And the Whispering Giant will be our first one in the pull-off. Currently, you can see on the stream, the sledge is not parked on the start line. There's nothing there. That's because it's just off to the back, to the side, to the right-hand side as you're looking at the stream. And currently there's a 360 machine just loading up some extra weight into the box to increase the downward pressure on the pan when the box tops, to try and stop these modified machines before they get past that mythical 110 meter mark. And now it's getting busy in the pit area, in the closed pits. We can see the light modifieds and the mini modifieds all getting into position, ready for Eurocup action, which happens after this pull-off.
You know, talking about being back to the sled, several years ago in Bowling Green, Ohio, at the National Tractor Pulling Championships, the Blagrave family, who they were in Mata with the red horse out of Texas.
Yep.
They were in Mata last year. The Blagraves, they had I think they broke a tie rod. Their steering was broken, so they couldn't steer the tractor. So what they did is they lifted up the front, they backed it to the sled, and because as you're going down the track, you steer it with the brakes, they made a pass and actually won the pole with broken steering. Came back and won the pole with broken steering. So that's just and again, with permission, you can be back to the sled like that, and it really does help, as you said, for a new competitor maybe, if they're just getting used to it, or, to save time, sometimes they'll try that as well.
So if you've just joined us, tuning in ready for the Eurocup action, we've just got the modified pull-off of the German Championship with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the pull-off to come. Then we will have Eurocup action, which will start with the mini modifieds, then we'll have the light modifieds. But again, if you've just joined us, they are a double header event. So a double header event is a new concept that was brought in a few years ago, which means that it's double points. So the tractors come to an event, they pull twice, but they pull for 2 sets of points. So they'll pull today and they'll get points, and they'll pull tomorrow and they'll get points. But it being a double header means that it's only a one-hit run in the first run, if that makes sense. So in theory, as soon as we go into the ETPC classes, we will see them all stop, and that's where we'll measure. We may see them slightly go past that 100 meter mark, but wherever they stop, that's what we'll measure, and that's where they'll measure distance will be. There's no pull-offs in the double headers. That is, unless we get more than one past 110, but we're not going to talk about that because that's not going to happen, he says, so confidently with myself. Tomorrow we have more Eurocup classes, some of which are the double headers. The minis and the light mods will be the second round of the double headers, but also the super stocks and the heavy mods, they will be the standard, normal, shall we say, Eurocup classes, where we will see some get out the far end past that 100 meter mark, and then we'll see some come back for the pull-off. So the sledge is now making its way back to the start line. It will come into your picture any second now. And you can just see there at the bottom of your picture, that is the mechanic from the Whispering Giant team. And as my learned colleague has been saying all day, the teams can position their sledge wherever they want, in between those white lines at the start line, far to the left, far to the right, plumb in the middle, slightly to the left, wherever they want. And you can have a really good example now. The guy in the blue overalls in the middle on your screen is the Whispering Giant team, and he is asking the sledge, please put the sledge there where I'm stood. Right is where I want the middle of the sledge, please. For whatever reason, they can pick to do that, whether they feel the track is slightly better at this side or that side, whether they know that their tractor pulls to the left or pulls to the right. Now, in modern track pulling, you shouldn't really get tractors that pull to the left or pull to the right. They should really just go straight. But their Whispering Giant team, again, as I said, are no strangers to high-level competition. We'll have been watching what's been going on, as well as refueling and doing checks on their tractor in the closed pit area while they've been waiting for the other teams to get in the pull-off. They'll be always keeping an eye on what's going on with the other teams or the other competitors. They know which tractors they want to watch. They've probably been watching other turbine tractors just to see how they got on, and have chosen to position the sledge. As we're looking from the finish line towards the sledge, they position it slightly to the left-hand side. As you're looking around the stream, it's just over to the right a little bit, isn't it? It's not quite in the middle, just over to the right. And we can hear the turbines firing up. 3 Isotoph TV turbines on board the Whispering Giant. Now you see the little tanker just running past your screen on the left-hand side there. That doesn't water the track, that waters either side of the track just to keep the area to the outside of the track moist. That helps stop the track drying up from the outside in, if that makes sense. And here comes the Whispering Giant.
Argus Oil Whispering Giant going to kick off our pull-off and set the mark to beat. Looks like they're hanging garland in front of us for Christmas, Tom. I'm not sure what that's.
Welcome to the European pulling. As I keep saying to you, the German fans have woven. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's off the Potts bottle openers.
Oh,
so
okay.
Here in the Füchtorf Arena, they sell the local beer called Potts beer. And it's really, really brewed local, and you can only buy it in this area.
Okay.
We take crates and crates of it home.
Okay.
Because you can't get it anywhere else.
I see the crates in the grandstand
and
here.
they have those little Grolsch. You remember the Grolsch bottle tops? They have those. And some children, teens in the audience have clipped all the bottle tops together to make like a garland of bottle tops.
Nice. That's some good engineering. Hopefully they can apply that to a pulling tractor someday.
Yes, indeed. So as you can see, on track now is the Argus Oil Whispering Giant. 3 turbines on board. They'll be competing in the heavy modifieds tomorrow with 4 turbines. They take the middle one off and put 2 more on top. All up and running. The elephant's trunk from the auxiliary vehicles and move out the way. We get 2 green flags. They're going to set the distance that the rest of them will have to catch in this modified pull-off here in Germany at the first Euro Cup round. Here we go. And drag team down maybe about the 96-meter mark. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm.
Yes, and you can definitely tell they added weight this time because it was that same 65, 70-meter time when they started to lose momentum and it looked like they were going to stop. And there you go, 95.52. Right on, Tom.
Right on.
Right on. But that's the difference between the initial round and the pull-off. The pull-off, they were able to gut it out. And here they come up a little bit short, 95.52. So I think Iwan will be our next competitor in the pull-off.
Possibly. Did they come back before?
Yes, they hooked right before.
Ah, yes, you're right. Yes.
Und es geht Meter für Meter nach vorne. Aber müssen die anderen erst einmal rankommen. Ich glaube, das wird ganz,
Man, that wind is starting to pick up a little
you can
bit.
hear it on the microphones, I'm sure, at home. Just the wind. I'm glad we're in this little undercover bit where we are. Anyway, let's put it that way. We definitely need our cagoules on outside, our coats.
The track crew is just doing an exceptional job here because with that sun and that wind, it seems like it would dry out, but the track is staying very consistent today.
Yeah, both the graders have got water tanks on board. I don't know if you catch a glimpse of them coming past on the screen. Both got water tanks on board and spray jets inside the graders and outside at the back. So they're constantly applying water on the top of the tractor pulling surface to help keep that moisture in, because you need the moisture to make a good pulling track. It's a skill in itself being a grader driver. You know, with many tractor drivers turn up, I can drive a tractor, but riding a grader is a whole different kettle of fish. So like we say, the Whispering Giants set the distance. The checkered flag is in around that 95 meter mark, 95.52. Young Bram lifting at the wheel.
This is really nice how they bring the competitors back in front of the crowd. That's a really cool thing.
Oh, yes. Again, if you've just joined us, hoping to see the Euro Cup classes, they are on next, ladies and gents.
We have two of those this afternoon. We have the mini modifieds and the light modifieds.
And we're just finishing off the pull-off for the modified class. The national class is here, which has got some German tractors with some Dutch invited guests.
We're coming to you live from Füchtorf, Germany. First stop on the Euro Cup Tour for 2026.
Brought to you by the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. And as I've been saying all day, do follow us on the socials. Give us a follow, give us a like, give us a share. If you're watching this video on YouTube and you think, gosh, my friends would really enjoy watching this, share it amongst your friends. Let's get the message out there that this is the first time now that the ETPC are going to stream all of the Euro Cups across Europe.
And we'll be here tomorrow, same time,
Same
11
time,
a.m. local time, which is, let's see, 5 a.m. U.S. Eastern time.
Yeah.
So get up early on a Sunday morning.
It's 10 a.m. at home. We're only an hour behind in the UK.
Okay. Just like watching the NFL from Europe, you know, you can watch tractor pulling early in the morning.
Yeah. So the next one to the line, as you rightly pointed out, will be the I1. Another 3-turbine machine.
Yeah, early on in the class, the turbines were the only ones to get it out the gate.
They were, and then we saw the judge, and eventually Uncle Duck managed to get out the end as well after these teething problems. And of course, local favourite with the Allisons. The Green Monster will be on shortly. But in the meantime, let's see what Iwan can do. We've seen his other turbine machine get to that 95 meter mark.
Can definitely smell the exhaust and the fuel from this one.
Let's see what the Iwan can do. Here we go. Oh, drags it down early. He certainly knew about it when the box stopped. Didn't just have the momentum, didn't have the ground speed that our previous man had in the Whispering Giant. And as soon as the box stopped, he knew about it.
Yeah, definitely not what the I1 team was looking for.
No. 68 meters and 50 centimeters, 68.50 for the I1.
Die deutsche Meisterschaftswertung könnte das natürlich schon als Event voller Pull sein. Wir müssen mal schauen, wo die anderen hingehen. Aber für den Whispering Giant reicht es nicht mal vielleicht. Der ist hier locker 30 Meter weiter nach vorne gefahren. Das ist schon Welten im Pulling-Business. Trotzdem war der Pull von ihm natürlich im Rahmen der Möglichkeiten richtig gut. Auch das muss man natürlich hier festhalten. Alles abgerufen. Und da müssen die anderen Kollegen jetzt mitfahren. Das wird gar nicht so einfach. Auch fürs
All right, hometown pullers up next. The Green Monster Stage 4. Their shop is literally in sight. We are looking at their shop from the track. And like we talked about earlier, all the pullers that come in, they literally drive through their shop. There's a driveway through their shop and to get into the pit area. It's a really cool thing. And then all of the fans enter through another portion of their shop. That's where there's food vendors and drink vendors and a nice hall to sit in there. Just a great event here.
So it looks like we're just taking a lot of attention to the mound of muck that Iwan has left. Has there been some parts in the muck? Maybe there was some parts problem, but
I don't know. Their track crew is definitely studying it.
Yeah, they are. But they filled it in now, so whatever was there is lost.
Yeah. You know, I noticed that one of the Fendt tractors has a blade on the front to push dirt down too. That's a really good idea to have a blade on the front and then the scraper on the back as well.
Ja, was macht das Green Monster? Viel Fliegerarbeit jetzt hier, das werden wir die Jungs aus.
Yeah, the Green Monster team trying to do the hardest thing in the sport of pulling, which is to win your hometown event.
Correct, Amondo.
And not only your hometown, your home farm event. There's an event similar to this in that it's at their farm called Battle at the Farm in Hillmore, California, the Babel family.
Nice.
Yeah, they have the Under the Influence John Deere, and they have a pull in November, and it's literally just like this. There's the driveway from their farm. There's a cornfield with a pulling track.
Nice.
2 pulling tracks, actually, and the Babel family, they put on Battle at the Farm, and it's going to be an NTPA region event this year. Nice. All the proceeds go to Make-A-Wish, and just a great event.
So we are just taking a moment or two here. I think we're just letting the track team catch up a bit. Those turbines can often, for want of a better word, make a mess of the track. As we said a little earlier, with turbines, it's all or nothing. So it's full wheel speed from the second you open the throttle, and it's full wheel speed when you shut off the throttle. So they do sometimes make a mess. No disrespect to the turbines in any shape or form, but it just takes the track team a little bit longer to get the track back to good order, shall we say. But track has been called now. We can see on the screen, here comes the local favourite, the Green Monster. Again, stair-stacked Allisons and homemade probe charger type superchargers on at the front. As we said earlier, the German fans now stand to their feet.
I hear Queen again.
Yeah. Hopefully you can't hear it on the stream, so we'll get cut off. Well, we're not singing it to you, that's definitely not happening.
There'll be no singing from here.
No singing from me either, no. I don't do karaoke either, so it's not much chance. So let's see what they can do. What have they got to beat? They all got for the Whispering Giant 95.52. Can they get anywhere near it? On the home pull, as you say. We get 2 green flags. It's all down to... No, not far enough. Shuts it down around the 78-ish meter mark. Just goes to show how good that run from Whispering Giant really was.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Tom. That's what I was just going to say. Is it just proves what the Whispering Giant team did was amazing.
So 77-31. 77-31 for the local team.
Er kommt nicht an die Bestleute Thomas Vorteil, aber er holt sich den zweiten Platz hier mit 68,50 Meter der Ivan. Er bei 77,31. Und holt sie aus, liebes Publikum in der Arena. Prost Applaus für das Green Monster!
So the fans still cheer here in Germany for their local favourite.
Yeah, good run for them. I mean, not what they want, not what they were looking for here today, but
For me, the German sledge is really mean on them. It's so, as soon as that box stops, they're working so hard for their money here today. Maybe it's just the track conditions, or maybe the German sledge are feeling a little bit mean today. But they're doing the business, stopping the tractors in time, and that's what it's all about.
yeah, I mean, it's the difference between the first round and the pull-off. It's easy to see because it's about the same spot where they start to struggle, but instead of taking it out the end, they're done now.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So we see the Green Monster team get towed back to the start line and to the pit area, should I say. And on the start line, we're about to see a turbine tractor arrive.
The Aero Koenig team.
The last one of the 3 turbines in this Pulloff. And then we'll see a V12, and then if Uncle Duck's all still happy, we'll see a V8 as well. So we've got all the options to look at here in the modified Pulloff.
Füchtorf, wir wollen euch hören. Wo sind die Monster-Fans? Wo ist der Applaus für das Green Monster? Event 2.
So as we can see the rear end of Green Monster moving out of the way, we watch a replay just on the screen from the start line. And you can see straight away the grader drivers are already into action. The Green Monster hasn't even shut off, and the grader and roller drivers are already rushing down the track to get the track ready for the next competitor. And here is the next one. Another turbine machine. This is the last. We have 3 in the pull-off. We've seen the 2 of them. We're now going to see the last one before we see 2 more to run. And then we will move on to the ETPC Euro Cup, the first round for the minis and the first round for the light modifieds.
And they will both hook again tomorrow.
Correct.
Along with 2 other ET Euro Cup classes, the heavy modifieds,
Superstocks.
and Superstocks.
Yeah.
Tom, this is similar to a sound we both heard yesterday
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
as we were flying here.
So 4 turbines on board, but only 3 of them running. Again, as we explained a little earlier, all down to the limits in the classes. It's all done on a point system, and you can only have 3 turbines in the mod class. You can have 4 in the unlimited or the heavy mods, whichever you call them. So this tractor pulls in both, but because the turbines are so lightweight, it doesn't need to take the 4th one off to make the weight in the 3.5 ton class. It just leaves it on but doesn't have it running. And again, same principle applies. We've seen I1 has the little donkey engine that clicks to the front. Whispering Giant has a separate compressor that sits on a little quad. This machine also has a separate little compressor. You can just see it to the right of your picture there. That little tire on the right-hand side of the blue machine. That's a little compressor. Start that up, and then they blow air into the turbine. That pipe is blowing air into the turbine to spin the turbine round. They start the fuel system up, and the turbine starts. It's that simple. So we're ready to go. Chain is tight, 2 green flags. Let's see what one can do. And again, shuts him down around the 70-meter mark. Again, more proof that the Whispering Giants run was #immense.
70.22, 70.22. Whispering Giant first tractor in this pull-off and put it out there at 95.52 meters and said, come and get it, and no one has come close.
No. When the box tops for him, he just had the momentum to keep it rolling and keep powering through. When the box tops for these guys, it's like, hello, I've got you, goodbye.
Yeah. Like you say, Tom, as soon as the box tops now, they're done.
So that concludes the turbine element of the pull-off. We now go into V12s and V8 element of the pull-off. We should have, we've already seen Green Monster with the V12, but we now have the V12 Griffin power all the way from the UK via the Netherlands.
Sounds like a similar route to the one you took yesterday, Tom.
Yeah, it very was, yeah. All the way to Germany via the Netherlands, yes, indeed. And then hopefully Uncle Duck will be the last one, but we're just looking. Oh yeah, he is there. Uncle Duck is lined up, so fingers crossed we get to see both the judge and Uncle Duck fighting it out to see if they can get anywhere near that distance that Whispering Giant laid down in the first run of the pull-off, which nobody else has realistically been able to come close to.
Yeah, the judge painted in that Dutch orange.
Sind natürlich in der Lage, hier den Whispering Giant anzugreifen. Sehr gut. Der war schon riesig. Der König verabschiedet sich.
Der König lässt sich feiern. Keiner von das rein. Die Jungs sind zufrieden. Eine Tribüne. Da muss noch ein bisschen.
So a big thank you to the Euro Cup headline sponsor. We're about to see the Euro Cup start in a couple of tractors' time. The Alliance Tyre brand is the partner for the Euro Cup.
Okay, die letzten beiden Finale. Die beiden Top-Favoriten aus Niederlande. Jetzt geht's los.
The Alliance tyres are in many different markets, commercial and agricultural. So if you're after some new tyres, go and get some Alliance ones and tell them that the ETPC sent you.
Yes, definitely. Alliance, a big sponsor of Pulling. Appreciate that.
So we can hear the V12s firing up in the pits now, and you can see it on your stream. Here comes Alex, that's the tall one. He's going to back them to the sledge when the roller gets out the flipping way. Alex van der Klok is on backup duties. Just looks like struggling to get a reverse gear. In now. Trying to just get it lined up. Again, we talk about centrifugal clutches, but with the V12 machines, they're even more a little bit temperamental. You can hear the engine sort of punting ever so slightly. which is just making the backup just take that little longer. But again, we get the chain on, and more importantly, we get the kill switch attached. And in the event of anything going wrong, the kill switch will be pulled and kill the spark to the engines. Now, can they get anywhere near that 95 meters? As we keep saying, Wishbone Giant absolutely threw it out the bag, didn't they? Everyone else has been stopping around the 70-meter mark. What can the V12s do here in Germany? Chain is tight. We're ready for action. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gents. The V12s are about to hit the track here at Füchtorf Arena. Oh, got a lot closer than some of the previous men, but not quite far enough.
No, I think he's going to be in that about 88 meters, 88 and a half. Oh, 90.05.
Yeah, what a good run.
Closer than I thought, 90.05.
Again, the Dutch teams aren't fighting for points. I think he probably could have scratched it out for another extra meter or 50 centimeters maybe. But, you know, we're not fighting for points here. So I think the driver just shut off just that little bit sooner than perhaps if it was a points championship in the Netherlands. He would have scratched it out for an extra 50, 60 centimeters maybe. But he knew he was about to stop, and there was no point putting all that pressure and harm on the engines for a demo run.
Well, especially here, the first hook of the season. You know, like you say, if you're going for a championship at the end of the year, you know you have all winter to fix it. You leave it all on the line.
Absolutely. But a great amount of data for the judge team. They stop their campaign in the Dutch Championship in a couple of weeks' time, so they'll be happy.
Just got a text from some friends in North Carolina watching the live stream as well, so
you can gloat to them at you seen a V12 live, Griffin live now, and they haven't.
That is definitely something.
That's a tick box for you, isn't it? You've not only seen one, you've seen a pair.
Yes, definitely. Oh!
The wind's picking up and the paperwork's blowing all over the booth. So as the judge team get dragged back and the fans over on the other side of the banking, all dressed in orange, celebrate that the judge currently sits in second place with one more left to run. See the Rolls-Royce flags flying.
Yeah, the judge definitely a fan favorite. Those Griffin engines.
So as I said, one left to run, and that should be the Uncle Duck. We can see him in the pit area, ready to go. Previously, he had to drop 6 places. He couldn't, we presume, couldn't get a gear because he then got towed to the line to make his qualifying run, and he is being towed to the line again for his pull-off run. So there's certainly some sort of issue with the drive line, getting in a gear, getting out of a gear for the Uncle Duck.
Or reverse is gone. Something is definitely.
But as we say, not pulling for points, only a demo championship, shall we say, today. So has been allowed to graciously be towed to the start line.
Well, anytime you can hook at an event of this quality and caliber, you have to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. So we've got Turbine in first place, V12s in second place. What can the V8s do? Are they going to mix it up at the top and upset his fellow Dutchman? Because we've got a Dutchman on position number 1, a Dutchman on position number 2. Will we see a Dutchman on position number 3? So we're ready for the Hemis now. Three V8 Hemis on board this machine. Mike Janus superchargers, I believe. Certainly might Dennis Hats, I think. Lots of bells and lots of whistles on this Uncle Duck machine, and a lovely team, lovely bunch of guys. As I said, started life as a light modified, but decided to bolt that extra Hemi on and move up to the modified class. They're all up and running. And we're going to get 2 green flags, and we're going to find out who your winner is of the modified class. Here we go. I've got a sneaky feeling we were on 2 engines there. Maybe wrong. Front left-hand engine, as we were looking down the track, didn't look like the flaps were open. I may be wrong, but we'll wait for the replay. Yeah, you can see on the replay at the left-hand side, the flaps are not fully open on the left-hand side engine as we're looking down the track. Right-hand side flaps are fully open, fully vertical. Left-hand side flaps don't look like they're open at all. So Uncle Duck getting to 3rd place on 2 engines, would you believe, ladies and gentlemen? Uncle Duck 3rd place in 2 engines. Well, that's taking something. Well done to the team.
Yes. What an exciting modified class.
Yeah, very good. Started off a bit with lots of not happening, and then towards the end we've seen some really good runs.
Yes, absolutely.
So we're going to drag the sledge out the way. We're going to bring on the mini sledge. We're going to do some presentation in German for the German presentation for this class we've just seen finished, and we will be back with you shortly.
Für den Judge 89, 98 sind 7 Zentimeter. Es liegt 7 Zentimeter zwischen den beiden Linien. Also eine Hauptentscheidung hier zwischen Platz 2 und 3. 7 Zentimeter nimmt the Judge angedacht hier ab. Das ist Entscheidung. Platz Nummer 3. Der Wahnsinn. Ja, wir brauchen Whispering Giant, wir brauchen die Junction, wir brauchen auch gedacht 3-mal Niederlande, 1, 2, 3, Einkraftfalter. Da haben wir nochmal angesagt, was Phase ist hier in der Modify. Und der Whispering Giant da nochmal 5 Meter vor dem Junction.
So you can see confirmation on your screen, Whispering Giant 95 first. The judge team are second. 90 meters and running on 2 engines, or certainly 2.5. Really good run for the Uncle Duck, 89.98. So I'll hand you over to the German guys who'll do the presentation, and we'll start Euro Cup pulling next here on the ETPC live stream.
Noch nicht alles ausgespielt. Ja, und noch gedacht, das wird ganz knapp hinter 7 Zentimeter. 7 Zentimeter, also 7 Zentimeter war es. Hey, was? Hast du Hunger? Oder bekommt er das? Bist du zufrieden? Guten Appetit. Okay, also. Wir haben alle zusammen. Das heißt, wir können anfangen mit dem Platzpokal. Danach kommst du mal rüber. Ja,
das ist super, Jimmy, ne? Das ist super, und 7 Zentimeter mehr und sie werden hier quasi auch auf zwei Seiten belangen können. Das macht also nur wenige Zentimeter eine Achslänge. Ja, legen wir los für Siegerehrung, der dritte Platz. Er geht hier mit 89 Meter 98, 7 Zentimeter hinter dem Zweitplatzierten. Heute an den Ankeldach. Third place for Ankeldach from the Netherlands.
Ja, der Doppelgriffe aus den Niederlanden hat meisten Fans in der Arena. Und er holt sich Platz Nummer 2 für The Judge 90 Meter und 5 einen riesen Applaus.
Und mit 95, 52, 95, 52, Platz 1, Number 1 in Füchtorf, the one only, Whispering Giant. Kann losgehen.
Okay, Abfahrt in der Füchtorf Arena. Und ich will euch nochmal hören, wo sind die Fans von Whispering Giant? Wo sind die Fans von The Judge?
Doppelgriffe, Doppelgriffe, hey, hey, Doppelgriffe, Doppelgriffe, hey, hey.
Und wo sind die Fans von Ankeldach? Hey! Stand up for the champions, Ankeldach number 3. The Judge. Und ganz oben, Whispering Giant. Der Wahnsinn. Der absolute Wahnsinn. Und hier die Familientribüne, die versucht eine der Wagen. Und dann geht's hinunter die Strecke. Und wir feiern noch mal ein bisschen in der Füchtorf Arena.
So sehen sie aus. Ankeldach, The Judge, Whispering Giant, unsere Top 3 heute Nachmittag hier in Füchtorf.
Nicht schlafen, was ist da los?
Ja, Ankeldach sagt gerade nicht schlafen.
Der Ankeldach ist auf der 3.
Jo, der Stunde ist hier.
Vitas Fabian gesagt, ja!
Hey, hey, hey.
Was für ein Tag! Dreimal die Niederlande in Füchtorf, 1, 2 und 3.
We stand up for the champions in Füchtorf. Whispering Giant, The Judge, Ankeldach.
Und dann wir warten nochmal, wie sieht das aus?
Die sind alle richtig gut drauf. Die haben richtig gute Laune. Ankeldach, The Judge und Whispering Giant. Die haben gut zu feiern heute. Unsere Top 3 in der Qualified 3,5 Tonnen. Und ja, wir bereiten die nächste Klasse vor. Und als nächstes machen sich die Minis bereit hier. Und ihr habt heute Morgen schon von Tobias Hörskant gehört. Es ist so ein paar Jährchen her, dass wir die Mini-Puller hier mit Füchtorf gefahren haben. Aber heute sind sie mal mit dabei. Gibt es hier Füchtorf Mini-Puller-Fans?
So we're back. We've seen the all Dutch podium for the modifieds, and if you are just joining us, welcome to the ETPC live stream. We are ready for Euro Cup action here in the Füchtorf Arena, and we start with the minis. It's just the first round of Euro Cup 2026. Thank you for joining us here on this stream. If you are watching all over Europe, we would really appreciate a share. If you would give the video a share on your socials, let everybody else out there know that the Euro Cup is live for 2026. Make sure you check out our socials. We are the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. And if you like their socials, get on board, give us a like, give us a follow. You will naturally then get to see the organisations for your country. Or if you head to tractorpulling.com, that is the website for the ETPC, our governing body, and on there will be links to every country's organisation. So there you can find more information about events near you. And we are just gearing up for the mini modifieds.
Ja, die Puller seit 6 oder 7 Jahren, glaube ich, das erste Mal wieder hier in der Füchtorf Arena mit von der Partie. Wir freuen uns auf diese Klasse, dass sie endlich mal wieder dabei sind. Ist großartig. Und das Starterfeld, was sie da zusammengestellt haben, ist absolut beeindruckend. Tja, das wird wild. Auf dieser Bahn hier mit so viel Glück dürfte das richtig heiß werden hier. Der Ritt auf der Mini-Puller-Kanonenkugel.
With a mix of mainly V8s in this mini modified, I think with one turbine. With a mix of competitors from the Netherlands and Sweden in this mini modifieds championship. So as we watch the replays from the modified class we've just seen, it's podging time. And you can see now all the competitors, they all get a set time now where they can come onto the track. As part of the Euro Cup, they're all allowed, and it all is at a set time where now no traffic can move on the track. We're not having towback tractors or graders or rollers moving up and down. And each team can send one person, and I joke with them that it's podging time. So they bring the little sticks and they walk along the track, and it's just to gauge. You know, we've talked about track positioning and where to site your tractor to have the best run. So they've obviously been watching what's been going on, but there's nothing like feeling the track. So they're now just walking along and sticking the little podger in the track at various places and kicking their heels into it just to see where the soft spot is or the hard spot is or the most consistent bit is, so they can work out potentially where to aim for or where to drive their tractor down. I always just take the mickey out of it because it just looks like there's men walking up and down the track with sticks podging in and out of the track. Well, that is what they are doing.
Well, and, you know, a lot of people read a track while it's being built. They'll be out here a day or two ahead of time even, and especially this morning as they're putting the finishing touches on this track, looking at it, seeing where the water goes, seeing how they're working it, and checking the moisture of it. And, you know, as they do that, they will come back out here because there's been a lot of changes. You know, there's been a lot of vehicles down this track today. We've seen most people go right down the middle of this track. We haven't seen anyone test the far edges, left or right. It's been mostly down the center. And, you know, as we talked about too, with the sun and the wind, this track is definitely changing.
Indeed.
So 10 tractors in our mini modified for the Euro Cup.
Yep. Some from Sweden and some from the Netherlands.
Yeah, the Hind up first, followed by Wild Thing, Screaming Bobcat, Swedish Iron Toy, Top Dog, Rennie's Mission Impossible, Let's Try, Top Lens and Lambada, Burning Massey, and Bobcat Jr. The Screaming Bobcat team has won the last 3 Euro Cups.
You may recognize that name, the Bobcat Jr.
I do.
You have one in the States.
Yes, we do. A very successful one. That tractor won $50,000 last year in Farley, Iowa.
Nice.
And then the winner of the European Championships last year was the Top Dog.
Yeah, he was.
From the Netherlands.
Yep.
And
yeah, I was there.
he was the top dog at the European Championships.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got the best of the best in Europe and the world. The Bobcat Junior team are multinational. They go all over. We're here in Germany at the opening round of the Euro Cup Championship 2026.
And the Lambada team, they came to the U.S. back in 2010, ran the whole season.
So the first one to the line will actually be a turbine tractor, our only turbine tractor in the class, I believe. This will be the first time this machine has competed in the Euro Cup. Normally competes at its home events, home championship in the Netherlands. It's called the Hind. Now, I'm not entirely sure what turbine is on board this machine. So a little quirk to the minis, the rule book in the minis is the minis don't have to be able to back up themselves. As I said a little earlier, all the teams have to back up to the sledge themselves under their own power and then draw away from the sledge at the end of the track. But the rule about having to reverse isn't there for the minis. Just a little quirk. So we're about to kick off the 2026 Euro Cup Championship, ETPC, here in Germany at the Füchtorf Pulling Arena. And the first tractor down the track will be the Hind from the Netherlands. Turbine-powered, Mini Unlimited. Let's see what he can do. Remember, it's a one-hit wonder. And he backed out of that.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he broke the steering in the front end. That
Definitely
front wheel was wobbling around.
What was doing the business was powering the nose into the air. We watched the replay there. Picked the nose up nearly straight away.
Yeah, had a good smooth run going.
Stayed perfectly balanced, and then for some reason, around the 70-meter mark, shut off and coasted to about the 77.74.
We'll find out trackside if he kept that hook or dropped it.
Hinter der Turbine hier auf diesem Traktor zu sitzen. Da muss man schon ein bisschen durcheinander sein, oder?
Ja, ich sag ja immer, Rennen auf der Kanonenkugel, so ist es richtig. Das kann man eben wirklich vergleichen. Weg ist abgenommen. Haben wir einen kleinen Applaus hier für den Turbinenschlepper in der Umkehrwertung.
Wir werden dankbar.
Okay, turned that down.
Das war die ruhigere Variante. Ab jetzt gibt's nur noch V8 und V12. Also was auf die Uhr. Der nächste macht sich bereit.
So decline that pull behind. So that means our next one is still a test puller. Sledge team certainly haven't got the measure of whether that was a decent sledge set in or not. Tractor shut itself off around the 70-meter mark, so we can't gauge just exactly how the sledge is set yet. So the next one on will also be the test puller.
Hopefully they can get that steering fixed, or at least have someone back them to the sled if they can't.
Und hier gibt es nochmal 10 Applaus für den Turbinenschlepper. Die Turbine leider ausgegangen, schade. Aber ein toller Auftritt.
Richtig schnell unterwegs gewesen. Also die haben jetzt den Griff.
First competitor of the day from Sweden will be up next.
Yep.
The Wild Thing.
A wild thing. And it is normally a little wild thing, this. It gets a rock and a roll on and likes to jump and bounce about a lot of the time, does this tractor. Sometimes driven by a young lady driver is the Wild Thing, sometimes not.
Am Steuer, 96er Baujahr, die Dame. Also, das ist wirklich noch Blutjung, aber 2200.
It's definitely a Euro Cup event. We're seeing competitors from throughout Europe here today.
Yeah. So again, if you've just joined us, we do thank you for joining us on the ETPC first ever live stream for the Euro Cup Championship. We're here, we're going to stream all of the ETPC competition today and tomorrow, and then the rest of the series throughout the whole year. Do give us a like, give us a follow. If you're watching us on YouTube, we'd love you to share it with your friends or on your socials to let everybody know that we're out here and we're doing. This is the Alliance Euro Cup. Alliance is the headline supporter sponsor for the Euro Cup Championship, and we do thank them for their support. We've seen the turbine, we've seen the only turbine machine, the rest of the machine now that we'll see down the track for this mini unlimited class will be V8s. Nearly all of them will be Hemis. Oh no, we've got one V12, sorry, I apologise. Don't get all excited, we've got an Allison on a mini in a minute. So all of them bar one will be V8s and most of them will be Hemis. Well, we see, as you just said, we see our first Swedish competitor.
Yes.
The Wild Thing.
Now, in case it does get wild, they spotted the sled right in the middle of the track.
Yep. So let's see what she can do. There's two green flags. We're ready to rock. We're ready to roll. Here we go. Mini Unlimited.
That was a good straight run,
Good
Tom.
straight run, just a little bit of a dab of the brake, wasn't it, to keep it in a straight line. Remember, everyone, we are in what's called a double header event here in the Füchtorf Pulling Arena, which means the minis will pull today and they will also pull tomorrow, but they will only pull on a one hit on both occasions. So wherever they stop today, we measure them. There's no pull off, even if they get past the 100-meter mark. So if we do get one or two going past that 100, getting to 101, 102, 103, we will measure them where they stop, and that will be their measured distance. So it's a run what you brung and out you brung enough.
Wow, that is some old school ETPA stuff there, buddy.
So a distance of 89 and 50, 89 and 50 for the Wild Thing. We're waiting to now see if the sledge is set. Like I say, for the Eurocup competitions, I have got secret WhatsApp groups with various people, and they're working it out now, and I will find out. Also, there is a flag system. By the side of the track, there is a flag that lets us know if we're in testable conditions. So I can just look at the flag, really. That's the biggest clue.
Really?
Yeah, the blue flag, just by the way the flag lady currently stands now, you can see there's a little blue flag stabbed in the ground, and there's a little white flag stabbed in the ground. The blue flag is telling everybody you are the test puller. The white flag is telling everybody it's a floating full pull, run what you're brung enough.
Yes.
So they will take that blue flag out when they know we've set the sledge. So
Okay.
really, we don't need to communicate. As soon as that flag goes out the ground, you and I know we are no longer test pulling. But currently, again, you can't see on the stream, ladies and gentlemen, but currently, as the sledge is stood at 90 metres, the sledge team, the end flagman, and the head track marshal, Mario, are now having I would call it a mother's meeting, a little debate, where they're looking at who's coming, how good the next tractor might be, how good Wild Thing's run was. Was it a really good run? Was it an okay run? Was it the best run of their life? They're just talking about all those sort of things to now work out, are they going to leave the sledge as it is, or are they going to make it slightly heavier, I would think. I don't think they'll make it any lighter, but we don't want, as it's a one-hit wonder, we don't want anybody getting past that 110. We want everybody stopped before the 110. So the flag has been removed. I can see the flag has been removed, so we don't even need to wait for my secret WhatsApp group to tell me. We are now in competition. The sledge is going to stay as it is. They're not going to change the sledge. And the WhatsApp now tells me sledge is set. So
Good.
Yeah, the system works, look.
No, that's a really nice system.
Yeah. And so everybody in the pits knows, everybody, the public that know that little trick. And if you're here and you're watching, next time you're at a Eurocup event, you can watch that little trick yourself. So the Wild Thing's distance will stand. Although she was test puller, she could choose to decline that pull if she wants. But the way the team were acting, they were fairly pumped, fairly happy with the distance they got. I don't think they would have got much further. It was a nice straight run.
No, that was a good,
so
good run.
My guess is the Wild Thing will accept that pull. But again, she has a couple of extra pulls to decide if she is or she isn't.
Really, you don't have to decide before you leave the track?
No, you have. It used to be like that, but in Europe now you can wait for the next 3 tractors to go before you can decide.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not see that in the Euro.
Yeah, it's a newish rule. A newish rule. I think it's 3. It could be 4. It's either 3 or 4. So now she's decided after Screaming Bobcat, Swedish Hunter, so after Top Dog, she has to have let the track officials know if she's accepting it or not. You could choose to decide earlier. Obviously, you can tell them on the track, yeah, that was the best pull I've ever done. I'll accept it now. But that has played really handy and some tacticals.
Yes.
They were test puller and they waited deliberately to see how their competitors went on before they decided to accept or decline.
That's very interesting. Because in the United States, you have to let the tech official know before you leave the track
that's how it
what you're
used
going
to be.
to do.
The rule used to be that, because obviously the European rule was based off the American rule, and as the time have gone on, there's different things that have been tweaked. So
yeah, because that's, you've seen people turn it down and then people start dropping back and you're like, oh no, what did what did I just do?
Yeah. So we bring on the next one, and one of our top contenders for Eurocup, has been Eurocup champion, has been before, and has been European champion times before. That will be the Screaming Bobcat machine. So we know Sledge is set. The flag's been removed, and Desiree and Pascal down at trackside have WhatsApped me and told me that's the case. So they've been called to the Sledge. Looks like they're coming now. Here's Berry. Berry Bohr is running to the start line.
From Zwolle in the Netherlands.
Correct. Get you. You know about these teams already, then?
I do.
So I'm not sure who's on driving duties. Is it Bart? Often Bart drives one of the minis. Well, this could be the new pilot. So I did hear we were getting a new pilot. We can see Wing Dingering there at the side of the track. You can't see him on the screen. So that does indicate to me that this is Wing Dingering's stepson on the driving seat, I believe. I did hear that he was going to get to drive one of the Bobcat minis.
Nice.
They like to put little light people in minis, don't they?
Yes, they do.
The way he's backing up to the Sledge very tentatively does scream to me, hey, get that! Does scream to me that we do have a new driver on board. And also with the way Win is paying hard attention to what's going on. And also the helmet colour does give it away as well. That's not a Bobcat helmet colour. Get Detective Tom here, look, working it all out.
But it is Dutch orange, right?
It is Dutch orange, but that's normally a Lambada colour is the orange. I may be incorrect, but we'll see at the end when he takes his helmet off, won't we? So, it's all down to the man in the seat. First time he's probably driven a Mini, I bet. Here we go. And if that was his first run,
wow.
My goodness me.
Young man has a future in the sport.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm fairly sure it is the case.
That was a great pass.
Really good run.
Wim is on the track with him and pumped up. 106.02.
We wait for that helmet to come off to confirm, but I'm fairly sure it's the case.
You know, the Bobcat team, they have had a lot of drivers, and they have still maintained that success. You know, they won a Grand National Championship in the U.S. I want to say
it definitely is. Yeah, I recognize the lad. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good. So they won that championship. I want to say it was like 2013, 2014, somewhere in there in the United States, and they had 4 or 5 different drivers, you know. Barry was driving it. Phil Fairbanks drove it. Jason Hathaway drove it. I'm not sure if Abby Leichner drove it that year or not, but they've had several different pilots on their tractors. And, you know, Abby Leichner's won the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green on the Bobcat Junior. So they just have a really strong program for the mini modifieds with the Bobcat team. Whether they're pulling here in Europe, whether they're pulling in the United States, it doesn't matter. Bobcat team is always super competitive.
Yeah, definitely.
Touching moment, they gets a hug as he comes off the track.
That's his granddad.
Nice.
That's Mr. Koopman. Bram Koopman, that's his name. Thank you, Jeanette. Son of Hank Koopman from the Bandit team. And that was his granddad there giving him a big cuddle. So yeah, first ever run. But he's got tractorpulling in his blood as that lad. So he's done a really good job.
Yes. And that's the great part about it, is the generational aspect of our sport, you know. Got 3 generations involved in the sport, and
Yeah, so Hank, his daddy's in the Bandit team, and they are in the pits getting ready to pull in a few tractors' time. So Hank will have been watching as well. That was his granddad watching as well. So as you say, keeping it in the family.
Yes.
But did a really good run, as we said, 106 meters and 2 centimeters.
First pull. Okay. Yeah, I did confirm with our German colleagues that was his first trip down the track.
Yeah. Good job done by him.
Yes.
Well done, Bram.
So we're going to go to the Swedish Iron Toy up next, obviously out of Sweden. Now chasing 106.02. We're going to float this today because it's a 2-hook event for the mini modifieds. They're going to hook here tomorrow in Euro Cup competition. The Swedish Iron Toy.
Yeah.
Now chasing the Screaming Bobcat at 106.02.
Now this is a V8 machine, but instead of being supercharged, it's turbocharged.
Now in the sport of drag racing, the turbochargers have been able to create more power, and they've been very successful, but it hasn't yet translated to the pulling track. A lot of people are trying it. A lot of people are experimenting with it, and if they could get it figured out and could get the power to the track reliably, could be another good option instead of the supercharger. So the difference there is a turbocharger is an exhaust-driven compressor, where a supercharger is a belt-driven compressor.
So let's see what the Swedish Iron Toy can do. We get 2 green flags. We're ready for action. Here we go. Oh, way up. Got a rock and a roll on, come up too high. Hit the wheelie bars, and then the wheelie bars dug into the ground. And then what happens is we call it one wheel. So one wheel jumps out of the track, and as soon as that happens, you have to let off the throttle. Good night, Vienna. That's the end of your pull.
Had a strong start for the Swedish Iron Toy. We'll wait on a distance here. 34.91. 34 meters, 91 centimeters.
Yeah, not the distance they were looking for, really, ideally.
No, like I say, they had a really strong start, but they were not able to parlay that into a strong finish, unfortunately. It's going to bring up your defending European Championship winner.
Yeah. So just again, for the people at home, we have the Euro Cup. That is the championship that you go around to each many different countries and win points for however high up you finish on the day, and then it's a points championship, and the one with the most points is the winner. The European Championships is, I go back to my previous comment, run what you brung and not you brung enough.
Yes.
So one day, each country gets to send the best of the best. So the Netherlands pick their top teams, the English pick their top teams, so on and so forth, and then it's all combined into one event. You all come from all over Europe, and it's whoever is the best on the day is then the European champion.
Okay.
So the top dog machine took the win on the day, and it's who's brave enough to lean the engine back, who's brave enough to just hit that loud pedal that little bit faster, and you are the winner on the day.
So is it a points hook, or?
At the European Championships, no points.
No points?
Turn up. If you win, you're still on the top of the podium.
Okay.
You are European champion.
Nice.
You obviously have to qualify for your home nation.
Yes.
You have to be top of the Dutch Championship for the Dutch then to send you, or top of the German Championship or the British Championship. And then they will send you to the European Finals.
Okay.
European Finals, European Championships, the two names get intermingled, unfortunately. And then you compete to be the top of the top. So the top dog over in the Netherlands The European Championships I held last year in the Netherlands. They won on the day.
So it looks like there was a distance change on the Swedish Iron Toy. They changed it to 41.41.
Yeah, I think it was a typo in the screen, I think.
Okay. Not sure if something's
we're
going
just hearing that the Swedish Iron Toy was a kill switch activation from the track team. That's why he stopped all of a sudden. So the Swedish Iron Toy will get to come back.
Okay.
So because the minis, as you well know, are quite prone to getting lots of wild rides and being on the sides, or having wild rides, shall we say, the sledge drivers are informed if they feel in any way, shape or form that a tractor is going out of shape, hit that kill switch. We'd rather have them kill switch and get them to come back later on than a tractor on its side. So you will find in the mini class specifically, our sledge teams are really hot to trot on the kill switch. So that's why Swedish Iron Toy was kill switch, is my guess. He was going out of shape, and we don't want a tractor on its side, so the kill switch was activated. But because it was the ETPC's fault, the sledge driver's fault, shall we say, not the tractor's fault, we then give them a free pass to come back a little later on in the class.
Will they come back sixth or last, or their
in theory,
choice?
6 places. Everything is always 6 places.
Okay.
But as we were just saying, here is the top dog. He is the current European champion in this class.
Chasing 106.02 from the Netherlands.
Now remember, those if you've just joined us, we're on a one-hit wonder double header event for the minis, which means there's no pull-off. Wherever they stop, we measure them, and the one that's gone the furthest is the winner. So the top dog, no stranger to competing against the current leader, the Screaming Bobcat in the Dutch Championship. Can he get anywhere near that 106 to steal the lead, the win away from today? Here we go. And it's not far enough, shuts it down 2-ish meters earlier than the checkered flag. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Just goes to show the inaugural run from young Bram was worth every weight in its goal, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That's a good hook.
Yeah, nice hook.
It's over 100 meters, but...
So we watch the replay, locked into the track, really nice and early. Powered the nose into the air, 104 and 7. 104 and 7 for the top dog. Just 2 meters behind the Screaming Bobcat.
So Tom, did you say this Rennie's Mission Impossible is an Allison?
It is.
In a mini.
In a mini.
Okay.
An Allison in a mini. Although I can't see it, I have seen the driver of it. Yeah, Rennie and the team have campaigned a Allison in a mini for many years. One of the first guys really to. We have a Meteor in a mini as well, and also a couple of other V12s in minis. There's a Challenger. There's a couple of Dutch minis that have got V12s in them. Gompy It's another one with a V12 in. Oh, there's Rennie. I can see him.
So the rules for the minis, basically the same as in the U.S., a little bit lighter weight over here. 950 kilograms, which is about 2,100 pounds.
Yep.
Actually, in the United States, are 2,000 pounds, so a little heavier over here. Sorry about that. Drawbar is 330 millimeters, or around 13 inches, so about the same.
Yep.
No limits on engines, and max tire size 18.4 by 16.1.
Yep. Yeah, I think in the States they have a limit on the blower size, don't they?
Yes.
We can run bigger blowers over here than the mini guys over there can. But yeah, it's why they call it the Unlimited, because it is the only class in the whole of the ETPC where you can put whatever you want. If you can make weight, put it on.
That's cool.
Hence the V12s.
Yes.
Whereas every other class, I believe, yeah, I'm right, every other class has got some limits in place. The turbo restrictor, the point system reader modified, as we talked about earlier, but the minis are one of the only ones that are, hence the name, they call them the Mini Unlimiteds. So we wait for Rennie's Mission Impossible. You can see him there on your stream with the orange hat on. There is Rennie stood at the front. It's not Rennie driving. I think we're just waiting for the track team to just prepare the track a little bit more before we call the mini to the sledge. Yeah, and first flag lady's just pointing, and she wants the roller here and she wants the grader there. So track team will oblige before she calls Rennie's Mission Impossible to the sledge. There you go, that's him called. Flag is waved in a circular motion. And we'll see this Allison on track very shortly. If you've just joined us, folks, we are well, not even mid, we're just about halfway through the inaugural pull for the Euro Cup Championship, which is the mini modifieds. And we are on a one-hit wonder. It's a double-header event, so run what you brung. I hope you brung enough, and you stop where you stop, and we measure you.
This is something that looks completely different than anything we have in the United States.
Very much so, yeah. They obviously struggled dramatically with weight and movable weight. Every single bit of weight they have got. They put the skinniest driver on they can find.
And keep that person on a diet.
Yeah, he's not allowed to go out drinking beer. That's a dead cert. So let's see what the Allison-powered Rennie's Mission Impossible can do. Here in a minute. Oh my goodness, that's the best that tractor's run for ages and ages. They've had all sorts of problems with it, dialing it in, doing lots of changes to it. You can see Rennie on the sideline there cheering. Watch the replay. Locks into the track, picked the nose up, didn't touch the brake once. And it just sat with its nose in the air and ran really, really. There you go on the stream. You can see Rennie celebrating as he runs alongside. Absolutely brilliant run for the Mission Impossible. The Allison-powered Mini. Showing them that maybe V8s aren't all they're cracked up to be, eh?
Wow, 104.07, which is the same distance as the top dog.
Really? Wow, if that's the case, we've got... And we may have still had the distance on the screen from the last one. Let's double check.
One 102.61. 102.61.
102.61. Yeah, I did think it was slightly behind. I think they had the distance on still from the last one.
Yep.
So a really good run for Rennie and the team. Like I say, sometimes it's really difficult home engineering trying to get these machines to run, so they'll be well suited with that.
Good way to start the season on a strong note.
Absolutely.
Good strong run down the track. Currently in the third position. Screaming Bobcat still up top at 106.02. Top Dog in second at 104.07. And Rennie's Mission Impossible at 102.6. We'll bring up Let's Try, then the Top Lenzen Lombada, Burning Massey, and a Bobcat Jr.
And it's driver Niels on board for the Rennie's Mission Impossible this time. Thank you, Jeanette. Yeah, next will be the Let's Try, another V8 machine, another Hemi powered. And again, another one that's no stranger to standing on the stop step.
I say, let's try to get farther than 106.02.
Try they will. Try they will. So again, are we just waiting for the track team to get everything in order? So as we said a little earlier, if you just joined us for the stream, we are here in a little village called Füchtorf in Germany, which is the home of the Green Monster team. We are stood looking out from our veranda, whatever you want to call it, our lovely little place, and we can see the crowd and all the audience watching. And also behind them is basically the workshop for the Green Monster team. The farm is here, the house is here of the Horskamp family. Heinz Joseph Horskamp started off his campaign and modified an Allison pulling many years ago, and now other members of the team run the tractor, and 3 modified machines live here. And the event is supported by the Mittas brand. Mittas helps support the tractors and the event. And as you can see, all the class tractors running up and down, doing the groundwork, doing the track preparation. And here comes our Let's Try machine from the Netherlands. Again, another V8 machine. Again, another Hemi. I think this one's slightly different. This one, yes, it does. It's got 2 mags on it, this one. Quite often you see a dual mag set up in drag racing because if the spark goes out, the other one can take over. But the Let's Try team on a dual mag, which is quite unique in Tractorpulling. Got it all to do. We've seen young Mr. Bram on his inaugural run get to 106. Can the Let's Try get anywhere near it? Here we go. And shuts it down around the 100-meter mark. Probably just before 99-ish. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Not far enough to trouble the leaders here this afternoon in Germany.
Jetzt erneut das Problem, dass die Service-Traktoren in der Mitte der Bahn unterwegs sind und die Strecke pflegen. Dadurch kann erneut keine Weite genommen werden. Da muss die rote abgeladen.
So we'll just wait for the measuring tower to give us the official distance. So yeah,
96.48.
a little bit further back than my guesstimate was.
So, Tom, have you heard, did Wild Thing Did they take that distance or did they
Yes,
drop that?
let's double check that. It's a good one. The Wild Thing accepted their pull, well, as we suspected she would.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll not see Wild Thing back. Sledge was set after Screaming Bobcat, after Wild Thing. So Screaming Bobcats was the first official run. Wild Thing is accepting their 89-meter run. And we see the Wild Thing now, the Let's Try being towed back, and there's the double mags as I was talking about. Engine built by Bros and Dross from the Netherlands. Simply Irresistible team.
It's going to bring up Toplenzen. No, Lombada to the track. Should be next unless
we get Iron Toy coming back.
Yeah. Swedish Iron Toy should maybe be technically back.
Potentially.
A lot of qualifiers in that statement.
Yes.
Should, maybe, technically.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to get Lombardo next by who's lined up.
We're hedging our bets on
We
this
are
one.
hedging our bets, yes. Well, we can see the little tanker being driven. You can see it on your stream just by the side, keeping the area around the track moist. As we keep saying, it's a lovely sunny day here in Germany. The wind is blowing and it dries the track out. So keep the moisture in, keep putting water in. Both of the graders have got water bowsers on them, and the water jets that you can see, if you can see on your stream. Yeah, you can see that fine mist of water just coming off the back of the graders. Both graders, I think both of them, are not actually grading currently. Both of them are just running along, putting that extra moisture on top of the track. Stop it drying out. So that's perhaps what's just taking the time a little bit longer between pulls.
Must be one of our light mods firing up.
Yeah, we've got some turbines firing up. Oh no, we'll be getting the Hind back. Hind was our test puller.
Okay, yes.
So we'll be getting the Hind come back. That's who's next. You can see him there parked up.
That's why we hear the turbine starting?
That's why we heard a turbine starting. I was thinking is there any turbines in the light mode? Why are we hearing turbines? Here they come. Again, as I said earlier, this is the first time they've campaigned in the Euro Cup as this team. Normally just driving the Dutch Championship. But this year chosen to sign up for the Euro Cup Championship and travel around Europe competing against the best of the best. In his first run, it all just seemed to stop, didn't it?
Yes.
He didn't let go of the throttle, but everything just seemed to stop. So whether it was an electrical fault or something simple, hopefully they've managed to get the gremlins out of the electrical system. And we'll see him fly down this track very shortly.
Well, and I thought they broke something on the steering potentially. But
they did, you're right. But again...
Yeah, it seems to be steering fine.
Bit of gaffer tape, maybe.
Yeah, a little duct tape will take care of that.
Yeah, a bit of duct tape.
Electrical tape if you're in a pinch.
Yeah, super glue. Anything it takes to get you on the track. So just 5 left to run, I think, in this class. So let's see what the turbine power can do. It did it again.
It did.
Oh, way up. Keep it in the straight.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he may have been able to get some.
Again, he looked like he'd locked into the track. He was doing the business, powered the nose into the air, and then the same sort of thing happened. It's just, you can see he doesn't watch his right hand on the replay. It's hard to see, but he doesn't let off that throttle, and the turbine stops spinning around on its own. So obviously there's some gremlins on board.
But first time on the Euro Cup circuit, they'll get them figured out.
Yeah, hopefully they can. So in theory, we're going to see Swedish Iron Toy back, as they had kill switch issues. We're going to see Lambarda, Bernie Massey and Bobcat Jr. complete this one-hit wonder for the light modifieds. Mini modifieds, sorry.
Unglücklich wird ausgerollt und die Änderung disqualifiziert. Damit ist er nicht mehr mit dabei. Wie du noch komplett in der Meinung kommt, Fünftiger ist der nächste, der sich bereit macht für seine Pool. Auch er dann 3040.
So it's just going to take us a moment or two. You can see the hind got a bit out of shape when the turbine stopped spinning and drifted off to the left-hand side, which does mean he passed the white line, which does mean he'll be disqualified. He chose to drop his first run, so we can't count his first run as the distance. So we only count this run, and this run he was disqualified on. So unfortunately that'll leave him in last place. And it's just taking a moment or two to lift up the tractor and also then get him disconnected. I think it's a sledge disconnection issue we've got going on. You can see we've got 3 or 4 of the sledge team around the back of the Mini there. Tom, who's the end flagman, there with his ETPC badge on his back, he's involved too. And it's looking like they're struggling to get the hook out, just as the tractor's veered off to one side. And it looks to me like perhaps the hook sort of just got caught underneath the wheelie bars, sorry, the chain of the hook perhaps. And I am 3rd, 4th, 5th guessing here, but and also there's a big Alliance flag in the way, I can't really see very well. Well, that just does indicate perhaps what's happening. Just drag the sledge back, boys, and straighten him up. But if the chain is caught, there you go, we're getting a thumbs up now. I know we're going to pull him back, I think.
They didn't have Apple yet.
So this is just slowing. There you go, we just give him a little bump. They backed the sledge up and they bumped him forward again. Looks like he's loose now. Yes, he is. So we can proceed on now with caution, as they say. Sledge team have got a little bit of metal in the hand. I think perhaps one of the advertising boards have got cotted up as well in there.
Yeah, they were really close to that 60-meter sign.
Yeah. But they've got him disconnected now. We'll get the sledge dragged back to the start line. Hopefully we can get the hind moved out of the way. Both wheels are turning around. He's not locked anything up. So we'll get him dragged out of the way. We'll move the sledge back to the start line, and then we will have time for the Lambarda team. So currently in the lead with 106.02 is the Screaming Bobcat. Second place is 104.7 is the Top Dog, and the Allison powered amazing run of 102 and 61 for Rene's Mission Impossible. But some good strong V8 tractors left to come to hopefully maybe upset the party, or maybe not upset the party, for Rene's Mission Impossible. So once again, if you've just joined us, thank you for joining us here on the ETPC new live stream. We are streaming every championship, every Euro Cup event across the year, and this is the first one of the season. Just do take a minute, if you would be so kind as to find us on the socials. We are the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. Give us a like, give us a follow, so on and so forth, and you'll be able to find out all sorts of information about other events near you, other tractorpulling events, either a Euro Cup event or even a national event. in a town near you. If you're brand new to the sport of tractor pulling and you've just flicked onto YouTube and gone, what's this? Well, hello, good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Might be good morning in America, maybe. The name of the game is to drag that sledge as far as ever you can down the track. That is the sport of tractor pulling. The slight problem the machines have got is the further you pull the sledge down the track, the heavier it gets, the more hard work it takes to pull the sledge. So the name of the one that gets the furthest is the winner. It's as simple as that. And we are here with the Mini Unlimited with 3 or 4 left to run. And we're bringing back the Hemi power now. We've seen the turbine power. It's time for the Hemi time. Time for the Lombardo Dingering family. I haven't seen Gert, I've only seen Wim. So it's probably Wim driving it.
The Lombardo team came to the United States back in 2010 and ran the whole circuit in Mini, Mod, and Unlimited. And I think they missed one of the mod hooks due to a logistics issue. But when they came, I actually worked with them and wrote the story for the Puller magazine before they came to the U.S. So
Nice.
got to meet Wim and Gert and work with them on that story. So it was a good time, and they had a great year that year. They came and ran the whole circuit.
So are they going to upset the party for the Bobcat team? Here we go, 106 to catch if they can. Let's go. Oh, and the blower belt comes off. Not just the blower belt, but it looks like we've lost a gear. Yes, we've lost a pulley. We've lost the bottom pulley off the engine, look. You can see on your screen there, that's the pulley that fastens to the crank of the engine that drives the supercharger. I've never seen a bottom pulley come off before. Let's watch the replay, folks. I was nodding my head because it locked into the track. Look at that. Picture perfect, nose in the air, doing the business. And any second now, watch the front. Watch right in the middle at the front. Can we see it? There, look. Wow, the bottom pulley came off. Well.
Yeah, I have not seen that before.
I've seen the top pulley come off before. I've obviously seen blower belts come off before, but bottom pulley.
Yeah, losing a belt is a fairly common occurrence, unfortunately, but man.
So, yeah, well, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, thankfully everybody's okay.
Yeah, all is good. It was just a sudden stop because as soon as the supercharger's not shoving air in, then that's it, the engine stops. So Wynn's looking really disappointed there. It was on for a chance of catching that 106, but shuts down and gets 87.25.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was a big run for the Lombardo team.
Strange one, very strange. I'll try and catch him later and find out some more info. Whether all the bolts have sheared off. Now then bottom pulleys are fastened on with 1, 2, 3, 5 bolts, 6 bolts, lots of bolts, not like 2, are they? Fastened on with quite a few bolts. So and it didn't look like it had broken. It just looked like it fell off. Well, yeah, Wynn doesn't look too impressed there. There's something obviously not just quite right.
No, he's
he's
trying to figure it out too.
What the heck? I don't know either. So not going to trouble the Screaming Bobcats distance.
But the Lombardo team, if anybody can get that fixed for tomorrow afternoon, they'll be back.
Yeah, hopefully it's like you say. Hopefully they can work tonight in the pits and find out what the problem was and fasten it back on, ready for tomorrow. But
disappointing today because, like you say,
quite lucky that where it happened up this end of the track.
Yeah,
at least
they were
going to get some points today. But if it had happened at the start line, there'd have been not very many points.
Right, they were hooked up and on a pass there.
On a pass. That's so American. My brother would kill me if I said that.
Hier ist der nächste Starter aus Schweden.
What do you say in the UK?
A run.
A
A
run?
good run.
I use that one too, just trying to mix it up a
or
little bit.
sometimes a hook, a good hook.
Yes, that one
But
too.
we'd never say pass.
Really?
Yeah. Don't know. It's just
Huh. Yeah, it's fairly standard in the U.S. Like, how many passes do you get out of a blower belt,
Yeah.
or how many passes do you make before you have to change
it.
the oil or something like that?
Yeah. Okay, next then. Where are we up to now? It should be the Burning Massey from Sweden. Yes, here it is. With some real funky mud guards on this machine. They're like perspex, a see-through.
What kind of guards?
The mud guards.
Oh, the fenders?
Yeah, different language again.
Yes.
Same language but different.
Yes.
The fenders.
They are clear.
They're clear. They're perspex. You can see through them.
I have never seen clear fenders on a pulling tractor before.
Or mud guards.
Or mud guards, yes.
Yeah, so from Sweden, the Burning Massey.
We used to run mud flaps on four-wheel drives for a while.
Yeah.
Behind the front tires to shift the dirt so it didn't pile up in front of the rear tires on a four-wheel drive truck.
Yeah.
We used to run mud flaps, and then they outlawed them because they thought maybe they were shooting dirt like towards the crowd.
I understand.
Could be a safety issue.
Yeah. So we've 2 left to run, and depending whether Swedish Iron Toy comes back or not. Yeah, I think Swedish Iron Toy is lined up to come back a little later on. But in the meantime, we've got from Sweden, the Burning Massey. Can they get that V8 machine anywhere up near this 106 mark? We're about to find out. Here we go. Come on, the Burning Another really good strong one, but not far enough to trouble the leaders at the minute, probably around the 100-meter mark.
Oh, he's in that 9,900-meter range.
Yeah, that's where a lot of them have stopped. But a nice run. Let's look at the replay. Look, nose in the air, powered it up, just sit perfectly, not any rocking and rolling. Yeah, lovely pass.
Yes.
As you would say.
That was a nice run, as you would say.
So, like we say, not far enough to trouble the leaders, but we'll wait and see exactly where they slot in.
I think he's going to probably be around 4th place, I would think.
We'll wait and see. And we've 2 left to run then in this mini modified class, or the mini unlimiteds. And then we move on to the last class of the day, which is 23 light modifieds, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Go big or go home on Saturday night.
That's the one.
100.57.
Oh, we're getting good at guessing these distances, aren't we? 100 meters and 57 centimeters for the Burning Massey from Sweden with the Perspex fenders.
Yes, we are in mid-season form at our guesses on distance here, which is always a dicey thing to do when you're in an announcer's booth, is to guess the distance. That is really cool. It looks cool too. You can see the framework and.
So I got a feeling that Swedish Iron Toy will come last, but it's just what order now. Do we see Bobcat Jr. or do we see Swedish Iron Toy next? So for those that weren't here, or for we perhaps missed us talking about it, Swedish Iron Toy was our 4th hook in this class, but got a bit of a rock and a roll on, got a bit of a out of control. It come up too high. What we say, got on the wheelie bars. So the wheelie bars are at the back of the tractor, designed to stop the tractor flipping over backwards, to stop it doing too big of a wheelie. But when they come up too high and they come up too fast, the wheelie bars dig into the ground, and then they can cause one of the back wheels of the pulling machine to jump out the track or to become unengaged, is that the right word, of the pulling surface. And when that happens, particularly the minis then get a rock and a roll on, and we can see minis on their sides or drivers getting hurt. So the sledge driver, and rightly so, I'll back any sledge driver that pulls the kill switch all day long, pulled the kill switch to stop anybody getting into any harm. But because we did that, we then sort of say, we're really sorry, Swedish Iron Toy, we'll give you another hook. That's become more of the norm now with our mini classes, because we do get, as the horsepower increases and the speed increases that these machines are going down this track,
Yes.
the chance of rocky and rolly, as we call it, becomes higher. So it's on our agenda to try and keep everybody as safe as we can, and that's exactly what happened. So Swedish Iron Toy lives to fight another day and lives to pull another day, and
yes.
Here he is. It's like, what a segue that was.
There you go. And it's, you know, I've had the chance to ride in a sled at an antique pull at the end of last year. It was an indoor antique pull, short track, and the bouncing around just in that in under, 5 miles per hour classes. I'm like, give our sled operators a really big round of applause and,
absolutely,
our appreciation for all that they do, because they're making every trip down this track, right?
Yep, definitely. So 2 left to run.
Forgot I was plugged in.
2 left to run. And we'll see the Swedish Iron Toy come back, as we've just seen. Here he comes. And then we'll see the Bobcat Junior, maybe to see if the Bobcat Junior can beat the Screaming Bobcat. But let's see what happens with Swedish Iron Toy first. Here we go. A much better run than last time.
Yes.
Kept it in the straight and narrow. Didn't just get up as high. Didn't lock into the track. Probably changed the setup on the tractor. Probably tire pressures is my best gauge. Or maybe moved a bit of weight about just to keep that nose end of the tractor down low to stop him getting that rock and roll on. But unfortunately, doing that does sometimes rob you of distance.
Ich will ganz so viele Stadionen aufgebaut, ich will ganz so viele unterwegs gewesen, aber dafür ordentlich Meter gemacht. Am Ende reicht es 96, die 45 sind es gewesen. Es reicht nicht, um ganz vorne mit dabei zu sein.
So, 1 left to run. That will be our Bobcat Junior.
Yes.
So as I sort of hinted before Swedish Iron Toy started, the Screaming Bobcat from the team currently sits in first place at 106. And the Bobcat Junior the Bobcat Junior, sorry, is the only one that can potentially take the win away from the Screaming Bobcat.
Yes, Screaming Bobcat. That young man made a good run his first hook, and he's held the lead throughout the class.
He has. Young Bart Koopman, that's it. Sorry, Bram Koopman, not Bart. Bart's the other one. Bram Koopman. As I said earlier, that was his inaugural run. Son of Hank Koopman, who is part of the Bandit team, where we can see the Bandit machine in the background there. And his mum is the wife of Wing Dingering, so he's been granted your little, your light, get on that mini. I think was perhaps how the conversation went in the Dingering / household. But all credit to him. He lit it up and it did the business.
Yeah, the Screaming Bobcat that sits in the lead, 3-time defending Euro Cup champion.
Yeah. Can the Bobcat Junior now? I'm guessing Bart will be on the Bobcat Junior. I can't see Bart. This will be the last one to run in this mini modifieds. Engine's running, we can hear that V8, and here comes Berry. To back up to the sledge. The Bobcat Junior. Team have had a whole new livery look. It looks the part. All 3 tractors, they're 2 minis and 1 unlimited modified. They've all had new livery stuck on the tractor, and it certainly looks really, really nice. They all look the part.
Yeah, the Bobcat team always professional looking equipment and very well performing equipment.
Just got it in reverse, just had to come forward a couple of times to manage to get it in reverse. Trying to look to see if I can work out who is driving. Ah, it'll be Berry's wife. It's Berry's wife driving. That's who it is. Yeah, Berry's wife Tina will be on driving duties. So can the one Bobcat steal the win away from the other Bobcat? Got to get up to that 106 if they want to, if they can. There'll be no team orders, it'll just hit the loud pedal. Here we go. Oh, she got a rock and a roll on and shut out of it. Now again, we could be in a situation where if we've had a kill switch pulled, we may see her back. She tended to have it a little bit more under control. To watch the replay, she shut back herself, so perhaps no kill switch activation happened. We'll wait for just confirmation to see. So, yep, it looks like that will be the measured distance for Bobcat Junior, which is a disqualification. She passed the white line. She hit the loud pedal, it came up, it was doing like it should, but it just then didn't settle down, did it? It didn't sit into the track like it should do. It just stayed on top of the track and went hokey pokey, as we say.
Yeah, that's disappointing. I mean, it's the top and the bottom, literally, for the Bobcat team.
Absolutely.
You know, Screaming Bobcat takes the win, but Bobcat Junior ends up with a disqualification. So they'll be back. We know the Bobcat team. They'll be back tomorrow.
And they'll be back tomorrow,
ready to roll.
yeah, to go again. So that concludes the first round here of the Minis Unlimited Euro Cup here in the Füchtorf Pulling Arena. And with the first run on the Screaming Bobcat.
And now we go to our light modifieds. 23 vehicles in our light modifieds.
Yep, absolutely. We'll do presentation first. Young Bram Koopman taking the win on his first ever run down the track with the Mini.
Top Dog in second at 104.07. And Rennie's Mission Impossible in third at 102.61.
What a great result for the Allisons. Really good result for the Allisons.
Yeah, that V12. Choosing that different combinations can work and be competitive in the mini modified class.
So, folks, while our German on-site team take control of the presentations, we'll leave you be for a moment or two. But before we go, and we'll be back in just a moment for the light modifieds. Remember to give us a like or a share on the socials. Give the video a share on YouTube. Let's get the word out there that we are streaming. We are here showing you every single Euro Cup as it happens, live in action, for free on YouTube, courtesy of the ETPC. Das ist Mr. Possible, das ist weniger Zeitgebiete Applaus. Platz Nummer 3. Number 3 in Europe.
Mission Impossible. And number 2 in the Euro Cup. The first Euro Cup on Füchtorf Arena. It's Martin Füchtorf and Tractorpulling. And number 1 on this weekend is Screaming Bucket as Plan Kopfball an Riesenapplaus. Platz Nummer 1, 106 Meter. Okay, auf geht's in der Füchtorf Arena. Das sind die Sieger der Mini-Bundesklasse. Plan Kopfball und der Bucket, der Screaming Bucket Number 1. Martin auf der 2. Top. It is the power of the greatest impossible. He's the most in the day. Also, der junge Martin René. Ja, kommt mal. Positiv Sieger. Minimum auf Platz 8. Der absolute Wahnsinn. Ja, der Familie wird es auch noch gefüllt. Auch hier das 6. Applaus für unsere Fahrer in der Mini-Bundesklasse. Und dann geht's hier runter auf die lange Gerade. Ja, der wird immer gefeiert. Und jede Außentasche. Riesenapplaus für die Allersen. Mission Impossible. Ja, richtig gute Fans hier. Wo sind die Leute, die nicht mitmachen? Hey! Füchtorf Arena! Wo seid ihr? Oh! Hey! Hey! Mieters Pavillon! Wo ist der Applaus für die Mini-Baller? Wahnsinn! Der absolute Wahnsinn in der Füchtorf Arena. Und auch hier am Ende nochmal. Oh! Der Bucket auf der 1, der Klopfer auf der 2, und wir müssen der Bucket auf der 3. Genau, wie checkt. Es kommt die Live-Modified in der Füchtorf Arena. Und wir schauen mal, wer da so schönes gemeldet ist.
So as you just now watched the final bit of the presentation for the Mini Unlimiteds from the first round here in Germany. We can hear in the background all the light modifieds getting warmed up, getting ready for action. We've moved the mini sledge out of the way and we've actually bring the other German sledge. There's 2 German sledges here, the Red Shadows. We've actually brought the one we haven't seen run at all today out now. I think one's called SE and one's, Graham will tell me which is which in a minute.
So the light modifieds, 2.5 tons, so 2,500 kilograms or 5,500 pounds.
Apart from the weight compensation, which we'll go into in a minute.
What's that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Go on. You carry on.
Drawbar height is 20 inches or 500 millimeters and limited to 60 engine points.
As we discussed earlier.
Yes, beginning on page 85 of the ETPC rule book.
Well done, you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doing your homework.
That's right. That's right. So, Black Power will be our test pullers, followed by Helvig Rocket Science, Euro Bandit, Truck Power, Mad Max Stage 5, Hot Art.
I don't think Hot Art's here.
Okay. Green Monster 5,
Don't quote me.
Mitas Edition,
Yep.
Daffy, Aftermath Unleashed, Dingo, Seaside Affair, and Gators.
That concludes the Euro Cup class, and then at the end of that, we're going to run all the German tractors on the end. So it's podging time, everybody. As we saw with the mini modifieds, now everybody gets a chance to come out and podge the track and have a look. So weight compensation.
Yes.
I'll tell you about that then.
Okay.
So, as you've just said, we're on engine points of 60. But again, you can't quote me on it. You'll have to check the rule book. If you are, let's say, 55 points or lower, you can have extra weight.
Oh.
It's not the right figures, but you. So I think it's 50. If you're 50 or lower, you can have 100 kilograms extra. If you're 40 or lower, you can have 200 kilograms extra. Those are the wrong numbers, but it's the right weight, but the wrong points numbers.
Okay.
Again, to try and keep it a fair competition.
Yes.
Because what we tend to find is we get single engines. So we've got the guys that have got the methanol DAF engines and the Dingo guys that run single engines. It's too many points for them to put 2 of them on, or they won't get them in weight. But in order for them to keep up with 2 Hemis or 3 Chevys, the ETPC decided that we still want this lovely mix of all different engines combinations, and if we don't do something to help the single engine guys keep up with the twin Hemis and the 3 Chevys, the single engine guys would stop pulling.
Right.
So what happened is the ETPC came up with what's called the weight compensation system to give those guys that are slightly down on horsepower or engine points that extra 100 kilograms or 200 kilograms, just helps them get that extra 5-10 meters, however much it may be down the track.
Okay. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, the base weight is 2.5 tons, but we tend to just call it the light modified class because there will be some that are 2.5, some that are 2.6, and some that are 2.7.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
So that's a little bit of info for you there.
So in the last 4 years, we've had 4 different Euro Cup champions in this class. So very competitive class. And 3 of them are in competition here today.
Correct. Our last Euro Cup champion is a guy from Great Britain, my friend Daniel. He was the Euro Cup champion.
Yes.
But the European champion was Green Monster.
Yes.
So we're here at Green Monster's home pull, and they are defending European champion. And next week, 2 weeks' time in Scotland, we'll be at Aftermath Unleashed home pull.
Nice.
So all the teams keep joking that they're going to come to the home pull of the current European champion and kick some ass, and then they're going to go to the home pull of the Euro Cup champion and kick some ass.
I actually met Daniel at the in Louisville at the National Farm Machinery Show tractor pull 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes, he took his wife on honeymoon.
Yes.
Right, it's time for action. Light modified action here now.
So this tractor from Denmark?
Correct, the Black Power. This tractor's been multiple European champion in its time. In the late 90s, early 2000s, this was the light modified tractor to catch. Nobody could catch this tractor. It was European champion year after year after year. It took some years out from competing at top level, and this is their first year back Euro Cupping for a long time.
Okay.
So they've got a point to prove, I think, as the Black Power team from Denmark. They are our test puller. 3 V8 Chevys on board, providing the power. Supercharged and run on methanol fuel. So let's see what our test puller can do. Here we go, 2 green flags. Hey-oh.
You know, Tom, we talked about nobody getting close to the sidelines, and our last 2 tractors have both gotten close. One to the left, one out of bounds.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the Black Power team kept it in bounds this time, and they are the test pullers, so they can turn that down and come back.
They can, and they definitely will. But if we watch a replay here on the screen, he powers it up, hits the loud button just there. Look, he just got a bit of a dip, and as soon as he got that dip, bounce, and he's out of the track. And it's good night, Vienna. That's as far as you're going to go. Maybe perhaps his tyres were perhaps set a little bit too hard. It didn't just seem to just oof into the track like it should do.
Yeah.
But again, beauty of, as we said earlier, and those that have just joined us, the test puller is the first tractor in the class. So that gives the sledge team a chance and the track team a chance to judge, is the sledge set how we want it set? We don't want them all in full pull. We want to make sure they all stop, whatever. But it also then helps the first tractor be on, because you can choose to accept or decline that pull, which is a bonus point for being a test puller. The downside to being a test puller is you can do the run of your life, 100 meters, and then decide they're going to make the sledge heavier.
Yes.
So it's a take the rough with the smooth type thing with being a test puller. And the Black Power team no doubt will decline that pull. I'm sure my WhatsApp chat will be.
Well, and it's hard for the sled team to know what to do too, because that was such a rough ride and only 65 meters or so. And
well, what they'll do is they will leave the test puller flag in. The next tractor on will still be classed as test puller. You can see the flag still there. So Rocket Science, who is our first single engine tractor, they have got a engine taken out of a DAF truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
Converted to run on methanol. Some whopping great turbochargers slapped on the side. And they were the Euro Cup champion in 2024.
And they won here last year.
They did. Get you knowing your facts and figures. So yeah, we can see, as I explained in the mini class, the test puller flag is still stabbed in the ground. I don't need to wait for confirmation from the WhatsApp group. So that means Rocket Science will still be the test puller.
Müssen weitergehen, Runde 22, startbereit, 4000 PS, DAF 1260 LKW-Motor, umgebaut auf Methanol-Antrieb, 21 Drehzahl, 11-mal nationaler Meister gewesen in den Niederlanden.
We're just waiting for track team to be happy, and we'll call the Rocket Science to the sledge. Here he comes. Again, this is one of the ones that will have weight compensation. I don't know exactly how much, but they will have a little bit of weight compensation with the Rocket Science. And as I said, a DAF truck engine is what it's based on. There's not much left of the original engine, as you well know.
Probably not, no.
In the sport of tractor pulling.
This tractor out of the Netherlands.
So as we've just seen, the Black Power got a bit of a rock and a roll and a rough ride on. So we're not able to gauge if the sledge is set. And remember, we are in a double header situation, ladies and gents at home. So you won't see a load of full pulls and then a pull off. It's one hit wonder. They'll set the sledge heavy enough to hopefully stop everybody 410 meters. We'll measure where they stop, and whoever wins on the first hit is the winner. End of story for today. And then we do it all over again tomorrow. So billet heads with an overhead cam on the Rocket Science. All the toys, can they get a nice run in so we can see how this sledge is set? With two green flags. Come on, the Rocket Science, here we go. Oh, and it's done it again. All last season it kept doing that. It would be on a storming run and then bang, a little backfire, and it coughed and spluttered and stopped. And they could not, for the life of them, get to the bottom of it.
It has to be very frustrating because they spent all winter trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And the first hook out here tonight happens
Some pulls it would go and it would never miss a beat, and then some pulls it would come and it would cough and splutter and then pick back up. Oh, so disappointed for the Rocket Science team.
72.90 their distance.
Again, I'm going to guess we're still in testable conditions then.
The blue flag is still out.
Yeah, well, I'll just wait for the ETPC to have a little chat about it. So let's watch the replay here. Throttle's wide open. He's doing the business. It's locked into the track. A little bit of white smoke coming from various areas we perhaps shouldn't see white smoke from. And then bang, that little backfire or whatever it was. And it stops him dead in his tracks. Jack and the team will be most frustrated. So yeah, test puller flag is still in. So we're still in test puller conditions. Bandit team will be our next test puller.
So when you say we're still in test puller situation, only the first test puller could come back, right?
Nope. If Rocket Science can come back,
he could turn that down and come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If you are classed as the test puller, you are the test puller. The same rules apply.
Okay.
The Sledge team haven't made up their mind. We haven't decided if it's set or not. So the plus side to that is you are still able to choose to accept or decline the pull.
Okay.
Now, Rocket Science will probably decline that pull and see if there's anything they can quickly get sorted, or unless it's actually broken a turbo.
Kann er den ersten Full abliefern oder zumindest Richtung 110 Meter fahren?
Wir haben ja jetzt auch immer noch keine Fenstereinstellung. Das ist ja auch noch so ein Problem. Immer noch wissen wir nicht so richtig, wo wir stehen. Er war schnell und er wird auch wieder.
But there's not a lot of time. They've only got 6 places to do it. My guess is they'll leave it and look for tonight to see what they can fix for tomorrow. And now it's time for the Hemis. We've seen some Chevys. We've seen the V8 DAFs. And now we're about to see the Hemis come on board. This was your Dutch champion last year, the Euro Bandit. Managed to compete in the light modifieds in the Netherlands, the NTTO Championship, and take the win in the Dutch Championship. Didn't Euro Cup last year. I've decided to come back in Euro Cup this year. So got a bit of a point to prove. They were on the podium in the European Championships. They were 3rd place in the European Championships with the Bandit.
So this looks like 2 Hemis mounted sideways.
2 Hemis running sideways through a cross box, yeah. Bevel gears inside the box. For those that always ask, how do we get to do that, to turn left or to turn right? It's bevel gears. So we just spray those buzzard catchers with a bit of de-icer, stop them frosting up, so they're easy to open. We take the slack out of the chain. We're ready for 2 Hemis. Live in action here in Germany. The inaugural round of the Oh, what a run from the Bandit.
Yeah, what do you say about that? Smooth, straight.
Smooth, straight.
Powerful. I mean, it.
Watch the replay here. We're watching from Sledge Cam. You get the gist, and you can see the nose come up. And I don't think he touched the brake once, did he? Maybe just there a little bit, just to keep it in.
1:11.06.
And shuts him down at 1:11.06. So we now have a slight problem, because we're supposed to be in a one-hit wonder. We're supposed to be in a single run. And in theory, if anybody gets past 110, we then have to have a pull-off. So they may change the sledge yet. They may make it heavier. But it was a really lovely run from Bandit.
It was. That's one of those you don't want to take away from somebody.
No. But also, you know, if nobody gets locked into the track that quick and does that well, is anybody going to get up near that 110? So a bit of a difficult decision. The
sled operator that's a very difficult job and a very difficult position to be in.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I can find Mario and the team, because they'll be having a conversation about it right now, discussing what they're going to do. So we'll wait for confirmation as to what's happening with the sledge, but that's past 110. And that is Hank driving. He is the father of the man that took the win in the mini modifieds. That's Hank.
Good day for that team and that family.
Yeah, good day. So it looks like we're having the chat at the sledge at the start line. I can see Mario, our head track marshal, and the sledge team having a conversation.
Oh, they took down the test flag. Test puller flag is down.
They're going to leave it like that then, by the looks of it. So we'll wait and see if anybody else passes the 110. We may end up with a pull-off after all. Or potentially Mario could move the full pull line a little further down. We could now be pulled to a 120. Let's not second guess. Let's wait to find out. I'll learn in a WhatsApp in a minute, won't I? So it's time for the truck power. Now this is a Transmarsh, a V12 Transmarsh machine. We saw one run a little earlier in the modified class. This is the same one. We saw run on methanol fuel.
So what is a Transmarsh engine?
It's out of I think it's out of a Russian tank.
Okay.
Or an Eastern European tank, that's a dead cell. Obviously it would run on diesel fuel in the tanks. This team, it's a homemade methanol system, converted to run on methanol.
This team out of Denmark.
Correct. So I have got confirmation sledge is set. I've asked the question what we're doing for either 111 meters. My guess is they'll just measure them where they stop past the 110. But we will wait and see. So let's see what the man from Denmark, the truck power with the Transmarsh engine on, which the name really confuses people. The engine's not out of the truck. But let's see. Let's see what he can do. Oh, big backfire. Man, that's disappointing for the fans from Denmark.
55-73.
Wir werden nicht die Füchtorf Arena, wenn wir nicht erstmal einen riesen Applaus für den Tractorpulling. Ja, das ist die große Frage. Sie sind immer entspannt. Also, scheinbar ist alles ganz geliebt. Scheinbar Backfire. Jetzt ist ja aber so ein bisschen die Frage.
So disappointing for the truck power team. I was talking to them earlier. They were hoping for good things. They had a bit of a test run at the indoor pool in Denmark a few weeks ago. Said they were ironed out a few bugs and were hoping they got rid of the bugs and were going to make a decent run. But just a little bit of a backfire.
55 Meter 73 für den Truckbau.
Yeah, I just counted it up, Tom. 6 different countries represented out of 12 tractors in this class. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Aber das werden sicherlich den Sitzfahrer analysieren.
So next man to the line will be the Mad Max, come from Belgium. It's a very similar engine setup to Rocket Science. Again, it's his engine, DAF engine taken out of a truck. It started life in a truck, and as we said, there's not much left of it that's still from the engine. The block will be the same. 2 turbochargers. It looks like Arnie is trackside, so it'll be Paul driving.
But the truck power we just saw pull does not have a truck engine, but this one does.
Correct, yes. Just to confuse everything.
Rocket Science and Mad Max have truck engines.
And the one called Truck Power does
not.
have a truck engine.
Okay.
Just so we're clearing that up, everyone.
I walked by the truck power pit and I was like, oh, that probably has a international DT 4066.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, as they say.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're waiting for Mad Max now. I don't know if he's been called.
Yeah, I thought it was an international truck engine, a Cat engine, Cummins engine, you know, something out of a truck.
Yeah.
All right, Mad Max gets the sign to fire up.
Here he comes.
This tractor has very narrow mud guards.
It does. Yeah, there's not so many that have mud guards like that, but yeah, there's a few.
Or fenders, if you
prefer that term. So I've heard from the track team there is no pull-off. So we're going to measure at 111, and if anybody gets past 111, we'll measure where they stop. So we've extended that full pull line to 120.
Okay. I didn't know if we had a set.
Well, there has to be. In the rule books, there has to be a certain amount of runoff.
Ah, yes.
Once the full pull line's finished, there has to be a set amount of runoff past that full pull line. So let's see what the Mad Max can do. We're talking about 110 meters, but we need to see if anybody can get up past that 110 yet. Because if they don't, it doesn't. All this conversation is null and void. So let's see what Mad Max can do. The DAF powered light modified from Belgium now about to hit the track here in Füchtorf Arena for the inaugural first round of light modified pulling here live on the ETPC live stream. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. What a run from the Mad Max boys. Goodness me.
That was a great hook.
Hey, get out here. 109 and 74, 109.74.
Wow.
Really good run. Single engine modified, DAF powered machine, 109 and 74. Brilliant run.
Die Jungs aus Belgien liefern ab. Platz 2 momentan. Der war richtig gut vom Team. Er knallt hier auf die 109.
So I must give a special thanks to the Alliance brand, the full sponsor of the whole Euro Cup series. Alliance Tyres. Now the brand that's partnered with the Euro Cup and the ETPC. To keep the wheels turning, hey? Get that for a pun. Now the next to the line will be the local man. We definitely don't have a Hot Art here with us. Hot Art. I always get told off by the team how I say that. Sorry, Kira. So the local man, as we said earlier today. The team is based here on this field. We can see the workshop from where we are standing. Current European champion is the Green Monster. Finished second place in the Euro Cup last year. So one of the strong contenders for this season. Last year we had trouble with some slight issues. Just every now and again the engines just wouldn't perform. One engine sensor would not just work as it should. And that cost them numerous points in the Euro Cup, but they managed to claw it back towards the end of the season to finish in second place. So as Karen was saying a little earlier, performing at your home pull is always the hardest one to do.
Yes, yes it is.
But as the noise levels increase here in the German arena, the German fans stand to their feet, ready for their home hero. 2 V12 Allisons on board now, providing the power. Homemade Pro Chargers. Very innovative team. Try to say that again. Manufacturing lots of their own parts. So want to start the season off strong if they want to win back that Euro Cup championship if they lost last year. There's no, we'll get into the pull-off and see how they get on. This will be it. This will be the one they watch. This will be the measured distance. Can they get up near that 110 metre mark, 111 metre mark to pass the run from the Bandit team?
The fans are on their feet here in Füchtorf.
Here we go, 2 green flags. Let's go. It looks like he's done it. The crowd are cheering. The guys by the sound of the side of the track are pumping their fists. It looks very much like he's passed that checkered flag.
1:12:21.
Yeah.
A new leader. The Green Monster team getting it done, taking the lead right here at home.
Yeah.
Giving the hometown fans what they came to see.
Exactly. But don't forget, we've got lots of strong tractors left
yes,
to run.
Yes.
Don't get too excited
It is
yet.
not over yet,
No,
but man,
indeed.
the fans here are pumped. You know, there's a lot of theories that we talk about with why it's so difficult to do well at home. Is it, you know, people, maybe you're working like the Green Monster team putting this event together.
Yeah.
You're maybe distracted. People are asking you for tickets. Where do we put the food vendors? What about this? What about that?
Yeah.
You know, all these different questions, and maybe you're a little bit distracted. Maybe it is the pressure of, hey, my friends, my family, they're all here. You know, I mean, everyone has a lot of friends and fans all over the country or all over the world.
But it just feels different, doesn't it, when you're at home?
Yes, definitely.
So, folks, like I keep saying, the ETPC are now streaming live all of the Euro Cup events. If you're tuning in for the first time, thank you for joining us at home. You can check out the ETPC website, which is tractorpulling.com, to find out where all the events are throughout Europe. Next one in 2 weeks' time will be in Scorton, which is just around the corner from my house.
I was going to say right close to home for you.
Really home for me, yeah. So they're in Scorton in the UK. That's the first time Scorton are holding a Euro Cup event.
Nice, that's good to see.
Yep, and then after that we just keep going all over the country, all over Europe. So do check out tractorpulling.com, which is the ETPC's website, or just search ETPC in Google or on the FaceTube or anywhere like that, and you will find us and find out where the local pulls are to you. And as the crowd are still cheering the Green Monster Missat edition, they're 112 metres and 21 centimetres, just 1 metre further 1,20 m further than the Bandit team.
Das Monster, der Wahnsinn. Und es geht weiter, die Bahnen unter. Es wird gefeiert.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the international portion of this event.
Yep.
You know, we're at got 6, maybe 7 left. So.
Do
they sell those hats?
So it's not over yet. The German fans are very excited, but it's not over yet. We've still
It's far from over.
We've still got Daffy, Aftermath Unleashed, Dingo, Seaside Affair, Black Power, our test puller to come back yet. All good, strong tractors. Gators as well, of course. Don't forget the Gators. The Meteor-powered twin V12 machine, another twin V12 machine. Again, on its day, the Gator machine can do fabulous things. So, yes, we'll let the German fans have their moment, but we're ready for action as the next one arrives. The Daffy come all the way from Norway to be with us here this weekend.
That's a long trip.
It's a long way. It's a long way for them. And they do campaign all over Europe. Great guys. Again, another inline machine. I don't think this is a DAF engine, being called Daffy and all that, of course.
Yes. So, question for you, Tom.
Yes.
In Europe, like, they came all the way from Norway, right? Yeah. Will they leave the tractor here or somewhere centrally located and fly back to it?
No, they'll take it home.
Okay.
They'll go back to Norway, back to more, because they may have some home pulls between now and...
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes in the United States, you know, people leave things at centrally located
sometimes
locations.
That happens. Sometimes with some teams, if the logistic works, but it's nearly always there's a pull here in Germany, and then next weekend there could be their home pull in Norway, or a Norwegian Championship, or a Dutch round. So the logistics of leaving tractors in places is quite complex.
Okay.
Looks like we've got a bit of a problem though. Helmet's off, is it? I can't see. Sunshine. Yeah, helmet is off. Oh, no.
And I don't hear it running either.
No. Looks, and we're...
Flag lady's
waving for a towback tractor, so we were too busy talking, but they were back into the sledge, and that was it stopped, and that was the end of it.
I've just looked to our German colleagues, and they're not sure what happened either.
No.
So just a little bit of how we're set up here. We have the German language live stream right next to us, and then we have the DJ up here in the booth as well.
We do.
Another thing that's different in the United States and in Europe.
We have the tunes pumping, baby.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And so many people throughout Europe are messaging me with various different, when I get things wrong or giving me information. So Daffy is actually a John Deere Superstock engine.
Oh, nice. So it's tractor powered.
Yes, it is tractor powered, yeah. And news from the pits that it's a clutch issue on Daffy.
And then this looks like Black Power coming back around.
It does, yeah. So yeah, confirmation that Daffy's got a clutch problem, which is why they've stopped. And yeah, it's a John Deere Superstock engine from Mr. Willem Velthausen, we believe, on board. So we bring Black Power back. Now Black Power got towed to the sledge. I don't know if we spotted that in the background of Daffy getting moved out of the way. They had a bit of a rough ride. Maybe they've come down hard on their front axle and just want to not be driving too much. And again, we saw a little earlier in the other class, you're supposed to, it's written in the rule book that you have to drive yourself to the sledge and drive yourself away from the sledge, unless it's due to breakage or technical problems. And if you ask permission from the track team, you are sometimes allowed to then be towed to or from the sledge.
So the Black Power team from Denmark was our original test puller. Went 60.82 feet.
Got a rock and a roll on and had to shut out, didn't he?
Started one wheel. It was not pretty.
So hopefully the team have made some changes. We saw it lock in, but it just seemed to just not get into the track, did it? It just
No.
So whether it's a tire pressure thing, my guess is that they'll change some tire pressures. Maybe if they've got any movable weight, hang a bit more off the front end, just to keep that front end down a bit to help them not get too high in the sky. But they'll know their own tractor, they'll know what they need to do. But because they were test puller, they had the option to decline the pull. And this is their second attempt. Here we go. 3 V8 Chevys from Denmark. Let's see what they can do. Can they get up near that 112 meter mark? Absolutely they can.
They are knocking on the door.
We wait for the measuring tower, but absolutely. What a run from Black Power. Out of nowhere. First run, they couldn't get it locked into the track. This one, 110 and 65.
Yeah.
Good enough for third place at the moment.
65. Wow. You know, I thought it was going to be a similar run to the first time because they started drifting left, coming towards the right-hand sideline, drifting right to the right-hand sideline, and then all of a sudden they drifted back towards the center and gone. Great pass.
Nice run from the Black Power.
Man, our leaders are all stacked up there. The Green Monster at 112 and 2 in first. The Euro Bandit in second at 111. And then Black Power at third at 110.
Yeah, it's all close at the top.
Yeah, and Mad Max at 109 and fourth. So they're all right there.
So we're going to see our second test puller back, I think, next, which will be the Rocket Science. He's lined up there, ready to go. Hopefully they've found what the little cough and splutter was. If they're lined up and ready to go, it does indicate there was obviously nothing too terminal.
That's a good thing, but like you say, it sounds like they fought that gremlin all of last summer.
Yeah. So fingers crossed, and they can get a good run without it coughing and spluttering.
Auch die kommt noch einmal zurück. Und der Max, der war eben auch schon dicht gerade. Wahnsinn. Wahnsinn, was ist hier los?
Ja, länger als im Max Bull, den ich bis jetzt gesehen habe, das war wäre stark. Und ja, Black Power lässt sich feiern. Auch das war hier nochmal ein richtig geiler Pull. Sie sind auf der 3 unterwegs mit diesem Pull. Ein mega Pull vom Champion aus Dänemark. Die sind hochzufrieden mit ihrer Leistung. Black Power.
So once again, I thank each of you for watching. If you do get the opportunity to give us a share, give us a like on our social media, it would be much, much appreciated. Get the word out there that the ETPC is streaming every single Euro Cup into your living room. And we bring on, like I said, the next one should be the Rocket Science, our second test puller. Then we go back into order, and we've got Aftermath Unleashed, Dingo, Seaside Affair, and Gators left to run in the Euro Cup side of it. Then we're going to, I say tag on the end, but not really. There's another 12, 13 of them, the German competition.
Wer ist der Nächste? Unsere Jungs aus Großbritannien oder ist es Rocket Science, der sich dort laufen lässt? Es ist Rocket Science. Sie kommen noch einmal zurück. Sie haben einen Testpool gehabt im ersten Lauf mit dem Backfire. Kommen jetzt noch einmal.
So here comes the Rocket Science.
Your winner here last year in Füchtorf. 2024 Euro Cup champion.
As we saw a little earlier, got some gremlins in under the bonnet. It just had a little cough. It stopped there, and that was as far as it went. But hopefully Jack and the team have managed to hopefully find out what's wrong. My guess is they've sat and scratched their heads and gone, we're not sure, we'll go again and see. But we'll hopefully, fingers crossed. As we said earlier, powered by a DAF engine, this one. What's left of it. Lots of billet machine work done on it. 2 turbochargers. So we wait for 2 green flags and let's see what the rocket science can do. Chasing that 112 meter mark from the Green Monster Mitas edition. So here we go. Just taking it steady on the start line is Jack. Sort of slowly but surely building the boost pressure. Watching the dials. He's going to go now though. Here we go. A much better run for the engine. Didn't just have the balance set up correctly. Was bouncing all the way down, up on the wheelie bars and back down and up and back down. If we watch the replay here on the screen, once he finally let it go and got hold of the track, there you go, locked in. But just now he starts the bounce where he's up and then down and then up and then down again. And that robs him of valuable meters. But I'm sure the team will be happy they got the engine running correctly. Distance of 96 and 42. So not an amazing day for the rocket science, but it ended off okay. I think they'll be sort of happy that the engine ran well, but not the result the team were hoping for.
Die sind natürlich ausgeschnitten. Mittlerweile schon, man kann schon was sagen, wie vermöglich in den letzten Jahren.
So we're running a floating finish for this class. It's run what you brung. It's a 1 hit. This is part of the double header series, so the light modifiers will pull again tomorrow. So wherever the measurement is, wherever they stop, that's where we measure them. We were aiming to stop them all before 110, but the Bandit went and threw a little spanner in that works. So Mario and the Sledge team track team decided that we'll let it just creep past that 110 meter mark and measure them just past. So far we've had Bandit at 111 and Green Monster Mitas at 112. So wherever these distances are, that will be your winner. You'll only see each tractor once in theory, apart from your test pullers, obviously, just to throw that out there. So the next one to the line will be our current reigning Euro Cup champion. The man from just up the road from my house, Mr. Whittingham, Daniel Whittingham on the Aftermath Unleashed. Again, the fans in America may remember this tractor. Originally started off as Youngblood Unleashed. And obviously the Aftermath was a tractor as well, so they have both tractors in the camp. They have the original Aftermath and they have the Aftermath Unleashed. The Unleashed machine campaigns in the Euro Cup and the Aftermath machine just campaigns at home in the British Championship.
Yeah, the Aftermath tractor from Jeff Gunningsman from Minnesota originally, Jeff and Kay.
Yeah, that's right.
They had that, and they had a four-wheel drive GMC truck as well. And I actually met Daniel, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago in Louisville at the National Farm Machinery Show.
So like we say, reigning Euro Cup champion, was a Euro Cup champion last year. Won the title at Great Eccleston, my home pull. I was commentating on trackside. So yeah.
Nice. Great season for Daniel and the team.
We're rooting for this one up here in the commentary box. We tried to stay as neutral as possible, but we can't help root for our favourites, and this is the one that we're hoping can retain the Euro Cup championship. We did 3 new superchargers over the winter months, new SI superchargers on board. But got it all to do. We've seen the Green Monster make an amazing run at 112.21. Can the Chevy-powered Aftermath Unleashed get anywhere near that 112-metre mark to start the season off well? To stand a good chance of retaining his Euro Cup championship title.
Needs to go farther than 112.21. The Green Monster, current leader.
Come on, the Aftermath Unleashed. Here we go. Let's go. It's not far enough to trouble the leaders. We'll wait for the measuring tower, probably around the 107, 108 mark, something like that. And a distance of 106 and 48, 106.48. Watch the replay on the screen, pick the nose up, did as it should. Daniel just stomping on that brake a little bit, and just as he stopped the brake there, look, you can see the nose of the tractor comes down and drags him down at 106.48. Good strong result. Gets him some decent points, but not good enough to stand on the podium here in Germany.
Ja, der Applaus ist natürlich auch deswegen so laut, weil alle Green Monster-Fans happy sind, dass er da nicht abgefahren ist. Voller Auftritt, aber es reicht nicht für die Bestweite. Aftermath bleibt hinter dem Green Monster und auch hinter dem Euro-Bandit.
So we've still got a few strong tractors left to run. We're not discounting anything as yet. The Dingo from Denmark, the twin-hemied Seaside Affair, and don't forget the Meteor-powered Gators from Denmark as well yet to run.
I want to hear more about those engines when we get there.
Yeah, you can. Well, there's something else as well.
And we should hopefully have Daffy coming back around too.
Hopefully, if it's a clutch issue, maybe they can solve it.
It's a lot better to adjust those clutches and take care of those issues at home.
Yes.
If you can, rather than in the heat of, oh my gosh, I only have this amount of time and
Yeah, definitely.
the pressure of the pit area. I mean, you can do it. It's just a lot more stressful.
Correct, and under. So 106.48 for the Aftermath Unleashed. That's good enough to put him in. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place, I think, at the minute.
Über 70 Jahre das Durchschnittsalter von der Crew von Dingo, über 40 Jahre Pulling-Erfahrung steckt drin im Dingo.
Well, it's time for Dingo next, I believe. So the Dingo team consists of 4 of our oldest pullers. Each team member is over the age of 70 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. Been pulling around the series forever as a Dingo team. This machine originally was a diesel-powered machine. And the team converted it to run on methanol a few seasons ago because they just couldn't get the horsepower and couldn't keep up as it was running on. Converted it to run on methanol, so try and keep up with everybody else. Again, one of our single-engined machines, so again, there's a little bit of weight compensation to help them just get that little bit further down the track.
Ja, die darf man auf keinen Fall unterschätzen, die Jungs. Wenn das richtig gut läuft, dann ist auch Dingo in der Lage, hier voll einzufahren heute. Wir sind gespannt. Der große Schritt vor einigen Jahren, weg vom Diesel hin zum Methanol, das noch im hohen Alter. Aber sie haben die Challenge auch angenommen.
Sie haben die angenommen und sie haben sie gewonnen. Das muss man einfach so sagen.
Auf jeden Fall.
Finn Larsen, Baujahr 47. Sagt nur. Und er sitzt hier auf dem Schlepper. Und er ist mit dem Dingo mit seinen Brüdern unterwegs in ganz Europa.
So we're just struggling to get him backed up to the line. We can see on the stream the hook is there waiting for him. And here he comes, slowly but surely backing up. There we go, now he comes into shot.
Genau, wenn er gleich Smiley vorne drauf. Da kann man dann auch mit der Masse noch Tractorpulling machen. Wahnsinn. Die Altherrenbande, die so entspannt daherkommt und die beiden spannenden Titelmusik.
And you can see on the side there 40 years of pulling history.
Die sind so entspannt.
Been in the game for as long as tractorpulling's been around in Europe. Of the Dingo boys.
Alles erlebt. In der Pulling-Karriere von heute. Ja, lassen Sie sich ein bisschen auslaufen als Rentner-Hobby. Andere fahren Wohnmobil in die Gegend. So, die Tingos waren Tractorpulling, ne?
Seit 1986 betreiben sie diesen Sport.
Just taking a little while to get backed up and sorted and in ready for action. Chain is tight now, so hopefully we're going to see the Dingo team take their hook. Here we go. Oh no. Oh no. And it's not running right, it's Dingo, is it? Again, could be a clutch problem. But we're building the RPMs up and the tractor's surging forward. But as we explained a little earlier, we're on the 30-meter rule, so if the tractor stops before the 30-meter mark, you are allowed a second bite of the cherry, a second attempt to leave the line. And it looks exactly like that's what's happening.
This will be their second and final attempt.
Die Zeit gönnen wir uns jetzt, oder? Die sind entspannt, wir sind entspannt.
So they're just taking a little bit of time for the team there. You can see them messing with the in between the driver's legs, and that's where the gearbox handle will be. That's where the selector for forward or reverse. Most of these tractors don't have a gearbox. They just have a what's called a forward reverser. There's no gears to select. You pick the gear and that's what the gear you pull in. Most of them just have what's called a forward reverser box to go forwards or backwards. There just seems to be a bit of an issue. Either it won't go in or won't come out, or but it crept away from the line, didn't it? Like it was in gear.
Yeah, but it just like kind of idled away. It didn't.
Yeah, and again, so that still gives the clue that it's a clutch problem, and they sort of move away before they should be. But the stopwatch will be counting, and there you go. There's the red flag from first flag man, flag lady, sorry. So that'll be their measured distance, I think. Although because they got tracked back, I'm not entirely sure what will count now as their distance, you know. Maybe just be hook points. No, yeah, exactly. 0 meters and 0 centimeters. So they get hook points. So if anybody gets disqualified, they outrank them, if that makes sense. Disappointing for the Dingo team.
There's what we call in the U.S. hooked and broke.
Yeah.
Hooked to the sled, but broke and couldn't do anything.
Couldn't do anything, yeah.
Disappointing for that well-experienced team.
Yeah, exactly. So we've 2 more left to run then now. We've a twin Hemi machine from the Netherlands called the Seaside Affair. And then we have the twin Meteor machine from Denmark called Gators.
So we had a Seaside Affair fan here all afternoon. He's wearing the shirt, and I'm not sure where he went now that his tractor's up. Young man's been there all day.
Stood waiting.
Yeah.
He's maybe gone for a wee. He'll miss it because he's at the loo. You would be annoyed, wouldn't you? So we moved Dingo out of the way. Disappointing for them. Now, whether they've... No, because they moved the sledge, so they can't use the drop 6. I've got a technical problem, can they?
Yeah, that was always a thing before you could get access to lineups, you know, or whatever. You were at a pole somewhere and you wanted to go get some food or do something else, you know, it needed a break from the sun. Then you come back and you're like, oh man, I missed my favorite tractor, you know? So that's why I try to announce a couple ahead or, you know.
It's even more difficult when you don't speak the language because
right.
German, we know what's going on because we've got a sheet and people telling us. But if we're in the crowd and we can't speak German,
right,
we don't
exactly.
know what's happening next. So you have to hold your wee in for the whole class.
And then when you go in between, there's a huge line.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, 2 left to run. 1:12.21, leading distance from the Green Monster team on their home turf. But both of these two last tractors are more than capable of handing it to Green Monster on a plate.
But we do have bonus coverage after this. We're going to the German modifieds.
We are, indeed.
So 2 more left to go in Euro Cup competition. The Seaside Affair from the Netherlands. Chasing 1:12.21, the hometown Green Monster team.
We saw the other twin Hemi machine from the Euro Bandit get to 111. So it goes to show the Hemis can make some power and make some noise and get towards the checkered flag. Can they just get that 1 and a bit meters more in his Dutch compadre? So we get them backed up to the track. To the sledge, sorry, on the track. Again, another twin Hemi machine. It's in the Bandit. Now it's the Seaside. Chain is tight. There we go. We're ready for action. 2 green flags. Let's see what the Seaside Affair. Can they upset the party for the home team here in Germany at the first round of the light modified? No, they cannot. And bits fly off the tractor at the end.
Got some white smoke coming out. That's never a good sign.
And we've got something on the track over there that flew off. Maybe you get to see that on the replay.
Oh, I see it way down past the leader flag. 99.72 the measurement.
It locked in so quick. It picked the nose up, bang, straight away. Probably
Yes.
one of the quickest to get locked in, really. But just towards that far end when that box stopped, it just didn't have the momentum, did it, to just keep dragging on.
So we watch the replay, like you say.
And watch the middle between the 2 engines, right at the end of the run. So yeah, we've got the power, got the speed, look, but then just when the box stops, it all stops happening really quick. And right at the end, there, just flew up. You can't hardly see it, but it flew up in the air. I don't know what it is. Both engines are running at the end of the run, so it's obviously nothing super duper terminal. And 1 left to run in the Euro Cups before we then welcome our German teams to come.
We're down to 1 to go. The Gators team out of Denmark.
Yes, we are. And as I said, I'm just double checking my. Oh, Dingo's going to come back. So they have been allowed to drop
okay.
6 places, Desiree tells me. So this machine now Gators with 2 V12 Meteors and another British made engine.
Okay.
Very similar to the Rolls-Royce Griffins we've seen, but these were a smaller engine, smaller cubic capacity, but again made by Rolls-Royce and developed for the Second World War again. So a little bit lighter than the Griffins, a little bit, so they can get them 2 of them in the light modified class. So this one runs little-filled superchargers on top. Could be SSIs with 1471 superchargers on the top of them. And it is very, very, very homemade. The team make every 3D print stuff. There is nothing shelf bought on this Gators machine. Patrick, who's the driver and the owner, is very meticulous. Everything is done very, very well. And again, on its day, this machine could beat anybody in the class. So last one to run in the Euro Cup Light Modifieds before Dingo comes back, sorry.
Everybody's still chasing the hometown team, the Green Monster 5 Mitas edition at 112 and 21.
So the Gators either goes really, really well or has some teething problems and doesn't go. So
it looks like they moved that sled a little bit to the right of center. We haven't seen hardly anyone move the sled.
Correct.
Last hook in the class. Oh, Dingo's coming back. Sorry.
Let's see what Patrick on the Gators can do. Oh, it's close. It's so close. We're going to have to wait for the measuring tower. We can't tell from this angle.
The flag's on the other side of the... It's close.
112 and 21 to beat. We're all stood looking at the measuring tower, waiting for the screen. Watch the replay as we wait.
111.56.
The German fans cheer into the air as Dingo is just behind the Green Monster Mitas edition.
And just ahead of the Euro Bandit at 111.06.
And the German fans chant the Green Monster name. But just don't get too excited. We all forgot that Dingo's coming back. Yeah, hang on. So yeah, Patrick just 1 meter behind. No, less than a meter. 111.56.
That's a great pass for that tractor.
Nice run from him, yes, indeed.
So you said those are V12s as well?
Yeah, V12s, Meteors, taken from a tank. Rolls-Royce made them bad boys too.
That British engineering.
Yeah, good old British engineering, that's what
That's
I
right. So Dingo's being towed to the start line. You can't see that at the moment as the camera pans to Patrick taking his applause from the German fans who are secretly quite happy he just came 1 meter short. But still giving him a big round of applause because as a tractor pulling fan you appreciate a good run when you see one, and that certainly was a good run from Gators. But as you now watch on the screen, Dingo's being towed back to the start line. Again, it looks they may have issues, gearing issues, clutch issues. So we've just seen the man from Denmark just come up 70-ish centimetres shy of the Green Monster.
And now it looks like Dingo's finished. The Dingo machine is being towed out of the way.
Yep. It's unfortunate.
So they tried to come back to the track, but mechanic has given that international sign of no, it's broken, we're not coming.
What about Daffy? I don't see Daffy
No,
back
I
there.
don't think Daffy's going to come back. Daffy had a clutch issue also. So that concludes the Euro Cup portion of the light modified class. But we're now going to move on, and I think they'll change the sledge settings. Although we'll run it as one class in theory, we're now going to slightly change the sledge setting.
So your winner, the Green Monster 5 Mitas Edition at 112 and 21. Gators in second at 111.56. And the Euro Bandit in third at 111.06. Top three different countries.
So we currently can see a couple of the Aftermath team members on the track, walking up and down the track. It looks like they're looking for something. Something's obviously come off the Aftermath tractor as it was going down the track. Now, you can't see it on the stream, but around the 50-meter mark, 2 or 3 of the Aftermath from Leash team are looking feverishly in the track to see if they can find something. So that indicates to me that something has come off the tractor as it's gone down the track. But since that's happened, we've had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of horsepower roar past it. So they'll be very lucky to find it, whatever they're looking for. I will find out.
And countless passes because of the vehicle, the pulling vehicles, the sled, the scrapers, the roller.
So yeah, that's an interesting side story. I will find out and report back tomorrow. Well, maybe I've got a WhatsApp. No information from the team.
Der zweite Platz geht hier heute an die Gelbklasse-Leute. Und auf 3 landet letztendlich eure Bandit mit den Kopfballbrüdern. Also das war ein starker Auftritt.
So as I said, that concludes the Euro Cup pulling. But the stream won't stop. We've got the Germans now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 11 German light modifieds with one from Luxembourg thrown in there. We are going to compete to the end of the class, tag on the end of this class now. But if you've enjoyed what you've seen, obviously stay around and watch the German teams because some of those machines are amazing also. If you enjoyed what you've seen, we are streaming every single Euro Cup. 2 weeks' time, we're at Scorton for, again, the light modifieds in the first round for the Pro Stocks at Scorton. And don't forget, we are the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. Find us on the social media, Facebook and Instagram and the like. Give us a follow, give us a share, give us a like. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit the little bell so you get a notification when we go live in 2 weeks' time. Also, if you've enjoyed what you've seen, do tell your friends. We'd love to hear your feedback. So we move on now to the German tractors, and this is the final destination. And as the German fans are rocking now in the sunshine. We bring on the first one from the German Championship. Diesel-powered machine now. We're going to see smoke in it. Another Transmarsh. We saw the methanol-powered Transmarsh on the truck power. This is the same engine, not been converted to run on methanol, instead now running on diesel. So let's see what he can do. And that's far enough for him. Just for information, everybody, the sledge has been made lighter. The sledge has been made easier to pull. But again, we're running on a one hit, so they'll go as far as they go. We'll measure them, and the winner will be the furthest distance. So we have a 1:15 now for final destination with the diesel-powered Transmarsh.
What do you think, Tom? Is he going to take that or drop it?
I would take that all day long, wouldn't you?
Yes. And twice on Sunday, but
Yes.
it's only Saturday. No, that was a great hook. I don't think there was anything he could have done differently, and
No.
that just looks really cool.
It's a really nice tractor to watch the final destination. Back in a sec.
All right, Rambo will be up next. That's a big mark that the final destination team laid down.
Yeah, very good. Very good, strong run from them.
It's nice that they give these tractors another hook in their home country at a big event like this.
Definitely.
Especially for the local fans, too. Folks, if you get the chance to come to Füchtorf, this is a beautiful facility for pulling. The teams are all close by in proximity. The Green Monster team shop is right here. You enter through their shop. There's a big food hall there. There's all kinds of food vendors here. And it's just a really nice atmosphere.
You wait till you see it tomorrow.
I've heard it's going to be even more packed tomorrow.
Even more.
Again, we start at 11 a.m. local German time, which is 5 a.m. Eastern U.S. time.
So set your alarms, everybody. Come on at home.
That's right.
We're all right in the UK. It's only 10 a.m. Never lie in, can't we? So another diesel-powered machine now coming to the line. This is the Rambo.
für Rambo aus dem Wittgensteiner kommen Sie. Sie machen sich startbereit.
As we hear the theme from Rocky,
Exactly.
the Rambo tractor's on the track.
Just a little bit confusing.
Actually, I should say I think that was the theme from Rocky 4.
So got it all to do though if he wants to catch his Combrandre at 115 and 44. Really strong run for the final destination. Let's see what the Rambo can do.
So watch that smoke go straight to black on this one.
Not on the ground speed of the previous man. And that will be his measured distance around the 65-meter mark.
63.88, very close.
83 für den Abo. Diesel. Heute noch ein bisschen mehr Power, ein bisschen mehr Rolle, um hier vorne reinzufahren.
So yeah, the Rambo, unfortunately, only 63.88.
We saw that.
All right, Schluckspecht be up next. Again, that final destination, 115 and 44. It's like first tractor out of the gate. Here it is, everybody. Come and get it.
Yeah, come and get me. Catch me if you can.
That's going to take a monster pass to get out there.
So some of these machines are actually limited modifieds competing in the light modified class as well, which just confuse things even more.
Yeah, some of these tractors hooked earlier this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you know, that was several hours ago. They've had plenty of time to cool off, and
Yeah.
it shouldn't do any kind of damage pulling twice in the same day for them.
So this is the wind-up machine now.
Nope, Schluckspecht is on the list.
Looks like wind-up's coming.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the wind-up machine. Oh, this was a machine that sort of started off the limited modified excitement in Germany. Germany is probably one of the biggest countries to have limited modifieds. Although it's actually competing in the light modified class, normally it competes in a limited modified class where they can weigh 3.5 tons. They'll weigh a little bit more. And they obviously are more lower horsepower. Limited is the clues in the title. These are two LS Chevy engines from your neck of the woods.
Nice, I've heard of those. No, those would have, well, I was going to say may have started out as 5.3 liter, but probably a 6.2 liter.
There's a couple of teams in America that run LS engines, and they have been helping the Germans team a little bit as well.
I have not seen them. I've seen them on social media, but I have not seen them in person.
So yeah, they've been dialing this machine in. It's taken quite a bit to get it dialed in. It's always been sort of coughing and spluttering and not just revving it should. It did a test and tune run 2 weeks ago, and I saw the videos and it ran really, really well. So let's see what the wind-up can do. And certainly doing the business. Teams seem happy with that one.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting combination.
Oh yes, team are very happy, look. Very, very happy. I think that could be the best the tractors run for forever, perhaps. But well done to the wind-up team.
72.86. Second place for the moment. Yeah, I don't know if there were problems with the Schluckspecht team.
Yeah,
they're listed up next, and there's a bunch of people down there from what we can see here. So you talk about parts availability. Small block Chevys, easiest. There's all kinds of improvement parts for small block Chevys.
In every scrapyard in America.
Every scrapyard in America, yeah, they're easy to get.
So yeah, as you say, we should have seen the other machine that we saw earlier with the Transmarsh on. But as you say, there's lots of people scurrying around it at the moment, and it didn't come when it should have done. So we'll maybe move on to the Rudoloo Junior, which isn't a German tractor. It's actually from Luxembourg, but competes in the German Championship.
Which our German friends told me means Red Line Junior.
It does, yeah. I knew that.
Male lässt sich feiern.
I'm learning
You
some
learning
German.
Male lässt sich feiern.
I don't know much German, but I knew that meant red line.
Feiern wir ihn, er freut sich. Geiler Pull vom Boulder.
Sie sind natürlich in allererster Linie in der Mitte Modify zu Hause. Aber das war hier schon ein sehenswerter Pull auch in der Modify. Muss man so sagen.
It's running now. We can hear the Transmarsh running. Oh, and here they come as we watch the wind-up replay. Look, really got the nose in the air, doing the business. Did the wind-up perhaps a little bit, could have done with a bit more front-end weight ideally, but had the RPMs and the speed and the power, and really good run. Probably the best I've certainly ever seen that tractor run. The Schlusspect.
Very good.
I try. Again, we saw it run, didn't we, in the modified class? And I said it was a little bit under horsepower for the modified class. This is perhaps more where this tractor sits in the class as a light modified. So we're getting backed up to the line. We're doing Google Translate here now to see what Schlusspect means. Swallowing woodpecker. So the little thing on the side wasn't a duck that I said earlier. It's a woodpecker.
Must be a woodpecker, yes.
Must be. Here we go. 2 green flags for him. Let's see what the woodpecker can do. And that's far enough. Drags him down again, the 70-ish, 3-ish meter mark. That distance from final destination, like we said at the thing, just it's going to make them all look silly.
72.57, going to put him in third place, just behind the windup that went 72.86. So they're all stacking up, but way behind final destination.
Yeah,
Final destination's at 115. And then wind up in second at 72.86, and Schlusspect in third at 72.57. We have Red Line Junior coming up, Green Monster Stage 4, and then Money Pit.
Now the Rudoloo is another radial engine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
okay.
You know, you said you would like the idea of the radial, and this one always runs well. And again, commentators curse now, as we've been saying all day, but the Rudoloo, lovely team as well.
Also Stefan, wir rücken den Daumen, dass es auch mit euch wieder weiter nach vorne geht. Sehen den Applaus für den Schlusspect.
Aber das ist auch schon toll, ne? Das ist natürlich freundlich riesig für die Jungs.
So we just await the arrival of the Rudoloo Junior.
Und den Special Eingang in neuen Vordergrund.
Tja, das war eine Lösung von Füchtorf, bei jemand weiter vorbeigehen, das ist nicht.
That's the Transmarsh powered, you say it,
Schluckspect.
That's the one. It's a bit like suspect, isn't it?
It kind of does, yeah.
We make their way back to the pit area, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 left to run, depending on. We should have a green monster with the single Allison on. I'm not sure if I've seen that in the pits. But it's time for the Rudaloo Junior, time for the radial engines to hit the track again here in Germany. So it takes some doing to get that machine to get into the weight class. You know, there's not a lot of chassis, there's not a lot of anything else but engine for that machine. Again, we're still in the light modified, so we're based on 2.5 tons. Some of them do get weight compensation, but still an awful lot of engine and an awful lot of tractor to make weigh 2.5 tons.
Yeah, that 5,500 pound weight is really, really low compared to what we run in the United States.
So let's see what he can do. Can he get anywhere near that 115 meter mark? Take the lead away from the final destination? Well, it'll take some doing, but here we go with the Rudaloo Junior. And an amazing run from the Rudaloo.
Well, we have a new second place tractor, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So really, 105 and 76, really nice, smooth run. I have to say that's the first time I've seen a tractor from Luxembourg.
It's the only tractor from Luxembourg. There only is that one. Oh no, there's another one. Another one, Bear. It's called Big Bear, I think. There's only a few from Luxembourg.
Are there any pulling tractors in Liechtenstein?
Liechtenstein, no.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge, anyway.
What's
Certainly
that?
Not to my knowledge. Certainly not in the Euro Cup, anyway.
Just thinking of the small countries in Europe that we learned about. There may be a lot of pullers per capita in Luxembourg.
Maybe, yeah. So we're just looking in the pits as to who's left to come. Although our list says there's quite a few more, there doesn't seem to be that many lined up.
Green Monster Stage 4 is scheduled next on our list.
Yeah, that's the Green Monster that was in the modified class earlier with 2 Allisons on, and then they take the top of the stair step one off to run in just the light modified class, and they only run that national competition. It's a little bit like the Aftermath team. They have one that they run in Euro Cup and one that they run in national competition.
Okay.
But I can't see it anywhere.
Tom, I think there might be more. Maybe they're just moving that one. I thought there was more coming in, but.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see as the Rudaloo heads back to the pit area after getting themselves into second place, which is a nice place to be. Now, I think this next one is the Special Nightmare. I think this is a brand new tractor. So yes, I was correct. It's Special Nightmare and it is a brand new tractor.
Great work, Tom.
You were checking up on me with our German colleagues there, and I'm like, haha, I got it right.
No, I just wanted to make sure.
No, you do right. You do right. Because half the time I get stuff wrong. Don't worry. But yeah, this will be its inaugural run. It's got a lovely carbon fibre buzzer catcher on as the air intake, so it looks the part. It really does look. And I saw it in the pit area and had a good look at it. And I think it really looks the part.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful, beautiful
and
tractor.
I think their plans is to eventually turn it from naturally aspirated to potentially to run on methanol. And maybe put some sort of supercharger on it. So I think this is stage one of getting the tractor to the track. But let's see what they can do. So here we go. Oh no.
That's not a good start.
Not a good start. But as we all know, in the world of tractor pulling, as we said a little earlier on today, didn't we? There is no way of testing your tractor until you get to the track.
No.
So all the teething problems, all the little niggles we get to witness.
Yes. Let's face that way.
So as everybody, they get 2 bites of the cherry to leave the line. They've had their first and they've been dragged back to the start line ever so slightly. This will be their second and final bite of the cherry. And it's not going to go, look, full throttle wide open. The buzzard catchers are, but just not getting the RPM like it should. It's going to come, the RPMs are coming up and up and up, look. And that'll be far enough for them.
Yeah, not what they were looking for, but hopefully they collected some information they could use.
Absolutely. I mean, not a bad run for their first run.
No.
You know, give the guys credit. We all know what it takes. I say we all know. It takes an awful lot to build a tractor puller.
Yes.
Just to even get it to the stage of being able to fire up and back to the line is an achievement in itself. So
exactly.
Hats off to those guys, and we hope that we see them doing bigger and better things as the season progresses. So yeah, I do think we may only have 1 or 2 more tractors left to run, although our list is quite long. There's no Money Pit, we've got no W, we've got no Green Monster. Can't see any turbine-powered tractors, we should have the turbine-powered one. So we could only have a couple more left to run here. On our first day of pulling here in Germany. If you are still with us on the stream, thank you for staying with us for the last few German tractors. We will be back tomorrow. We're not going anywhere yet, but I'm just reminding you we will be back tomorrow from 11 a.m. local time, Central European time, 11 a.m.
And that's 10 a.m. in the UK.
And middle of the morning for
5 a.m. U.S. Eastern time. It's 5 a.m. for Central.
And we've seen 2 Euro Cup classes today. We will see 4 tomorrow. So we can see the other side of the double header for the minis and the light mods. So we'll hopefully maybe see some machines that had issues today. We'll take example of the Lambarda team. They'll be out for war tomorrow. The Aftermath Unleashed team didn't really have the result they were hoping for, and we're looking for bits on the track, so we'll be interested to see what happened with them because they were a strong contender. So there'll be teams out for
Yes.
blood tomorrow.
Could be a long night for you, Tom.
It could be a long night spannering, drinking beer or both maybe. And also we'll have the heavy modifiers, the Unlimiteds, and of course the Super Stock. So
and we have several German classes tomorrow too as well.
And of course German classes tomorrow, yes. So we have a full packed day tomorrow of Pulling. This is just the warm-up.
Yes.
So this machine now coming to the line is the Double Trouble. So I think this could be the last tractor of the day, but I can't confirm because, again, as soon as we go out of ETPC, my WhatsApp group connections go quiet.
Yeah, this is the last tractor on our sheet. That's why we were just double checking on the Special Nightmare because we skipped several tractors that were initially on our entry sheet here.
Indeed. So yeah, don't forget to join us tomorrow. I keep harping on, but thank you for those that have watched. Do like our socials. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee. Big thank you to Alliance for our headline sponsor for the whole of the Euro Cup series. And on behalf of the Green Monster team, we'd like to thank all of their sponsors as well for the event. The Mitas Tyres brand, who sponsors the team and this event. Class, the tractor manufacturer. And all of the other local sponsors that have helped put this event on. Without sponsors and people helping, we wouldn't be able to put any of these events on. So if you can use any of those sponsors in your line of work, please do so and tell them that the Tractorpullers team sent you on their way. But in the meantime, we've got Double Trouble, and we can't see a great deal, and neither can you by the looks of it. The Double Trouble is producing a cloud of smoke.
I think it's still down there.
Yeah, it is just about still down there. Oh, we've switched to that different camera angle. Now we can see what's going on.
Oh, wow, that's much better.
Yes. It looks like they're struggling to get it started, which is where all the grey smoke's coming from. It sort of doesn't fire up properly, and then there's a lot of grey smoke. Again, another diesel machine.
The final destination was our first tractor, went 1:15 and 44. The only one who's come close is the Red Line Junior, a Rootaloo.
Rootaloo. Keep it his proper title. The Rootaloo.
Which means red line
it does.
In English.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like they can't get that Double Trouble going, so we could be.
Wait, we've got another tractor pulled up in the staging area.
Oh, well, hey up. We'll just talk about them as they turn up. That's what we're going to do in a minute. So the clock watch will be the clock watch or the stopwatch, whichever way you want to say, will be ticking.
Yeah, like you say, the Double Trouble just does not want to stay running.
No, it fires into life. There's lots of smoke, and then the donkey dies. So the tractor that's lining up to come last looks to me like it's the final destination. But we will wait and see. I think the Double Trouble's been given the red flag. Yes, there they have. So we'll get the Double Trouble moved out of the way. And then we'll see what happens next, because officially, according to our running order...
Are we doing a pull-up in this class?
I don't know if we are or not.
Kleine Zicke, oder? Da unten ist auch ein bisschen Öl, also irgendwie ist überall Öl.
Okay, so we found out from our German colleagues what's going on. The Double Trouble obviously couldn't get running properly, so we're towing him out the way. There is no pull-off. They're on a one-hit, just like the main Euro Cup was. But after Final Destination made that storming run of 115 meters, they reset the sledge. But we didn't find that information out. So the Final Destination now is coming back for their measured official distance. So we kept comparing everybody, going, wow, Final Destination did really well.
Yes.
And we were
Yes.
ill-informed, weren't we, Darren?
Der Riesenchance hier vorne reinzufahren. Sergio Robi vorne. Wollner auf der 2 immer noch. Und jetzt Final Destination. Karl Recht mit der Riesenchance. Wenn er nochmal so einen geilen Puls abrufen kann.
So this will be probably the final pull of the day. We saw them do a really good run, but the sledge was obviously set lighter. The sledge has been made heavier because everybody else was stopping around that 72, but then we saw the Rudaloo get to 105. So can the Final Destination get anywhere near the 105 now with a heavier sledge set? And shuts it down around the 90-meter mark. Probably good enough to put him in second place, I think.
I think so.
Wasn't as good a run as his first run, was it?
No.
His first run, he locked in and just went straight as a die.
Yeah, and it was smooth and carried that front end the whole way. And this time it was bouncing kind of up and down. And
Oder nicht?
Oder noch 90 Meter, der lässt uns halt 0,00 an, aber der Wagen steht bei 90 Meter. Sind wir jetzt mal so mit die 90
So
Meter.
we'll just wait for the measuring tower to give us the distance. Oh, we have got more tractors coming. They just keep appearing, look.
they do.
They're totally out of order now.
That looks like the Green Monster.
So 90 meters and 98 centimeters. 90 meters, 98 for the Final Destination. And we've now just been dragged completely out of order, but we're now going to the Green Monster with the single Allison on. We saw it perform a little earlier with when it had 2 on in the modified class, and he's now sat ready to take his hook in the light modified class. So they could throw anything at us at the moment.
Das alte Monster mit einem vom 12 ist der letzte Pull des Tages hier in der Arena in Füchtorf am Samstag. Und dann geht's weiter mit den Siegerehrungen Eurocup und mit der Siegerehrung Deutsche Meisterschaft. Und dann geht's rein in die Festzeltscheune. Final Destination, der Kahn auf der 2.
So we are now running out of order. Double Trouble should have been the last one. Final Destination was our test puller that came back, but we've now jumped back up the sheet a few steps, and we're now going to see the Green Monster in the German Championship.
So dick ist das.
Füchtorf mit 2026 der Samstag-Finale. Das sind der
Green Monster stage 4 taking to the track. I like those eyes on those mud guards.
Yeah, the monster eye.
Or fender. This crowd here in Füchtorf on the Green Monster farm, basically.
Yep.
They are pumped.
So this could be the last tractor. We can't see any more lined up, but don't take our word for it because it keeps changing. But can the Monster get past that 105 and take the lead away from the Rudaloo? Here we go. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Wasn't the perfect path. Lots of bouncing.
No.
Couldn't get the power down. The RPMs are up and down, but 101 and 24, so not good enough to take the lead away from Rudaloo. Those who watch the replay here, he powered the nose, did well, got the RPMs in, but you can see all the way there, just fighting with it, just bouncing and bopping about.
And it kind of laid down at one point too, it sounded like.
Was wir haben, die Entscheidung, auf der 1 das Meter, das Green Monster auf der 2, der Final Destination auf der 3. Habt ihr noch einmal einen riesen Applaus für das Green Monster!
So I think what you're seeing on the screen is incorrect. We've got 101.24 on our screen.
Der Laser zeigt es noch einmal an. Scheint er doch weiter in die Sitzung rein.
Oh, they have the other green monster.
They have the other green monster.
The green monster 5.
Yes.
Das Monster ist ja vorne. Bei dem seid ihr weiter. Oh, wir wollen in die deutsche Meisterschaft reinzählen. Ach so. Ja, das muss man wieder verstehen.
So that does conclude the pulling for today, ladies and gents. The sledge has been moved out of the way. We can definitely confirm there is no more action on track. The stream will stay live while our German compadres do the presentations for not only the Euro Cup competition, but also the German competition that we've sort of seen run back to back.
Tom, it was a pleasure working with you today. Thank you for
Karen.
it. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. I think we've had a good time. We've had some fun.
Yes. We will see you tomorrow and everyone else at 11 a.m.
We will be back 11 a.m. Absolutely
Local
right.
time.
Local time. So do your own maths. Work it out what time zone you're in.
Yes.
We're not here to babysit you. We know it's 10 o'clock in England and whatever it is in your time zone. But
5 a.m. in the U.S.
There you go.
So.
But yeah, we're back tomorrow. Do join us again. The stream will stay live just while we do the presentations. But from me, Tom Beattie, and
Darren Hartwell,
we're saying thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Siegerehrung, die Mittagsmonster, wen haben wir dafür? Die Siegerehrung wieder. Das ist die große Frage. Daniel? Ja, Dirk? Daniel. Wir wollen das Siegerehrung machen. Also, Mittagsmonster, bitte zur Siegerehrung. Wer überreicht die Punkte? Bitte. Okay. Er hat sein Haustier da. Okay, Siegerehrung in der Autoklasse 2,5 Tonnen Light Modify. Auf dem 3. Platz haben wir das Euro-Wetten-Team aus den Niederlanden 111,06 Meter.
Und aus Dänemark auf der 2, 111,56 Meter, Gators!
Und er hat sein Krokodil mit dabei, ein Riesenapplaus für die Bienen! Okay, und der Sieger der Eurocup am heutigen Tag, der kommt aus Füchtorf. Einen Riesenapplaus für das Victor's Green Monster! Platz 1, 112,21 Meter.
Was für ein Erfolg hier. Das ist natürlich eine Riesennummer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch ans heimische Team.
Und ein Blick ist noch nicht genug. Wir machen weiter mit der Siegerehrung und kommen zum dritten Platz. Der Jannis mit dem Green Monster, Platz 3 in der deutschen Meisterschaft. Einen riesen Applaus. Der Jannis und der Jonas. Lasst euch feiern!
Und einen fantastischen zweiten Platz eingefahren mit über 105 Metern. Der wunderschöne Rudolf Serge Jacobi.
Du gehörst mit dazu. Die neuen Litersreifen arbeitet. Wir machen das voll. Wir haben Platz da oben. Und einen haben wir noch. In dieser Klasse der deutschen Meisterschaftswertung ebenfalls auf Platz 1 unterwegs. Das Mieters Monster aus Füchtorf. Noch einmal ein riesen Applaus.
Ja, nimm, geh hoch, sonst kann sie den Pokal irgendwo hinterher schlurren. Das ist auch wieder Müll. Ja, wollen wir auch noch mit? Meinst du, dass da noch so viel Platz ist? Gleich kommt der Klaas nicht mehr weg.
So, alle festhalten. Wir machen eine riesige Ehrenrunde. Jenny, du hast noch eine richtige Partymucke gehabt. Wir wollen noch feiern im Füchtorf zum Tagesabschluss. Ehrenrunde. Die Sieger der 2,5 Tonnen Klasse. Mieters Monster. Und der
By the way. By the way, yeah, yo.
Der Wahnsinn in der Füchtorf Arena.